We run the streets of Africa, from Ivory Coast to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger, and the Central African Republic. You better not touch that dial, because we're here to amplify youth voices. Amplify youth voices. The Children's Radio Foundation.
Hi, my name is Joël. I am from Zambia, a youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Up radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Mulishani bonse inene bomlemba mlando nangola Miss Awesome okufuma kukitwe mu Zambia inene bone mpungwe fe bachitama recording from Flavor FM 87.7 numsumba wa Copper Belt mle mfwa kuri ba Children Radio Foundation fe babonfyama voices yabapungwe.
Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #RussThatGuy. I am from Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. I'm a young reporter for Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices.
A very good morning to all of you guys, and yes, Kalimera is how we do it this side. My name is Sia Mukwena, and I am not alone. I am right along with...
Hi, I'm Esther Chilala, all the way from Zambia, and we're the Children's Radio Foundation bringing to you yet another exciting day of the Stavros Niarchos Nostos 2022 Conference.
Yes, and we are all things health. We are all things as far as amplifying youth voices in the health spectrum is concerned. And yes, yesterday was a very beautiful one. Esther.
I enjoyed yesterday.
From the VR. I'm starting with the VR experience because it has to be one of the biggest highlights. But yes, I'm starting with that one because I love it. It was a very beautiful time. The concert, Dracopoulos, great stuff there. Had a very beautiful time there. I hope you also did too.
I did enjoy a lot of activities yesterday, especially the talks. I didn't really know that you can use robotics in the provision of healthcare, and also had an opportunity to visit a few stands that were showcasing what they do in terms of using technology in the provision of healthcare. I also took time to visit the concert. It was awesome.
Man. You know, one thing I must say is a highlight for me about the concert has got to be the way the crowd was just so happy to see the locomotives. I was also so happy, but unfortunately I wasn't in the front. I was right at the back because, wow, at 10 o'clock, but when it started, it was already packed.
Yeah.
It was already packed. But yes, a lot of stuff is also happening today. Looking forward to having a same sentiment, same beautiful experience just as much as we did yesterday. But yes, we're talking all things sexual reproductive health today. And I know somebody somewhere is under the sound of my voice, like a few people that I'm seeing, beautiful people that I'm seeing today. And I must say, looking forward to unbreaking or unpacking everything as far as that is concerned.
Yeah. So sexual reproductive health is one of those topics that people really have placed a lot of definitions around. Because you just hear sexual reproductive health and you assume you're talking about sex. You know? Yeah. So to somebody out there who's thinking sexual reproductive health is only about sex, well, be ready to join us today, and please stay tuned in as we unpack the conversation around sexual reproductive health and all things health.
All things health, definitely. And we are going to be here from now till the top of the hour 10. So 10, I believe we definitely are going to be making our way to the different stations as well, to also just bring and find a lot of people who are experiencing and having a lot of great stuff as far as the conference is concerned. So there's a lot of stuff that is happening. And before we dive a lot and give you a share with you guys a little bit more about the sexual reproductive health, we're going to go straight into some stuff that you really need to know about what we are doing today. So once again, the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center is where we are, and this is a multi-dimensional festival that is taking place today, and it happens every summer. You know, unlike back in Africa, our summer is in the late times of the year, but yes, their summer is now in June. So they're having this beautiful health conference this year, And this is where we are. This is where we are. I saw a lot of stuff happening in Naizolo, Esther, even yesterday. Yes, I saw quite a lot of interesting stuff happening. And yeah, did you see Marianne?
I heard Marianne speak.
Yes.
She was so impressive.
She was so impressive, and it's great to know that she's also one of ours.
It's always great to hear people or hear youths bring out their stories.
Bring out their stories and making sure that everybody is in a position where they get edified with all things health and from all walks of life. I tried this robotic, I forgot its actual name, but I tried it on and I felt so good. Some helping with robotics and the civil health, that side. And I really believe that all of these are here to make sure that everybody has it nicer or easier as far as health is concerned. And also, I remember for sure when we had this beautiful VR experience.
How is it?
I
want to hear the experience.
I am not going to change my life, my mind about it. If only it's there, I believe it should be here again today. We'll just quickly find out. But I am going to be making my way to that side again today.
So if you're posting your videos or you're sharing your photos on Facebook or any social media platforms, please don't forget to use the hashtag SNF Nostos, hashtag SNF Nostos Health, and you can also visit our website, that's the snfnostos.org, for more information regarding the conference.
Definitely, and I took quite a lot of pictures yesterday. I know you also did. So I believe when we post them, we are also going to be using those hashtags for everybody to see.
And if you're joining us right about now and wondering who's bringing to you this exciting episode, this is the Children's Radio Foundation.
And we're going to be here circulating, and quite a lot of people are going to be behind the mic today. So please also be on the lookout to hearing a lot of different African voices and a lot of field work and a lot of content that has been pre-recorded to be given to you so that you can get to get a glimpse of what we're bringing to you today in all different walks of life. So we're going to be talking all things sanitary towels today. Sexual health, reproductive. I'm just trying to make sure that I hook our listeners in so that they are in a position to hear a lot about what we're going to be talking about. Contraceptives, a very big point of everything. We're going to be talking about contraceptives. We're going to be talking about the LGBTQ plus community and how they relate to sexual reproductive health.
But just right before we jump into the conversation, we're going to go on a short break. So please stay tuned in as we bring to you this exciting conversation.
From the stands to the stage, we are the Children's Radio Foundation.
Welcome back, and we're still listening to Children's Radio Foundation. We're bringing to you an exciting episode of sexual reproductive health. So just to dive into our conversation, we're going to be looking at contraceptives and all things contraceptives.
And, you know, for somebody to be in a position where they use contraceptives, they must be edified and informed on what exactly contraceptives are and which ones work best, because there's different methodologies also of contraceptives. So we are also going to be touching a little bit more on that in a short little while to circulate and inform, or rather remind people, because I don't believe that nobody is informed or uneducated, but it's some sort of reminders, constant reminders on how best we can access contraceptives, on the kind of different methodologies of contraceptives. I remember the first time I actually got to know something about the word contraceptives was when I saw a condom, all right? And it's a very, especially when you're growing up, it's a very, I don't want to call it a taboo, but it's not something that is really friendly to talk about. It's not something that is very easy to even just show or tell your parents that you know something about condoms. I mean, They are just supposed to be the very scariest thing ever.
I think growing up, I always thought contraceptives were just, those family planning pills.
Yeah.
I never knew condoms were contraceptives. I never knew maybe injections would be contraceptives. That was the only thing I
So
thought.
you knew family planning pills.
'Cause
You were very advanced, eh?
I used to see my mom taking them. I used to see my cousins taking them. Like, what are these things?
Yeah.
Like, they're contraceptives. So that my thought was contraceptives are only family planning pills.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we're going to play a format shortly about contraceptives. But before we go into that, to remind everybody, contraceptives has to do with methodologies of protecting yourself, making sure that you practice safe sex, because we definitely cannot say don't go out there and have sex. If you're going to go there and if you decide you want to, you must be as protected as possible, as protectable as ever. You must be as protectable as protected as ever. Contraceptives are a very hard thing to access, especially back home in Africa. If you are deemed to be very young, and very young in a point that you just do not practice sex, and that's just the norm. It's either you don't practice sex or you just. What are you going to do with exactly as I said, you are in a position where you just can't use or buy or go access or ask for contraceptives at the nearest healthcare facilities, because the moment you even think about contraceptives, it's either because you are already having sex or because there's no other reason why you would have contraceptives, right?
Because the moment you just walk into a healthcare facility and you request for contraceptives, they'll be like, did you do something, or what's up? Like, what's happening? Why do you want these contraceptives? So access to contraceptives has been a very big problem in most parts of the world, not just Africa. A lot of research has shown that most people cannot access contraceptives because of a lot of barriers that have been put in place.
And stigma.
Stigma. If you taking contraceptives, or if you have access, that is, you'll be segregated by your friends. Say, she's practicing this, she's doing this and that.
And she's actually now engaging in this, and nobody else is engaging in this in the group. So it's probably just because we are papa, as we call it in South Africa.
Which is supposed to be the case anyway. I mean,
let's head straight to the formats. I believe it's ready to tell us a little bit more about how people or rather the access to contraceptives, and how it's not easy to access contraceptives back in Africa. And we are looking and opening the platform to anybody who has maybe a story to come and just share with us on how they have had an experience with contraceptives. I'll also share my story with my access to contraceptives.
And I'm commenting on contraceptives. To be specific, parental consent on contraceptives. I strongly oppose this, because in recent years we've seen that it's difficult for young people to access certain services without parental consent. So, services such as getting contraceptives, getting condoms from health facilities, because at a certain point they'll still need the approval of your parents. But as young people, how can I approach my parents and tell them I'm sexually active when I'm only 14? How can I tell my parents that I'm sexually active when I'm only 13? So this is very difficult, and it's leading young people into indulging into unsafe sex where they do not use condoms nor any form of contraceptives, leading to teenage pregnancies. Not only that, HIV and AIDS and STIs. I remember I came across a story where a young person who's 14 years old went to get contraceptives from the clinic because this person was sexually active and she never wanted to get pregnant. But it was very difficult for her to access these services because she was below the age of 16. So for one, I feel the parental consent should be removed for young people to freely access these services, so that we can reduce the number of teenage pregnancies as well as HIV on the rise and STIs. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for opening up about that very sensitive, or rather deemed sensitive story. I mean, which just makes me think about stigma, Esther. We have been saying that it's not easy to access contraceptives in Africa, or in general, it's just not easy for a child or a young person to say, you know what, mom, you know what, dad, I'm actually practicing this. But in as much as you are in a position where you are now accessing or rather engaging in sexual activity, it comes as a very strange thing to everybody, which just makes it look like, okay, so you are doing adult things now. So now you think you know stuff, you know? And then I think that's the reason, or that's where the stigma or people's perceptions come from with sexualities and also engaging in the activity. I heard of Marian's story yesterday. She said it wasn't easy for her to access those pills, you know. It wasn't easy for her to access contraceptive methods because the moment that you get to a position where you're going to ask for them, you are going to be categorized as a child who is just not anywhere. And it doesn't go only for children or young people, but it also goes for everybody who is from the different walks of life. So there's quite a lot of stuff that is happening. And yes, we really hope you are all still in a position where you can be with us wherever you are. And listen to us. Stay tuned to the Children's Radio Foundation because we're here circulating information.
And just to re-echo our announcement, there will be a tour shortly at the Johns Hopkins Global Health Data Exhibition by Beth Blur and Laura Gardner. Please proceed to the National Library of Greece if you want to be part of this tour.
Definitely looking forward to that. And yes, a lot of circulation of information is here. And we are the Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices all over across Africa. So, Esther, have you ever been in a position where you have been stigmatized or rather categorized, or rather had somebody see you as somebody and categorized you in your life, in your area because of your access to contraceptives or anything in general as far as health is concerned?
Yeah, I remember there was a time I visited a healthcare facility. I wanted to access just sexual reproductive health services.
Like what?
Well, I needed contraceptives.
Okay.
That was my first time trying it because I've been hearing people say, oh, contraceptives is this and that. So I was like, oh, wow, what if I try it? So I walk into the healthcare facility. First, I go for VCT.
Yeah.
And the lady's looking at me like, how old are you? Are you in school? Do you have sex? So I'm looking like, are these questions necessary? Or maybe it's just a procedure.
Yeah.
But before I came to learn that that's not actually how it's supposed to be done, I thought it was normal, you get it? So it really put me in a situation where I kept on asking myself questions of, is this what happens to people when they go
come
to
for
healthcare?
contraceptives?
Yeah, because for me, it was something that was cool. Like, fine, okay, this person maybe they're just curious. This one I know, but in the actual sense, that's not how it's supposed to be done because it put me in that space where I had to think so much
to even get to use those contraceptives.
So imagine how a person who's not as strong as I am receiving such kind of treatment when they go to the healthcare facility, the amount of stress it's going to put on them.
You remind me of what Marianne said yesterday. She mentioned that when she went for contraceptives, the nurse that helped her was actually a close friend of the parents. And when you know that your kid is probably coming for sexual health, there's no some confidentiality, doctor-patient confidentiality, because now I'm going to tell you that your kid is at the hospital or the clinic and they asked for contraceptives, they asked for family planning. Are you planning on having grandchildren? That's the question that they probably would ask.
Because you work in a healthcare facility and you're thinking these people are so confidential, they're going to tell your parents. The moment you get home, you don't know anything. You just hear, no, I know you're from the hospital, you're from accessing this and that, what's happening, are you now practicing sex,
Yeah.
I mean, those are issues that are not supposed to be there, but they're happening.
They happen all the time, constantly, and it's ongoing. Which also just begs the question, what are the other stuff that are not so easy to access? I know for sure sanitary towels for young girls is a very difficult thing to access.
I'll give an example of my country, Zambia. Most girls have a problem with accessing sanitary towels. There has been a lot of campaigns around provision of sanitary towels, people, donating sanitary towels because they now understand that it's quite hard for a girl to access these sanitary towels or just menstruation products. So one of the most difficult on all the sexual reproductive health. Let me know. Yeah, let me say it's one of them. Sanitary towels, it's a big problem for most girls.
As a guy, honestly, I'm gonna say this. It's not an easy thing to just easily tap into, and I feel like if we as guys are also educated and informed, or rather reminded, that access to sanitary towels is a very important thing. I mean, condoms are they're for free, but are sanitary towels for free? They're not. So we're here to also advocate and remind different governments across different forms and parts of the world that they should also think about making, or rather having, sanitary towels and sanitary hygiene products there for everybody as accessible as possible. Which just takes us to the next formats that we have. We are going to be having somebody coming through, or rather pre-recordedly, to tell us about some stuff and access to sanitary towels from their walks of life.
My name is Joby Nurenda. I'm going to talk about a very big but trivialized topic, and those are sanitary pads. Sanitary pads are very important to every girl's development. I say so because when you look at the development of a girl, it involves her education. And if a girl has no sanitary pads, you find that she'll be forced to miss school for quite some days. And when she misses school, she's going to be left behind in terms of learning and understanding. Other than that, there's some girls who use clothes instead of sanitary pads, not because they don't want to use sanitary pads, but because they can't afford them. So they use clothes, and using a cloth is very dangerous because it may cause fungal infections and bacterial infections. And you find that sometimes when a girl has no sanitary pads, she won't feel herself. I mean, her self-esteem will be very low, lack of confidence, and you'll find that even as she's working, she's so worried about a lot of things. I mean, they should be made free and easily available in all public health centers, such as clinics or hospitals. Because if they have sanitary pads, then you find that everything will be cool. So they should be made free, just as condoms are made free for anyone to go and get at a public health center, be it a clinic, a hospital, or even a pharmacy. They are easily accessible like that. So in the same way, sanitary pads should also be made accessible to every girl child in order for her development to be alright. And you find that when a girl has sanitary pads, her confidence is even boosted, and she'll feel herself. She won't have to worry about anything.
She doesn't have to worry about anything if she has access to sanitary towels. We're here advocating for that. We're here hoping to see change sometime soon. There's a lot that is happening. We're here to amplify youth voices in all different walks of life. I really wish we had so much more time to get to talk about all of this and amplify voices as far as all of this is concerned. But now, we're going to be talking to Rez. And now, Esther, you might have probably seen or noticed that another big topic as far as sexual reproductive health is concerned is access to facilities, information, and also everything as far as the LGBTQI plus community is concerned, because they are also very often marginalized. They are also very often not even included. They are also very often stigmatized.
Yeah.
I can only imagine the stuff that they go through when they go to try and access healthcare facilities. But we are going to be having Uraz in a short little while to just tell us. He's a trans man. So he's here to also tell us a little bit more about the accessibility to stuff. I just feel like it's pointless for me to continue introducing him because he can just come and tell us all of this by himself. Raz, how are you?
I'm good. Hi, Sia. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, just good. It's a bright morning. We're in Athens. Are you sure you're just good?
Yeah, I'm super good. Hi, everyone. My name is Raz. Hashtag Raz that guy.
Hashtag Raz that guy. We've been hearing that hashtag for the longest of time. Raz, there's a lot that is happening for you guys as the LGBT Q plus community, and I believe you have a very sensitive story. I'm saying sensitive because I deem myself as uninformed or somebody who needs to be reminded just as much as everybody else needs to be reminded that, you know what, it's actually fine. We had queer group people speaking that side yesterday, and I believe you also are going to be here to share your point as the LGBTQIA Q plus member, as a trans man. Russ, what have you experienced? If you can say something about your experience overall, what would you say has to be one of the most dreadful, I'm calling it dreadful, experiences you've had or marginalized as a trans man?
I think everything in my life, around my life, has been full of stigma and discrimination. But like you said, I should pick one. And since we are talking about health, for me, accessing health in general hasn't been easy. Any service that I might need, like there's one particular day that I went for cervical cancer screening. So on the queue, there were women, obviously. And here I was. You know, it was so weird, everyone looking at me, whispering. Even when I went in, they're like, "You're a guy, this is a service for women." I was like, "I'm a trans man." They're like, "We don't know how to deal with trans men." They started asking questions, "Do you have double genitalia?" and all that. It was so uncomfortable.
Is it the lack of information that surrounds?
It could be lack of information. I wouldn't want to judge to say they don't want to learn. I think some people genuinely don't know how to communicate or to assist the community.
And when you're in a position where it's just like that and very hard to be in a position where you can talk about this and educate the community, because now they probably think you are this very weird person that doesn't fit anywhere in society. Healthcare services are also a very big thing to access. As you said, you went for cervical cancer screening. What other healthcare services did you try to access? And I believe you probably have an interesting, or rather a sad story, because I believe you also, as somebody with emotions and everything, relates to different situations and stuff as a normal person.
For me, I work in the health field, but it's not as easy as it is to access health. Because if you're labeled in a different way, people see you differently and they don't know how to deal with you. So, for example, if I'm to go and seek contraceptives, they don't know what to give me. So there isn't much information around that for many people, especially in Africa. Maybe should I say Zimbabwe? Yeah.
So do you think there's a lot of education that needs to go into teaching healthcare practitioners when it comes to the provision of healthcare services around people who are living in the LGBTQ?
I'm so grateful for this event because people are sharing like real
personal
issues.
Stories.
Yes. So with this kind of platforms, people get to know, they get to learn.
Yeah. And speaking about being here and this platform and the experience that a lot of people are going to, the wealth of knowledge that people are going to leave here with, I presume or definitely know that you have a reason why you are here. What does it mean for you being here, and how is it going to change you as an individual? What are you going to take back home and hope to circulate with the rest of Africa, in Zimbabwe particularly?
You know, when you're in Zimbabwe, you think you are weird, you're different from other people. And when I came here, from yesterday's presentation, I felt so much at home.
Yeah.
I felt so well represented, and I enjoyed the presentation because it's something that I could relate to. So for me, this is a great platform, getting to know what other people think from other places and also sharing my experiences. It's so huge for me.
And your take home, you didn't tell us your take home. What are you taking back to Africa about this?
Definitely, I'm going to share with the colleagues from the community and also share with those that want to learn. I can't keep quiet when I've gotten so much information, good news. So I'm going to share with other people, tell them what I experienced, and share a little knowledge that I got also.
And if you're joining us right about now, you're still listening to Children's Radio Foundation. We're discussing all things sexual reproductive health, and we have our colleague here. But before we let you go, what's your message to the stakeholders or to the people listening to you right now?
All I can say is thank you for this great platform. Thank you for being so inclusive of the LGBTQ plus community. It means a lot to us. It has been a taboo talking about this. Now spaces are opening up. We can freely be ourselves, and it's perfect. Thank you so much to everyone who took place in organizing this.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming through and sharing that with us. And I believe it takes one person at a time to be in a position where you can circulate as much information and spread your wings and fly as an individual as well. So honestly, Res, I really believe Africa, or rather Zimbabwe, particularly your time, I believe you're from the Victoria Falls,
Yes.
is going to definitely have an agent of change and somebody who's going to come through and share quite a lot about the trans men and access to healthcare facilities back home. Thank you so much. I believe we're going to be hearing a little bit more from you later on today.
Thank you so much for having me.
And just to echo announcement, there will be a tour shortly at the Johns Hopkins Global Health Data Exhibition at Birth, and also by Laura Gardner. So please proceed to the National Library of Greece if you want to take part in this tour. You don't want to miss it.
And we're going to play you a beautiful song. I would love to, but me and you have to be here.
Stuck here.
To make your way to the the Hopkins, yes, John Hopkins Global Health Data Exhibition from Beth Blora. She was here yesterday.
Yeah, she made
and
a
she shared
presentation.
quite a lot about her hometown and all of those things circulating as far as health is concerned. So please make your way there if you want to hear a little bit more from her. But for now, we're going to play you beautiful music. And you still are here with the Children's Radio Foundation. We're here amplifying youth voices from different walks of life, and people are experiencing quite a lot. And yes, we actually, if you just joined us or just got here, welcome, Kalimera, to you and you and you and everybody. And yeah, we are here talking about all things as far as health is concerned, sexual reproductive health, which is not a very easy topic to talk about. I mean, reproductive health and sex is just deemed something that is... Talk about that. We're here to voices from different people.
And please don't forget our social media handles, which is hashtag SNF Nostos, hashtag SNF Nostos Health. And do please visit our website, that's the snfnostos.org, for more information. So we're still talking all things sexual reproductive health.
Yeah.
And we want to find out more on what sexual reproductive health, access to contraceptives means to people around the world.
To people around the world. And a lot of people have different takes to it, Esther.
Yeah.
I must say, a lot of people have different takes to it. A lot of people probably think it's just one of those things that we can just talk about and just pass. Health in general, it's just one of those things that you can just, or access only when you need it. But little do they know that we need to circulate and keep the fire burning so that we are always on the right position to have to talk about stuff like this, even as much as it's uncomfortable. We took it, and yes, one of our members, Uzanele, had a very interesting chat with somebody along the lines of health and violence and the reproductive, I almost say the reproductive system. But yes, she's going to come through, and I believe we are going to have more from here in a short while.
Greetings, my name is Zanele Molo, and I am mostly against the fact that sanitary towels or sanitary pads are not readily available for young women in our local clinics, but contraceptives are. I am not against contraception or any form of a contraceptive. However, I feel that it would only be fair that sanitary towels should be free and readily available in our local clinics, because a lot of young women are deprived of their education once a month for a week or less or more because of not having access or not being able to afford sanitary pads. And this is only unfair because no young woman chooses to be on their periods. It's just nature. A lot of movements and causes are circulating around this topic, and it's a topic that has existed for ages, but nothing is actually really happening. But I guess it would only be fair that sanitary towels should be free and readily available in our local clinics. Thank you.
Thought-provoking there, and contraceptives, accessibility, and sanitary pads. You know, it's a lot. As I've been saying, I think I'll constantly say it's a lot, because it really is a lot. And one of those lots has to be the lines or something along the general lines of violence that is there.
Sexual violence.
Sexual violence that is there, and gender-based violence that is there. I think it also does touch a lot on health as well, because health is compromised. Health is at stake if people are not easily acceptable in the community because of the way that they are. Hence, violence is imposed on them. And we have Chisoni right here. I'm not sure
Help us unpack this important topic of sexual violence.
Yes, and he's going to share a very important point, right? Chisoni, what's your take? First, introduce yourself. I might know you, Esther might, but somebody else might not.
Do I know you? No, I don't.
All right, thank you very much. So my name is Chisoni Banda. I'm a social work student at the National Institute of Public Administration, Zambia. And, talking about the topic today, which is sexual violence. Well, it's a very big thing, especially when it comes to our societies where we're coming from, especially in Africa. And I'll give an example of rape, rape culture. So we talk about rape culture. That's another form of violence that comes about in terms of sexual violence. And it's so common to an extent that you find that other people just, they'll, for example, give an example of people who are raped. They give an excuse to say, no, this person wore something that is short, that's why she was raped. At times, even maybe, even just by looking at that child or a young girl, just because they've got the spirit of just looking at maybe I should call it a lust. Yeah. So sexual violence is a very big thing, and yeah.
Yeah, and I believe there's a direct link from sexual violence to the health as well. If you would have an opinion on that, what's your opinion as far as health and violence? How does it get imposed?
Okay, so thank you very much for that question, Sia. So looking at it from this angle, here is someone who's raped. Remember, in the first place, that perpetrator may not even think of using any sort of contraceptive, and you don't know probably the sexually transmitted infections that person may have. So once probably the victim has been raped, you find that those STIs will be transmitted to the other person to an extent that it may be difficult for them even to probably get healed from the same sexually transmitted infections.
So you mentioned that you're a social worker. Have you ever encountered a situation where a person comes to you maybe to ask for support or to talk to you about an experience around sexual violence, or it's just a topic that you are interested in when it comes to research? Or
thank you very much, Esther, for that. So in most cases, yes, I've had people approaching me to talk about these things, and it's quite unfortunate that even families, friends, close people that you may trust are the ones that may be the perpetrators. And in most cases, the people that I've encountered, the people that I've met, in most cases you find that they're traumatized because they never expected something like that to happen. Imagine being raped by someone you trust, your uncle, your father, trusting the person that you really, really trust raping you. So yeah, it's quite unfortunate.
Quite a very, I deem this very sensitive, honestly. It's not something that people can easily just talk about, because even the victims, they shy away from talking about this.
Yeah, because in most cases they're afraid of being judged. Yeah, because like I said earlier on, you find that for them they'll be like, okay, so the reason why she was raped is because she was something short. And for the men, it's so unfortunate that even men nowadays get raped. So, and imagine a man being raped and then he is feeling shy and feels like no. The moment these people know to say I was raped, they will think
weak.
that I'm a weak, I'm very weak, and
Yeah, just before you continue the conversation, we're gonna go on a short break, but please stay tuned in and continue listening to Children's Radio Foundation.
Hi, my name is Sikelela Kholong. I am from Gqeberha in South Africa. I am a young reporter from Nobel FM in a show called Live Wire. And you are listening to Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Hello, my name is Purity Mafunga and I'm a youth reporter from Kitwe, Zambia. Clever FM 87.7 on the Copperbelt, 96.9 in Lusaka and 92.1 in Solwezi. Coppola's most loved radio station. You are listening to Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Mchani wonse inekisoni banda nafuma kundola mchalo cha Zambia timsepela usosela kumulabasa uitwa SNF pali programu iitwa Youth Bazi kwa imile kutika kumulabasa wabana abanono ibukisheni ukutila kumulabasa wabanono tukusha ichunda cha mashiwi ya misepela.
You're still listening to Children's Radio Foundation, and we're discussing sexual reproductive health. And right about now, we're still looking at sexual violence, in short, rape culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, as you're saying the rap culture, it goes back to a very thought that I always talk about. You know, guys, there's this friend of mine back home in South Africa who always just thought that people are just, or rather, let me just be specific. She said, it looks like she's a woman, she's a girl, but she said it that they probably just have that imposed on them because of what they wear. I heard you touch a little bit more about that too, Sony. And in my mind, I was like, so you think people would want to be in a position where they are victimized because of what they're wearing?
I think we've had a few cases like that in Zambia where somebody gets raped. They go out clubbing, they get raped, they go to the police and report. And the first question the police will ask, where were you? Then you say, I was at the club. Like, it's definitely because of what you were wearing.
Because of what you were wearing, or because you were drunk, you know?
Such kind of things, which isn't supposed to be the case. But you find these situations happening over and over again. And sometimes it might be, like you mentioned, many people might place the blame on how somebody dresses.
Yeah.
So recently in Zambia, we had another, what do you call it? A protest.
A protest, yeah.
On my everybody counts. Okay, you can wear whatever you want.
Yeah.
So it's girls who stood up to say, no, it's not because of what I'm wearing that I was raped, or because of the kind of dressing that I'm raped.
Yeah, that's true. And you also touched the aspect of maybe someone going to the police. It's so unfortunate that the moment someone maybe goes to report such cases, the first judgment that comes about is from the police officers asking you why you wear what and what. Probably even these, maybe even health centers at times, they'll start asking you such questions. So it's so unfortunate, and I feel like we really need to put up our voices so that each and everyone knows to say, indeed, this thing is very bad, and we need to remove that sense of, judging other people, because stigma just comes about, and, just like Esther said, it's not any person's fault to be raped. No one wishes to
because even men are raped.
Yeah,
because even men are raped.
Yeah.
And this is something that we very seldomly ever touch on and talk about, because it's like you probably are very weak to talk about, or it was because you were drunk as well. Because we do have those cases also in South Africa, and all those hashtags, am I next? Hashtag, what are you going to do next? All of those things. And gender-based violence is also imposed because of this.
Yeah, and see, on that one, it's so unfortunate that even us as men, fellow men, would want to judge our
Other
friends
men,
who tend to be raped. And it's, at times you find that we are the same people who even start going about telling people to say, okay, this one was raped, this one was there. So I think even men, we need to really support each other.
It is a lot, definitely. And from us, we really would love to come back in a short little while. Just stay with us. We're coming right back. And welcome right back. This still is the Children's Radio Foundation. My name is Sia Mokwena, and I'm right along with Esther. And we're here joined by very important people. I'm saying important people because they actually put our names on the map as well. I mean, it's a big conference. We're in Athens. I mean, hello. But yes, joining me right now is Marianne. Yes, she's just here, and also Beatrice.
Yeah.
They have been in a position where they can have different topics to talk about, and they were speakers yesterday. Looking forward to hear a little bit more from them. So guys, before we jump into a lot, I want you guys to tell us about the health and what exactly does it mean? What exactly does it mean to you? What would you say is the biggest highlights for you guys as this conference, as far as this conference is concerned?
First of all, the fact that we actually got to speak and share the perspectives of young people from all over the world, that's been a really, really great highlight. And there's also this fun exhibition on health data. So I haven't checked it out yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to checking it out. And also just really seeing diverse people from diverse fields in the healthcare sector coming together and sharing different thoughts. I mean, psychedelics in medicine, how cool is that?
Very. Very. And
I looked at that topic and I was wondering, like, okay.
Yeah.
And with you, Marion, what's your highlights? I mean, what brought you here, if I could just ask like that?
Beatrice, the fact that we got to speak, and I mean, we've been part of the advisory committee, so seeing that they were very intentional about including young people, from the fact that they introduced us to everybody here, to you guys being here doing the whole radio thing pretty independently. But there's also this room in the library. It's dark. I mean, it looks like you're not allowed in, right? But you are. And it has like, I don't want to call it posters, but things up.
Yeah.
And it basically gives you like big milestones in medicine. So I saw something like in the 1700s, that's when the first vaccine was actually discovered. And I'm like, imagine if that didn't happen, like where would we be now in terms of COVID? How far would we have come? Because for them to have found the COVID vaccine, they have like a little history there. It took them about 3 months. And that happened really quick because vaccines was something that started in about the 1700s. So I think it's just I'm very big on learning here. And the opportunity, like there's so many opportunities to learn and experience new things. So yeah.
And I believe you guys, as the prominent people from yesterday, you guys had something to talk about. I believe they gave you an ample time to choose your topics.
Yeah.
Why did you choose and why did you want to tackle that particularly, Beatrice?
So I wanted to talk about reproductive health, one, because I'm super passionate about it, and also because for the past 2.5 years, it's been really a huge background and a huge focus of my work at WIACT, and it really is an issue that affects young people everywhere. I mean, not just in Kenya, but all over Africa and all over the world, and I just think it's important for young people to be at the forefront of these issues, shaping what happens to them.
Because young people are the future.
Yes.
Also from that angle, right?
But also, they're the present.
Yeah.
We are the leaders of now.
So sexual reproductive health, that is what you spoke about just yesterday. Funny thing, well, interesting thing is because we're also talking about sexual reproductive health today.
Awesome.
Awesome, very awesome. And Marion, what was your topic and why did you select that topic particularly?
Well, I basically focused on privacy in healthcare. Coming from South Africa, I think you would know that's not a thing. I actually spoke to Zanele about it at the airport as well. And how it's just like you go to the clinic and they're like, okay, if you're here for the injection, please sit this side, petogen.
Yeah.
That way. Pregnancy, we want you to sit there. If you're 8 months, you're going first. And so it's like people shouldn't need to know how far you are in your pregnancy. They shouldn't need to know what contraceptives you're on. It's not easy as a young person. You know, I think the adolescent years are probably the toughest times of life because you're changing, you're discovering yourself, your sexuality, and it's like you want to explore things privately. And so if they're just putting it out there, for all you know, your mom's friend was at the clinic, and now it's just like, oh, I saw Sia was at the clinic trying to get condoms. Did you know about that? Or how are the contraceptives treating Mary Ann? That sort of thing. I mean, it could be, that's the type of things we're put out to. So I think it's really important for us to, as much as this day and age is about transparency, we want to know what's happening everywhere. I think as individuals, we should still be entitled to privacy.
Yeah, and I mentioned, I heard you mention that you are part of the youth advisory. What does it mean for you to be part of the youth advisory?
Well, I think for me, firstly, it's exciting because I don't think I don't know, you guys have all been to conferences and seminars. And for young people, it's kind of boring. If we're being all the way honest, it's like these people are talking about stuff that are going over our head. They're not engaging us. You just like, what's going on? And you're like, okay, I just need to set up questions and get interviews. I think it was important to me and very exciting because the aim of SNF was to make sure that didn't happen. So our committee was to make sure that we're here to say, listen, that's too long, that's boring. We think you need to rework that and ask questions that young people would ask to actually make this type of space interesting and and we'd want to be here instead of just feeling like, oh my gosh, another work thing.
Yeah, because we have quite a lot of big people who are making decisions, and we just must follow in the leader and everything.
Exactly.
So to you, Beatrice, you spoke quite a lot about how empowerment looks like for the youth, speaking on this very same topic. And young people are very affected by sexual reproductive health, and I believe it's the gate to everything, because you start to engage in sex, that's where you need all of the information. What does being in the forefront look like to you as somebody who has this information that you can circulate and share with everybody? And also, where would you start if you were to just circulate and go out there and educate people about, because we are here advocating for that, but chances are we are at the core. What about the periphery and everybody else who is on the sides and external parties of this? If you were to get there as somebody in the forefront, what would you say, and how would you say what you need to say?
I think about it in two ways. I mean, first of all, sexual and reproductive health should be a basic right, really, because everyone is going to have sex at some point in their lives.
Yeah.
And they need to be empowered enough to be able to make the right decisions on their health. And, sexual and reproductive health rights doesn't just have to do with contraceptives.
Yeah.
It also has to do with things like counseling, STI treatment, menstrual health. I mean, 50% of the global population menstruates. But if they don't have that information, they're not able to, effectively manage their health. So what empowering other young people for me looks like is, one, for us being in spaces where we can actually shift policies. Because when we say, okay, we're going to do awareness among the young people, I mean, that's great. But if the change is not in our policies and in the action that our governments make, then there's not much that's going to happen. Because, for instance, we need youth-friendly centers where young people are able to just walk in, receive their services and information with privacy and affordability, and just walk out and life goes on. But if our governments are not making sure that happens, we're fighting a losing battle, essentially. So for me, empowerment looks like working with governments at the national level and at the county level to create policies and guidelines that favor young people. So that on one hand, young people are, creating awareness amongst themselves, but then on this other hand, we also have the older generation realizing, okay, this is important. When I was young, I would have needed this. So let me make sure that the generations that come after me are going to have these services.
How's about we just become the government? I mean,
are you ready for that?
That part. I mean, also, when it comes to shaping policies, that's how you bring in young people into governance spaces. Because when we say young people shaping policies, we mean them actually writing the policies and the guidelines with policymakers, and that is also a really great entryway for young people to get into governance, because they realize, oh wait, I can do this. I can shape the policies, so why not just get into government?
So speaking of young people getting into government, how can they then contribute to issues of health, and also contribute drastically to finding the solutions to health?
Well, I want to say, a direct thing I can think of now. So looking back at South Africa, I work for another organization that looks at violence prevention, and we were trying to get laws amended. And many times people don't know that they can actually make submissions and say that, I see that you guys want to do ABC with the law, but I don't want that to happen because of da-da-da-da-da. And most people don't actually know that they can send their stuff to government during this certain period. So I think if firstly that was made more people knew, that type of knowledge was common, where you don't have to be part of a certain organization or working with certain people to actually know that you can influence the law. So I think firstly for young people, I think Africa, looking at our continent, majority of the people living on our continent are young. And so if they had access to that type of knowledge, I think we'd actually be able to see the changes we want to see, because it's we'd actually say that you guys are talking about doing this, this and that, but how practical is it? How's it going to look in the future? How's it going to look by the time I'm an adult and my kids want to blame me for the country we're living in because they're the new youth?
Yeah, and Yo, I really wish we had so much time, honestly.
Same.
Because now it touches on quite a lot of stuff. We saw robotics there yesterday, and it also touches on fourth industrial revolution. And all people don't know how to use phones. Let's just be blatant.
Majority of them.
And we can go and touch into stuff that young people are the innovative ones.
Yeah.
We're the ones who are able to touch and use phones and other smartphone devices in everything. So with you guys and your guys' topics that you guys chose yesterday, I want to be personal with this, as personal as possible.
Okay.
Would you guys say you have done justice on what you spoke about just yesterday, Marian, on the privacy,
Oh,
and also you, Marian? Would you feel like it's something that is there for the people and they can actually do it? It's doable.
Yeah. Not to be biased, not to, toot my own
your
horn.
horn.
But yeah, I do believe that, I talked about something that matters to all young people. And I think I did, justice to the topic.
I think so too, and I'm not sure if anyone picked up on it, but the sequence of our speeches kind of linked into each other because she kind of spoke on health as a whole, and then Yannis went on to speak about his personal story and that people relate to, and I think I did the same. So it was like a clear chain, and we're hoping today's the same. You guys should go check out everyone's keynotes, but I think our topics are worldwide problems. As much as we brought it home to our respective countries, I think everyone can relate to it regardless of where you are in the globe.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we are fighting a winning battle.
It's a winning battle.
It is
We're
a winning
taking over
battle.
the government.
We are taking over.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day further.
Have a great day too.
We run the streets of Africa, from Ivory Coast to the Democratic Republic of Congo.
morning, everyone. Kalimera. Thank you so much for taking the time to come to day 2 of the SNF Nostos Health Conference. We are so thankful and excited that you are here. My name is Joy Fan, and I am so honored to be a part of our Youth Advisory Committee. I identify as a 21-year-old Chinese-American woman, and I am a rising fourth-year student at Columbia University in the city of New York, studying biomedical engineering and computer science. But it wasn't always that way. Had you asked me 10, 7, even 5 years ago, I would have told you that I was going into the field of political science. Not necessarily out of any penchant for the world of politics, rather as a result of me feeling like I could not have a successful career in anything else. And, frankly, admittedly, by anything else, I really mean the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math that were strongly emphasized by my high school. But I mean, how could I? Anywhere from my high school to social media to mainstream news even spoke about women in leadership positions, especially in the field of science, as anomalies. Even in 2022, we still see headlines that utilize the jargon "first woman CEO of" or "first woman appointed as." When a man steps into a leadership position, a greater amount of time is spent emphasizing his mission, his vision, how he will take us all forward. When a woman steps into a leadership position, a greater amount of time is put on her background, her qualifications, justifying why she deserves to be in that role in the first place. Around the world, management consulting firm McKinsey & Co. find that during the COVID-19 pandemic, women were 5 to 10 percentage points on average more likely to step out of the workforce than men. And while 5 to 10 may seem like negligible numbers, put into context, McKinsey & Co. find that in the United States, this equates to reversing the past half-decade of progress. But why bring this up in a conference about health, Joy? Why can't we focus on one issue and tackle health first before moving on? Well, the problem with systemic issues like the gender gap in leadership positions in science is that they pervade our communities and metastasize into bigger issues, underpinning those across the board. In healthcare specifically, when there exists a lack of representation, it means that there are negative implications for the quality of healthcare accessible to all users. Consulting corporation Oliver Wyman finds that when there exists a lack of representation at the leadership level, this means that the company is less quick to become consumer-oriented. This is because when there exists that lack of representation at the leadership level, solutions coming out of the leadership level are severely skewed to serve only those at the leadership level, excluding women, and again, excluding women of color. On a far more personal level, this meant that 15-year-old Joy didn't believe that she could have a successful career in science. It means that 21-year-old Joy, despite choosing to pursue a field of her passion, still experiences imposter syndrome. Quite frankly, I do not know if I will be someone who has to work twice as hard to achieve half as much recognition that I deserve, not necessarily because of something I did or did not do, but because of these systemic barriers. But I do know this. I know that there exists organizations like the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, like the New York Stem Cell Foundation, and like Columbia University, that make an active, conscious, and consistent effort to provide opportunities and a platform to men and women equitably, to younger and more established individuals, and to bring together people from all over the world to lead and to learn from each other. Thanks to the kindness and generosity of teachers, mentors, and peers, I know that whatever challenges that most definitely will come, I do not stand alone to meet them. At the end of the day, as people who may not have a direct hand in voting on legislation, what we can do is pursue our passions, especially when it may be hard. What we can do is support each other. And what we can do is take active, conscious, and consistent efforts to work towards systemic change and equity. Thank you all so much for your time. Evharisto, I really appreciate it. And now, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce our next speakers, both of whom have leveraged their positions for the advancement of women in science. Nobel laureate, and that blew me away too, Nobel laureate, co-director of Columbia University Zuckerman Institute, investigator at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, and professor of pathology and biochemistry at Columbia University, Dr. Richard Axel will be interviewed by Dr. Jeffrey Kahn. Dr. Kahn is the Andreas C. Dracopoulos Director of the Johns Hopkins Berman Institute of Bioethics and Robert Henry Levy and Rita Hex Levy Professor of Bioethics and Public Policy. Please help me welcome. Thank you so much.
Kalimera, good morning. Joy, that was an amazing talk and a really great start to the day and a wonderful introduction. Thank you so much for doing that and for your kind introduction of Richard and me. I guess before we start, I want to say it's a pleasure for me to be able to sit and have a conversation about trust and maybe mistrust in science with Nobel laureate Professor Richard Axel, and it strikes me sitting in this unbelievably gorgeous space, surrounded by the repositories of information and knowledge. It doesn't go overlooked that we're sitting in one of the most beautiful libraries on the planet. Thank you, Renzo Piano, for that. So the title of our session, as you all saw in the program, is about trust and mistrust in science. And I want to just read out as we begin here the description, because it will be, I think, a helpful starting point. It says that we'll discuss what has emerged to be one of the greatest contradictions of our times. While we live in an era of great scientific discoveries, the greater the discovery, the bigger the public mistrust. I hope that translates well into the Greek as it was offered to you in the program. It's a fairly powerful statement. And before we get to that, I want to ask Richard whether he thinks that's true, that the way that the session has been described is actually accurate. But I want to first start by asking him to spend a few minutes talking about what I think has been a bit lost in the discussion around the pandemic, and that is the truly inspiring scientific achievements represented by genetic technologies and the way that the vaccines have been developed over the last few years. So maybe you can start by giving us a little bit of that background.
Good morning. I, too, wish to thank Joy and Jeff for this opportunity. It is indeed both a pleasure and an honor to talk with you in this magnificent edifice, an edifice that's suffused with both culture and humanity, with art and science. And this indeed is what the Niarchos Foundation, as we have heard, represents. Now, you asked me to talk about substantive scientific contributions to the practice of medicine. But I don't know anything about that.
He's only won a Nobel Prize, but that's okay.
I have an MD, but I've never practiced medicine, not for a day in my life. When I went to medical school at Johns Hopkins, my clinical incompetence, my inability was recognized immediately. I dropped my glasses into an open incision during surgery. I sewed a surgeon's finger to a wound, and I was immediately called into the office of the dean, who made a deal. He allowed me to graduate in 3 years if I promised never, ever to practice medicine on live patients. And I agreed. And I went back to Columbia and kept my promise. I did a year of pathology where I performed only autopsies. And after a year of pathology, the head of pathology came to me and he said, "Richard, I will certify you in pathology if you promise never, ever to practice medicine on dead patients." And so
it didn't leave very much, I guess.
I became a scientist. Asked to speak to you today about medicine. And indeed, what we are going to talk about is truly a profound paradox, a paradox that enters into all of our lives. And that is why, in the face of rather dramatic scientific contributions to medicine that we have all experienced in the last years and will continue to experience in the future, is there not a greater trust in science among the populace? Where is the eμπιστοσύνη? And when we last gathered in this room 3 years ago, we could not anticipate the enormous responsibility that was imposed both on science and medicine to address this unexpected and devastating pandemic. Many of us suffered deeply, and none of us were untouched. At least 10 million deaths, and perhaps half of the population of this earth has been infected. What did we do? What we did revealed the ability of science, medicine, and the patient to come together in a truly meaningful way. 10 billion doses of a novel RNA vaccine were injected into the arms of a fearful populace in 15 months. 10 billion doses of a vaccine that involved a novel technology initially suggested by a Hungarian refugee, Katerine Koliko, who came to the University of Pennsylvania, was denied research funds, denied a laboratory and tenure, but along with Drew Weissman pursued to develop an RNA vaccine that was capable, when injected into an individual, of producing a protein, a substance made by the virus, which elicited an immunity to infection, and if not an immunity to infection, dramatically lessened the severity of the disease. This was really quite spectacular. Then, this novel technology we began to recognize was not only useful in preventing COVID-19, but could be used for a variety of other infections, as well as in the treatment of genetic disorders, cancer, and autoimmune disease. We have a lot to look forward to with respect to this discovery. Now, there are other contributions that I feel will be of profound importance in both diagnosis, prevention, and therapy. And these revolve around genomics and gene therapy. 20 years ago, we were given a magnificent, a most beautiful accomplishment, the sequence of the entire human chromosome, the entire human genome. This was the code of codes. It dictated all aspects of our life. We learned that every individual differs at 3 million positions in the chromosome. And it is these differences that are responsible for inherited disease and for all of our biological uniqueness. And it is these differences that will allow for diagnosis and gene therapy. What is gene therapy? Gene therapy is the ability to take either a piece of DNA or a piece of RNA and introduce it into the cell so that it can alter the chromosome in such a way as to produce either new proteins not produced by an individual or to eliminate harmful proteins. And so gene therapy, remarkably, has been already utilized to, in a limited way, correct inherited blindness, to treat cancers, to treat inherited diseases such as thalassemia and sickle cell anemia. And we have a great deal to look forward to. Here comes the paradox.
Yes, here we go. In spite of the sort of tour de forces that you've described in science and their application to medicine, we seem to be at a sort of crisis point in terms of the public trusting those advances as something that they should accept as therapy, as preventive, as part of their daily treatment or to cure disease, prevent infectious disease. So maybe the statement I read out is not something you'd agree with. I don't know that I do, that the bigger the discovery, the greater the mistrust. But it is certainly the case that we're at a point where there is great mistrust or a lack of trust in some of the technologies that you've described. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the sources of those kinds of mistrust, why it seems to be worse now than it has been, at least during my career. I don't know if you'd share that view, but it seems that we're at a really low point, a kind of ebb in terms of trust in science. So I can offer some examples or some reasons and see what you think, or you can start off by telling me what you think the leading causes of this mistrust might be.
I would like to hear your thinking, since I haven't thought since 1983.
It's an important date, but you can tell why. So I think among the aspects of the pandemic is that the public has gotten a much more in-the-moment view of how science is done, and that the scientific process is not one by which certainty is identified immediately. It's an evolving sort of concept. And so when the public hears one thing one day, and then a few months later something that seems contradictory or different, that undermines their sense of trust. But of course, that's how science works. So maybe you can say something about sort of the notion of certainty and science, and more important, uncertainty, as an important aspect of science, and how that has played into this problem of trust. We spent a lot of time actually on Zoom together, but this is the first time we've actually interacted in person.
So, as many of you know, natural science began here in 500 BC with Thales of Miletus. Thales, a philosopher and scientist, was the first to try and describe the natural world by virtue of observation, by the use of his senses, rather than resorting to an explanation based upon the caprices of anthropomorphic gods and their heroes. And so mythos was replaced with logos. And that was a very important event. But Thales got a lot of things wrong. He didn't have the tools. And this is what Jeff was alluding to. There is no absolute truth in science. And why is this important with respect to the topic we're discussing today? It's important because if there is no absolute truth, there is a probability, however small, that scientific information that we obtain is wrong. Indeed, Max Planck, the great physicist, said that science advances one funeral at a time. This notion of uncertainty, that science is simply an approximation of truth, is something that is very difficult for the populace to understand, and is very important because we are asking the public to understand the concept of risk. What is the risk? Yes, the vaccine does come with the potential for side effects, some of which can be quite serious. But so does the disease. And the risk of the disease is thousands of times greater than the risk of side effect. And the public is simply not in a position to evaluate risk, and we as the medical and scientific community have been irresponsible in our efforts to explain it. And we can get to that if we discuss what we ultimately wish to do. But there are many other reasons besides scientific uncertainty that you are more aware of than I.
Let's talk together about that. And something you said about the uncertainty of science and the public's watching in real time as science was being done, I think is part of the answer. A vaccine was produced in 18 months when it usually takes 5 to 7 years, sometimes longer. And so it seemed to be happening very fast. The science was evolving in a way that seemed to make it a moving target. Certainty was very elusive. And so the combination of what you just described and speed, I think, made people skeptical. And maybe, understandably skeptical. And part of what didn't happen was a very clear explanation that there were no shortcuts, that there were no sort of ways around the typical oversight and regulatory processes. So I don't know if you want to say anything about how that happened in such a rapid way this time versus the way science usually happens and on the bench, literally to the bedside in 18 months, how that could happen and why we can't do that in a typical case. Like, why was the pandemic so different?
I'm not sure it was so different. Vaccine protest has a long and distinguished history. Edward Jenner, the father of vaccines in 1795, realized that individuals that experienced cowpox, which is a mild disease in humans, never or rarely got smallpox. And so he took material from the pustules of cowpox and introduced it into humans. And that's how we got to the term vaccination. Vacca is Latin for cow. And there was massive protest when the English mandated smallpox vaccine a la Jenner. There was massive protest. In France, the protest even preceded that in England. And then we got into the same situation recently, 25 years ago, with respect to measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, with the fraudulent argument that the vaccine could result in autism in children. So I'm just not sure that this is a unique scenario. Anti-vax has been with us as long as vax, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think all of the features that you articulated are part of the COVID story, added the fact that we did this so quickly and under the microscope, really, of the billions of people on the planet. So you've mentioned sort of the political, sociocultural, I would say some of the ethical reasons that there's skepticism, I would say in some cases justified mistrust. There's been some reporting in the last few weeks in the US of the history of vaccination relying on inoculation of enslaved peoples who obviously could not have consented to that participation. And so some of the skepticism is earned, right? It's totally justified. And maybe what we can do in a few remaining minutes, I'm watching the clock and I want to give the audience maybe a chance to ask us some questions too. But you mentioned 25 years ago, you mentioned Jenner more than 25 years ago. I mentioned, smallpox vaccination research being done on enslaved peoples. That's hundreds of years ago. But let's talk about what we can do better. You alluded to that a little bit in one of your comments a few minutes ago. What's your thinking about how we can learn from the long history, the more recent history, and what we've just discussed about what we might do going forward?
Yeah, let me just emphasize the importance of that question. What I'm arguing is that despite these scientific and medical advances, there is not only a distrust of the vaccine in this instance, but a distrust of science. And that can be dangerous because this has led many to fear science and argue, to attempt to curtail it, and to argue that there is some knowledge best left unknown. And that argument strikes at the very core of science, and at the same time will, of course, prevent future contributions. So what can we do? I think, as I said before, we need to bring to the public a far more reasoned argument. We need to educate the public in a way that was not adequately done during this pandemic. We need, again, to choose individuals who have read Aristotle. You recall in Aristotle's Rhetoric how to make a reasonable argument. Ethos, pathos, logos. Ethos convinces the audience of the qualifications and honesty of the speaker. Pathos takes into consideration the emotions of the audience, and logos provides the logic and the facts to the argument. And we've not done that. We need to bring forth individuals who have the respect of the community, who can explain the logic of bringing forth treatments despite the fact that we know that those treatments come with risk. Because the very concept of trust, as I think you pointed out, implies risk. So I feel communication is extremely important.
Among the challenges of communication courses, of course, is public knowing who to trust, right, with the arguments and the information as you just articulated. And there's such a swirl of good and bad that seems to be part of the problem. We're not going to solve that here, and I know that we have just 3 minutes left, so maybe we can open this up for some questions from our live audience, and I know that there may be some online viewers who may have sent in questions as well. So, Dimitris or whomever has a mic, does someone want to raise a hand and we can bring a microphone? Okay, we have some questions here in the front. Over here. Great.
Thank you. What you said about ethos, Aristotle, do you think that the exponential development of both technologies today in the hands of a few raises issues that are also linked to democracy about who controls and who is in charge?
Yeah, I didn't quite get the entire question.
It was hard with the microphone, but yeah, we'll put it together.
But if I understand, you're asking, shouldn't we be listening to the public as well to understand their concerns? Indeed, we should, and there have to be vehicles, and Jeff is a master of those vehicles, bioethics is an effort that has taken hold over the last 30 or 40 years in medicine.
So it's a really very important point. And I should have said thank you to Richard for bringing Aristotle into the conversation. I'm a philosopher by training, so anybody who invokes Aristotle is a friend of mine. Thank you for saying that. I think that even we in bioethics who care very much about public values have not done the best job we could have of engaging the public and trying to understand, to elicit those values. And we sometimes get accused of being elite experts who are sharing our views and our principles and our hopefully good arguments, but that doesn't always feel like it is reflective of the public's views. That said, ethics arguments are not about who gets the most votes. I don't think we should treat it as a democratic question, and whatever the majority says ought to rule. We I think, need a way for eliciting public values, bringing them into the discussion and the arguments, and helping to guide the future of science and its applications. So I think it's a complicated dance that we haven't done entirely perfectly yet, but something we're very committed to working on. Are we running out of time? Is that what that clock says, Richard?
It's okay, we can.
Okay. One more. Where's the microphone? Okay. I think over here in the front left.
Thank you. Do you believe that harsh measures against COVID-19 and strict lockdowns help in building trust in science in the time of COVID-19?
It's a great question. You want to be first or second?
I will be second.
Okay.
Remember, the first shall come last, and the last shall come first.
He's buying time for him and also for me. Of course, this is in some way the most important question, because we all experienced decision-making in a very challenged moment with limited information, and the information that kept changing and evolving. And just like Richard was talking about, the scientific information related to things like vaccine development were evolving, so was our understanding of the consequences of infection. Who was likely to be infected, who would get sick if they were infected, and of those who got sick, who would be most seriously affected and who would die. We didn't know, and frankly, we still don't really fully understand that. And so I think policymakers were in a very difficult position. Did they do the best they could? I hope so. I don't live in Greece. I don't know the Greek experience except by talking to my friends here. Could they have done better? I think we all could have done better. I think in the US we did not do a very good job for reasons that were largely political and not about public health, not about public policy, not about science, not about ethics. And so one of the lessons for me is that the more politics is involved in which decisions are made and how, maybe the worse we do, not the best. And so among maybe the catchphrases or the slogans that have been part of the current presidential administration in the US has been follow the science. But frankly, that's not so easy either. It was a way, though, of signaling less politics, more attention to science. And that seems to me a really important takeaway from the last 2.5 years, because we need to understand what we did not do well in this pandemic, because the next one will be here. Monkeypox is already being called a pandemic, and we're not even through COVID-19 yet. So I don't know if you want to add anything to that. Okay. We're past time. I'm looking at our, should we finish?
Let Raphael ask a question.
Okay, so Raphael, so Richard is saying Raphael, who's in the second row here, should be given an opportunity for last word. Oh, there's a microphone right there. Perfect.
Yeah, at the risk of having you for another hour and a half, I think that Richard mentioned something which to me is at the core of the problem of trust, which is the assumption that there are issues that are better not being explained. How does science, from a communication perspective as well as ethics, responds to that? Because I think that's the core of the trust is based on the assumption or the belief that there are areas which are better kept unknown.
Yeah. So I think science addresses that by disagreeing with it, by arguing that if you are questing for scientific knowledge, you either have science or you do not. And you cannot, because you don't know the results before an experiment is performed, you cannot define what sort of science can be done. There are many good examples of that I can discuss later, but as a consequence, we know that science will generate information that has the potential for good and for harm. But that information will inexorably alter our lives and the lives of our descendants. And it is our responsibility as scientists and as members of society to assure that its use is for the better.
I would only add, I totally agree with Richard, that it isn't the questions that should be avoided or the answers that we somehow shouldn't understand. It's the implications of that understanding that we need to manage. And as Richard put it, make sure they're used for good purposes. But for me, it's about the implications of the knowledge. So all knowledge is in some way value neutral. It's the use of that knowledge, the application of it, that gets us in trouble or can be used to great advancement. So I think with that we need to stop. Thank you, Richard. It's been a pleasure to have this opportunity to chat with you in person. Thank you all.
Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. So I would like take the opportunity one more to thank both professors for this awesome conversation and look into the next schedule. So I am really honored to be here today, and it's a huge privilege. So thank you for having me on board, and also for taking your precious time to listen to me. So I am Jaran Bale, a Cameroonian refugee presently living in Italy, and I am currently the advisor of the Unified World Refugee Program for Special Olympics, and also a proud member of the advisory committee youth of the Nostos Conference of this year. I'm going to give a shout out to my peers out there. They are here. So. Yeah, so over the past years, experience has shown me that mental health and psychological assistance is critical. I mean, I walked the front line with the Italian Red Cross during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, assisting refugees rescued into the Mediterranean. I was opportune to hear their stories, but those were stories of pains, stories of loss, stories of struggles. So during the strict lockdown, I was on board again, this time around providing language and cultural mediation services and also carrying out psychosocial activities for migrants and refugees on board. So I witnessed the fear, the anxiety, their resignation. I mean, they often spoke about the fear of losing their own lives and the life of those left behind. And I pretty relate to this feeling very well because in early 2015, I was like obliged to flee my own home country due to several challenges and attacks from a group of armed men, commonly called Boko Haram, terrorizing my own region. Like being obliged to witness everyday brutal blood scenes and like permanent violence is quite traumatizing for any kid around the globe. And that is how I found myself walking the steps of hell of Dante, like traveling through the Sahara Desert in some of the most dangerous conditions ever known to the planet, with some of the most dangerous groups ever known to humankind. And all these to create a new life for myself. So like most of the unaccompanied refugee youths, I was very scared. I was totally disorientated with new rules, new culture. Everything was like, I was practically dying in my own desperation and was not sleeping all night because of the fear of nightmares. And as time went on, I became very aggressive towards the workers in the refugee camp until I was proposed to be assisted by a psychologist. And believe me, that was the starting point of a healthy lifestyle. So with all this, I mean to say, I know what exclusion feels like and the damages that come along with it. I know what it means not to be valued into a society. I mean, in Libya, I was hidden away in cells. In camps, I was working like a slave. And even in Europe, in Torino, a global capital industry, I was very much on the margin, like physically, spiritually, and mentally. So, over the past months, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine has exposed the world to a parade of horrified and unhappy images. And according to the High Commission of Refugees, more than 7 million people are reported to be internally displaced within the country. And this is just a small fraction of the 100 million individuals currently on the move out there, in danger, displaced, in search of a better life, however they can find it. And among those people, there are individuals that have been denied access to basic rights, such as healthcare, education, unemployment. So, I mean, the need of proper and sustained mental health support is critical, not only for individuals in the move, but as well for local and host community, because that is what is going to enable them to have a fair shot at winning in life. Have they not suffered enough? I mean, have they not taken the ultimate risk of fleeing their homes in search of safety? I mean, I believe it's just a short-term health investment that is going to create long-term tremendous individuals that live with purpose, peace, pride, and dignity. Grazie. Merci beaucoup. E calixto. I'm going to grab a bottle of water. People in the audience can relate that. Dry throat is a bad companion for this stuff. So, before I leave the stage, I'm going to take one more second of your time to introduce to you an organization. An organization that I personally think are heroes of this modern era. I'm honored to call on stage the brains that stand behind an organization that when I look back into my trip, I remember being long nights on a dinghy in the middle of the Mediterranean. And after, when the sea got bad and water started going like up and down, waves started being like 5 meters, I raised my head and I saw a ship. It was a rescue ship. And there was like a flag, white flag, with something red written on it. It was Médecins Sans Frontières. So today, I'm alive is by the grace of God and also by the grace of this organization that saved me. I've always dreamed like to get in contact with them, so today is not a coincidence. I'm about to call on stage who I think knows better about stories of struggles, pains, dislocation, but even stories of triumph, inclusion, overcoming. Who I think when refugees are fleeing war, fleeing their homes, now in danger, and are often looked down upon, we look at them like an example of goodness into the humanity. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Mrs. Christine Apsara, General Director of Médecins Sans Frontières Greece, and Mr. Christos Christou, which is the International President of Médecins Sans Frontières Greece. Is going to be on Zoom here with us now. Thank you, madam. The stage is yours. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
It's my honor.
Thank you.
In 1918, during the final months of World War I, a deadly new flu virus appeared. Troop movements and overcrowded barracks helped spread the disease, and wartime censorship hid it from the public eye. The Spanish flu infected a third of the world's population, already weakened by 4 years of war. In a single year, it killed up to 100 million people, more than both world wars combined. War wounds aren't the only threat to people living in conflict. War weakens the national immune system and can lead to catastrophic outbreaks of disease. So, what do people need to stay healthy? Clean water and enough food to eat, a safe place to live with working sanitation, a functioning health system with qualified medical staff and enough medical supplies. But what happens to these when war breaks out? When these systems falter, men, women and children are left exposed to deadly viruses and other diseases. After the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, over 1 million refugees fled across the border into the Democratic Republic of Congo. The refugee camps there were overcrowded and lacked shelter, clean water or proper sanitation. As a result, waterborne diseases spread swiftly. In the first month, over 40,000 refugees died during epidemics of dysentery and cholera, numbers that were unprecedented in modern history. From 1989 to 2004, civil wars raged across West Africa. By 2013, in Liberia, Guinea and Sierra Leone, many health clinics had been damaged. For every 30,000 people, there was only one doctor. So when Ebola broke out in March 2014, health services were unprepared, understaffed and overwhelmed. Over 28,000 cases were reported and 11,000 people died. The largest and most deadly Ebola outbreak ever recorded. In Yemen, civil war has left the country in ruins. Blockades and fighting have caused soaring food and fuel prices. Many essential items doubled in price in just 3 years. Armed conflict causes injury, displacement and death. But it continues to affect people's health, even after the front lines have moved or the guns have fallen silent. It devastates essential health services, disrupts medical supplies, forces medical staff to flee, and leaves the national immune system broken. When deadly diseases arrive, they're even harder to fight. For people caught up in violence or its aftermath, it is more important than ever to have access to healthcare, shelter, sanitation and food, just to ensure they survive in the wake of war and can look to the future.
Christos is here. Kalimera, good morning to all. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for your interest in this discussion. Gerard, thank you for your words. I can't say more. Today, we will speak about medicine in times of war. For more than 50 years, as a humanitarian organization, we witness and try to treat the consequences of armed conflicts all over the world. Not all wars start with official declarations between the combatants, nor do they follow the same trajectory. Sometimes we don't even call them as such. We tend to classify wars based on the number of casualties. The terrifying reality of today is that we have 5 ongoing conflicts with casualties of more than 10,000 people per year, and 56 countries where the death toll, the directly related deaths from war, range from 100 to 10,000. Places like Iraq, Yemen, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ukraine, Myanmar, Mexico, Palestine, Cameroon. The list is long, and sometimes it even feels it's a never-ending. The frontline deaths, as you saw in the video as well, tell part of the story. War causes food deprivation, sometimes even starvation. It prohibits people from accessing basic services. It also leads to the collapse of healthcare systems. People fleeing their homes and cause traumas that take long to heal if they ever do. Today, with our international president, Dr. Christos Christou, we will take you through some of the challenges we face when operating in highly violent environments. We will speak about innovations and the way we adapt. In 2021, most of our projects, almost 60% of our projects around the world, were in such places. The key for us is always to be able to adapt and adapt our interventions in each context and the medical needs of the people. So this is what we will try to explain you today, and I leave the floor to Dr. Christou.
Thank you, Christina. Kalimera, good morning, dear esteemed participants. It's a pleasure and an honor to speak to you today, but I'm really sorry for not being able to be there with you. Busy times indeed for the humanitarians. We have the conflict in Europe, all the protracted humanitarian crisis all over the world, as Christina mentioned before, and the 3rd year of a pandemic that is still not over. The suffering of the civilian population is a pattern that we have witnessed over the last 50 years. The war in Ukraine shares many of the same elements, and it shares the same human suffering, grief, and despair. In the core of all these events are people, mothers and fathers, children and youth, elders. As doctors and as humanitarians, we stand in solidarity with all those affected by this conflict, as with every conflict, just as we always try to stand by our people, our patients, and their communities in all places where we provide care. The direct and indirect consequences of war, as it was mentioned before, and you all are aware of, are devastating and catastrophic. What we see in conflict areas is death and violence, long-term life-changing injuries. We see pregnant women or people with chronic diseases such as diabetes, HIV, tuberculosis that are left particularly vulnerable and excluded. We see epidemics and disease outbreaks such as cholera, measles, and hepatitis due to the lack of access to water, sanitation, and medical care. We see and serve people with post-traumatic stress disorder, people whose reality for many years is terrifying sound of bombs falling above their head or bullets puncturing their bedroom walls, or watching their families being murdered in front of them, or perhaps being tortured by armed groups. This has been the reality for a generation of people from countries like Iraq, Syria, Libya, Cameroon, and beyond. Finally, we see destroyed infrastructure and healthcare systems and people being uprooted and forced to leave everything behind, as the very, very good example that we gave at the introduction of this session. Back to you, Christina.
So, when war happens for us, the biggest challenge is to be present, to be there and fast, to negotiate access and acceptance, to negotiate access to our patients, and foremost find the best way to adapt to the context. In Ukraine, we have passed the 100 days of war, and as we all know, the heavy toll on civilians is becoming clearer day by day. Healthcare workers work around the clock, and shortages of supplies, especially in the east of the country, make access to healthcare even more difficult. And at the same time, local hospitals need to manage the influx of trauma patients on a daily basis. This is where we focused. We focused with our medical train, the train that you see in the picture. This train that we used for the first time was specifically designed to relieve the pressure from the frontline hospitals, transfer patients where they could get treatment in places under less pressure, and of course not in the front lines of war zone, and as well take from there patients with chronic diseases, so as the frontline hospitals could take more wound-related and war-related injuries care. So far we have transferred more than 600 people. The journey, in 24 journeys, the journey lasts almost 30 hours. And the beginning was much more difficult than today, but also in the beginning we had more patients with chronic diseases or other related illnesses, and as the war ranges, so do we have, and it has increased, the trauma patients and the war wounded. Most of our patients, the majority of the patients, were above 60 years old, and 8% of them were children. The youngest was 6 weeks old. All the transfers were done while, of course, offering treatment to them while they were in the train. What is staggering is that most of the injuries happened while people were trying to evacuate themselves, while they were attempting dangerous evacuations. I said in the beginning, living is never easy. I also saw it myself when I was there. And what was also very important for us was also the fact that most of the people were not in war zones. They were caught in the war zones. So this train helped specifically to relieve pressure from the local hospitals and also offer treatment, secondary treatment to patients that couldn't get it in the facilities in the places where they lived. It's also very important for us in all areas to negotiate access. So did we in Ukraine, of course. We always negotiate access with armed groups. We speak with all members of the conflict. We try to be transparent on our activities without choosing sides, or the only way we use and choose who's going to enter our train was medical criteria. It is very important for us to be able to move freely and access, of course, the most vulnerable. Before passing the floor again to Christos, I would like to say that these are emergencies, but they are not simple emergencies. These are complex emergencies, where at the same time you have to deal with a number of things. And that's why we are forced in each and every place, in each and every armed conflict, to innovate. So, Christos, give us some examples.
Yes, you're right, Christina. And while trying to adapt to this new reality, which has become really more hostile for the humanitarians, let us to expand a little bit the picture and look in what we are trying to do these last years in all contexts that they are similar with the one that Christina described to you before. Let me just give you a few examples, like the mobile unit surgical trailer, one of the, we call it the MUST, that is an idea that has been developed to make more flexible, more hygienic, and quicker to implement in conflict and disaster zones. And it comprised of 5 trailers that can be transported on trucks. It has been used for the first time when I was in Mosul in Iraq, where it allowed the MSF teams to conduct life-saving ward trauma surgery in hygienic and temperature-controlled conditions. This is an operating theater now that we see from Syria, and the OT containers are fully equipped and ready for standard surgeries. We have the point-of-care ultrasound, the POCUS, which is another facility that, because, as you're maybe aware, providing medical care to patients in a remote, under-resourced, and unstable context is often hindered by lack of basic radiologic diagnostics. So let me tell you about a story about one of our colleagues, Akai Bulabek, a doctor from South Sudan, where I also worked as a surgeon 2 times in the past. She worked in an MSF clinic in Agok. Agok is one of the biggest hospitals in the region and had just 1 single ultrasound machine. And it could only be used when a physician with specialized ultrasound training was present. So doctors did not have access to imaging scans to diagnose patients in critical conditions in other parts of the hospital. And this changed when this portable ultrasound was introduced in the hospital 5 years ago. For Dr. Mulabek and her colleagues, they received the training on how to use the handle device, which consists of a probe that is plugged into a tablet or a laptop and can be taken directly to a patient's bedside. So in remote and low-resource settings, this portable ultrasound device has been a real game changer, and it is transforming this quality of care delivered at the patient's bedside. Next to this, we have telemedicine. Telemedicine, another service where is a support tool for all MSF medical, paramedical staff in operations, that they can provide access to specialized medical advice for any clinical queries arising from the projects. And let me tell you also about antimicrobial resistance. Each time we go into a new war zone, we discover more and more patients infected with multi-drug resistant bacteria. They are arriving with the wrong antibiotics given to them. By letting those bacteria multiply, we are going to promote antibiotic resistance. If we don't act today, we have 10 million deaths per year by 2050. So the antibiotic resistance is an invisible threat. In most of the countries where we work, we don't have access to laboratory to do the diagnostic of bacteria infection. And now we are using artificial intelligence as one of the solutions for this problem. We have this application that can be downloaded on any phone. You take a picture of your diagnostic test, and the application applies expert rules that helps the clinician prescribe accurate antibiotics for their patients. It is a kind of a dream for thousands of doctors. It is going to help millions and millions of people. But although we are celebrating all these new technologies, as we did before in the discussion with our professor, and indeed all these help our patients and medical professionals every day, this doesn't matter if we cannot reach those most in need, or the new technologies and solutions do not reach the patients. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen a massive disparity between those who have access to the final products, such as the diagnostics, vaccines, or treatment, and those who do not. Yes, indeed, as Professor said, 10 billion doses reach the arms of people, but not those most vulnerable and those working on the forefront of less privileged places in this world. At the same time, as humanitarians, we are facing more and more obstacles to reach our patients. There is a reduced humanitarian space and loss of access to the most vulnerable people in conflict settings, and this is growing and growing. We have seen this pattern in several places. We also see that access may be reduced due to active fighting and insecurity, restrictions or barriers for organizations to work in certain areas of administrative problems. They all compound, but basically this means that we cannot treat everyone. I always remember how I lost a patient with a gunshot wound in southwest Cameroon 4 years ago because we could not reach the hospital for operation as we were not allowed by the authorities. Another of our main concern is the safety of our patients and our staff. There has been a continuous threat of hospital attacks in conflicts, and we've seen this again in Ukraine. We have witnessed and experienced the bombing, the looting, or the burn down of health facilities several times in our 50 years history. And we have to know that hospitals, healthcare workers, and above all, patients should never be a target. As humanitarians, we want to help all patients in need, regardless of who the patient is. So proximity to the people remain our main principle. There's a lot technology can offer, of course, but we still need to be on the ground to be able to help. And in the end, as it was also raised before with the questions of the previous session, it is the engagement with our patients and their communities that makes the difference. Standing by them and listening to their needs should always be our starting and our ending point. I leave it here, thanking you again for giving us this opportunity. And yes, thank you very much. We are open for questions.
I don't know if there's a question from the floor. Thank you. Thank you again.
I have to.
Is it on? Yeah.
When I speak, yeah. Hello.
Thank you so much to Dr. Christou and Ms. Zara for your insights and advocacy. Now, it's time to play a game, an interactive game about bioethics that will introduce us to some basic bioethical dilemmas. Please get your phones out and enter the address you see on the screen, or will see on the screen, while I introduce you to the host of this game, who will also moderate the panel about bioethics that will follow. I am ecstatic and so humbled to present our next speaker and leader, the Deputy Head of the Institute of Translational Medicine and Professor of Bioethics at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, tackling questions that arise at the cutting edge of breakthrough biotech research, Dr. Effie Vaiana. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you, Joy, very much. It's a pleasure to meet you and a pleasure to be here. Thank you also to the SNF and to Nostos for inviting me here, and to all of you who are here and who are staying for our session. If you followed Joy's instructions, you've landed on 3 questions. Can everybody scan? Can you scan this and can you see the questions? All right. So if you're seeing the questions, there are 3 questions. Please answer the questions. If anybody has any problem, let us know. Somebody here from the fabulous team will help you out. Yeah, you can use any device. Perfect. Now, we're not collecting information about you. It's only your answers, only the yes and no. We don't know. It's an anonymous collection of data, okay? So we're safe. No worries. Now, I'm seeing, here are the questions. Question number 1, you can see it all of them in both languages. These are questions that now we're collecting the questions. You're not going to see the answers right away, but you're going to see your answers soon. And we're going to use your answers to kick off our conversation here about bioethics. Now, I wonder if some people left because they didn't know what bioethics is. I'm assuming that you stayed no. But just as a reminder, we are being benefited from scientific and technological developments, as you all know, for our health and healthcare. All of us are taking medications, have been through diagnostics, treatments. Every new development in science and technology that's applied in healthcare brings tremendous benefits, but also has the potential to bring risks. We heard about the risks in science this morning. Now, the risks can be to individuals, can be to groups, can be to our society as a whole, and we need to think about them. We need to think about how these developments, what kinds of benefits and risks, what's the ratio. Also, we need to think about how our responsibilities in our different roles may change through these developments. And so bioethics is the field that actually helps us do that. Think through those kinds of ethical dilemmas that arise when we're developing new science and technology that we're going to apply in health and healthcare. And to do that, bioethics is a multidisciplinary study subject. We have expertise from different kinds of disciplines, and that's actually part of its beauty. Now, you will see that represented in the panelists that we've invited here today to help us discuss some of those questions with you as well and amongst themselves. So we have three of the most famous bioethicists in the world with us. I'm going to invite to come on stage. I'm going to start with the one who came, I think, the furthest away. Sharon Kaur. Come on, Sharon. Come on up. Hello. I think you're sitting wherever your name is. So Sharon is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law at the University of Malaya. Her research is her research interest is in medical ethics, is in global health issues, and she's very interested in research on migrant health and refugee health, something that about what we heard about today. She's a member of the WHO COVID-19 Ethics and Governance Working Group, and in the steering committee of the Global Forum for Bioethics in Research. And Sharon is educated in law and medical ethics and bioethics. So you'll see the kinds of disciplines that we bring in this expertise. Our next panelist is Dr. Jeremy Sugarman. Come on, Jeremy. Dr. Sugarman is the Harvey Meyerhoff Professor of Bioethics and Medicine in the Department of Medicine at the Berman Institute of Bioethics at Johns Hopkins University. In his research, he has focused, and he's very well known of applying empirical methods for evaluating and analyzing bioethical issues. He has a variety of thematic areas that he's worked on beyond the methodological areas. He's a member of the National Academy of Medicine. He's a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American College of Physicians, and the Hastings Center. And Jeremy is a physician, a practicing physician, and a bioethicist. So again, you'll see we have law, we have medicine, bioethics. Last but not least, a person you already know. Jeffrey Kahn, Professor Jeffrey Kahn. I think you go in that area. Okay, you know Professor Kahn because he just spoke with you, but just as a reminder, he's the Andreas Dracopoulos Director of the Johns Hopkins Berman Institute for Bioethics, and he is also the Levy Professor of Bioethics and Public Policy. He's a professor in the Department of Health Policy and Management in the School of Public Health. His research has a variety of research interests, and he's worked on research ethics, public health ethics, emerging technology ethics, and a number of other things. He is an elected member of the National Academy of Medicine, and he's also a fellow of the Hastings Center. Now, Jeff has degrees in microbiology and in philosophy. And again, I'm pointing this out just to show you that what expertise we need in bioethics is very diverse. Now, okay, so we're going to have a conversation with our panelists here. using some of what we're going to find out about your questions, your answers, but also you'll have an opportunity to ask us questions. So please keep your questions in mind, and we're asking you directly or getting questions online. We're ready to see answers for the first question? Perfect. So let's have the results of the first question. Would you participate in a clinical trial for a new vaccine? All right, so most of you, it looks like you wouldn't participate in that kind of trial. You're seeing them here for us as well. Perfect. So I'm going to start with Jeremy. Jeremy, most people here wouldn't do that. Only some people. Maybe tell us, first of all, what these vaccine trials are. I'm going to sit down.
Oh, great. And thank you and welcome and good morning to everyone. So this isn't yet an ethics question right now. This was a simple question about whether you would participate in a vaccine trial. So what did that mean in your head? I want you to think about what you had in mind when you were answering that question, what kind of vaccine trial that was. So let's back up a little bit. We heard in the first discussion with Professor Axelrod and Professor Kahn here about this new sort of modality or new approach to developing vaccines. Typically, for any vaccine trial, you've got to find a way first to develop that vaccine at the bench, regardless of which technology you're using. Then you try it in animal models, and then you do a phase testing in human beings. The first phase is phase 1. You test it to make sure it's safe, very small number of people. The second stage, you try it in a larger number of people, but not too many, and you see if it creates the antibodies that are expected to have an immune response. The phase 3 trial, the large-scale trial, involves randomly assigning, so by chance, some people in the vaccine trial to the experimental vaccine and others to what's known as a placebo. So it looks exactly like the vaccine. If it's a vaccine that you put in your arm, it looks like that. If it's a vaccine you take by mouth, it looks like that. The idea there is to find out, first, how those compare in terms of whatever the outcome measure of that trial is. So the outcome measure would be, do you get the illness? Sometimes how sick you get, or if you generate antibodies or you prevent it from infection. So just basically taking the new COVID vaccine, a relatively new vaccine technology that took 20 years or so to develop was in background, but it hadn't been used for infectious diseases. Tried with this new virus, the coronavirus, at the bench, looked like it was working. Tried in animal models, safe in the first group of people. And then we had large-scale clinical trials involving thousands of people. And the way you show whether a vaccine works or not is that if the vaccine's working, less people who got the active vaccine will get infected or be hospitalized or die than those in the placebo group. And in fact, that was the technology. So when you answer the question, you have to be thinking, which of those vaccine trials was I in and what it's about?
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. We got that clear. But maybe I'll come to Jeff. We have these 3 different phases that Jeremy talked about, so it involves different kinds of things that I guess people should know when they are invited to participate. So could you tell us a little bit about how do we do that? How do we inform people when we invite them to these kinds of trials?
Sure, and good morning again to everybody. So what's really important, and maybe we'll start now getting into the ethics part. So Jeremy gave us a really good description of how clinical trials for a vaccine would work, and the question was one about whether you would participate. Now we're going to talk about the ethics. So one thing to keep in mind before I answer Effie's question, but it will get us to that answer, is that research on people requires certain things. It requires some people to be willing to expose themselves or be exposed to some risk of harm in the hopes that maybe they will benefit, but probably information will be yielded that will help society, will help other people. So if you think about it that way, risk to me for benefit to somebody else is a problem of fairness, right? We're asking people to put themselves in harm's way, sometimes for reasons that won't benefit themselves. And so we need to make sure that that participation is voluntary. Now we're going to answer your question. So as we get deeper into clinical trials, we know more information, and we need to share that with the people who are asking to participate, whether it's a phase 1, 2, 3, or 4 trial. But whatever the phase, we need to give information to the individual, make sure that they understand it, and then ask them whether they are willing to participate. That process is called informed consent. You may have heard about that. When you go to the doctor, you're also asked to give your consent to be treated. In that context, you're being treated for your own benefit. So whatever the side effects or the risk of a treatment might be, that's generally outweighed by the potential benefit to you. Research is different because it's risk to you for mostly benefit to somebody else. And so we have to be very careful in that relationship and make sure that the individuals we're recruiting understand and are volunteers.
Terrific, thank you. I'm going to come to Sharon. Sharon, vaccine trials are happening everywhere in the world. Jeff just told us about what we need, how to do those things ethically, what are the some of the ethical requirements in relation also to the voluntariness and consent of the participants. Is there anything in particular that you think is ethically challenging when those trials are in different parts of the world? Maybe you can use your experience from where you live and work.
Yeah, thanks, Effie, and hi, everybody. But first of all, before I do that, let me say I'm just completely shocked by this result. So it's a good thing I'm not a betting person, and I think it goes also to Jeff's point earlier that, you know, even as ethicists, I don't have an idea of what the response is from the floor, and whether or not it's because perhaps we weren't very specific about what types of trials they were. But, you know, in my mind, I was thinking, you know, this is an audience that has come to an SNF Foundation conference on health. The whole of yesterday and even today, we've been hearing the most amazing things about health developments, and yet more than half of the people here today wouldn't take part in a vaccine trial, and I'd really be interested to know why. But, you know, getting back...
study.
Yeah, you know, it's fantastic. Can you just stay for another 2 hours, and can we ask you more questions? But I think from a global health point of view, or coming from a lower and middle income country, I think one of the things that tends to be of concern are things like consent and risk, and because clinical trials are so closely monitored and regulated across the world, that wouldn't really be an issue for me. So if somebody asked me whether it would be safe to take part in a clinical trial, all things being equal, if it's reached a point where you're actually testing it on humans, I would be quite happy to say, you know, I think ethically in terms of risk, somebody has probably made a really good, you know, balancing of these risks. From a third world perspective, I think it's a little bit more problematic, and it also comes to the issue of trust and who runs these clinical trials. Very often they are run by big pharmaceutical companies. And finally, when you get that vaccine, will I even have access to these vaccines in my country? And that goes for almost any type of medication. And I think there's also a bit of a loss of trust in big institutions that are out to make money and not necessarily for my benefit. So, you know, as an individual, why would I want to take part in this when I'm going to see very little benefit back to my community and to my country?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sharon. And it is quite shocking, especially within the pandemic and the history we've just had. But you mentioned something that I'd like Jeremy maybe to speak a little bit more about. You said that somebody looked at whether, you know, it's an acceptable risk that we're giving, inviting people to take. Of course, they're, you know, free to take it or leave it. But Jeremy, how do we make those decisions? How do we decide that that's, you know, safe enough as a risk, as a ratio of risk-benefit to put out there for people?
Great. So Jeff mentioned beginning, one of the concerns are that we're asking people to expose themselves to risk for benefit, for either scientific benefit or social benefit for populations and that knowledge. So who does that? You know, when you talk to a lot of scientists, you've heard scientists talk over the last day or so, we get really excited, or doctors, about what we're doing research on. We get jazzed. We love what we're working on. And we're convinced that the thing that we're working on is so good that it's bound to work. But we're usually wrong when we expose things to clinical trials. And so it's really important that there's some check on the enthusiasm of an investigator or a scientist, a physician scientist or not, or a drug company that's developing a product that stands to benefit in certain ways. So we put into place a bunch of different structures around the world, things known as research ethics committees or ethics committees or institutional review boards, depending on where you live in the world. And generally that's a group of people who have the expertise to review the science and the ethics. Now they have similarities globally in that the group is independent from the investigators or the sponsor of that research. They're charged with making that assessment. Have they minimized the risks? Have they maximized the benefits? Are there procedures in place to obtain meaningful informed consent from people who participate? Who will be selected to participate to make sure that that is done in a fair fashion? And so they exercise that before a vaccine trial or a clinical trial is started to apply those philosophical principles of ethics to the real problem at hand. Sharon's comfortable with them, assumes it's a competent committee. Let's assume it is. Some are not as good. But there is that protection in place. Also, when the trial is ongoing, there are external groups, sometimes called data safety and monitoring boards, that look at the data. They're independent from the scientists, and they start to see, is anything bad going on? Do we need to stop this trial now? Or is anything good going on? Do we know early on that something's really working? And we saw that in some of the vaccine trials. So independent groups are a way of doing that. There are also some other monitoring systems in place. But that's what differs from the research setting, from the clinical setting of doctor and patient, where that's done really within the confines of that room.
All right, thank you. But I do have another question. Like during the pandemic, maybe some people here remember of heard of that. We were discussing trials where we deliberately infect people with COVID.
Why would you do that?
Exactly, that's my question.
Who would agree, right?
Can anybody imagine that this is ethical, to deliberately infect people with infection, with a virus that we didn't know a lot about, in order to, develop vaccines? Is it an ethical thing to do under any circumstances?
You're looking at me.
I look at you, yeah.
So, to Sharon's point, I think we all agree, it's surprising to us that the numbers are as they are. And we didn't even ask that question about whether you would participate in a clinical trial where you might be given a placebo, you might be given an active vaccine candidate, but then you'd be intentionally exposed to COVID-19. I presume the numbers would even be more, right? More no's and fewer yeses. So why would we even want to do that? And the argument is we, under controlled circumstances, can get the answer about whether the vaccine works or not more quickly. Fewer people, more controlled situation, less cost, faster to the answer. So that's the why. When can we do such a trial ethically? And the answer over the last few decades has been when there's one or the other of two situations. One, that there's a rescue therapy. So there's a drug that can be given to somebody who's infected with the thing we've intentionally exposed these research participants to. So when malaria vaccines are being developed, people are actually asked to voluntarily put their arm in a mosquito chamber and be bitten by mosquitoes that carry malaria. Intentional infection. With the knowledge that if they end up getting infected, that the vaccine doesn't work, and so far no malaria vaccines really do work, that they would be given a drug that would treat the infection and they would be cured. So that's one answer. The second is for some diseases that are self-limiting. You might get sick, but you'll get better on your own. With some drugs, maybe it wouldn't cure you, it will run its course, but you will survive. And so vaccines to be developed against cholera use that model. Healthy adults are intentionally infected with cholera, very unpleasant, but you'll survive, without going into the details about what happens when you get cholera. But that's an example of the other criterion that can be met. So either rescue therapy or self-limited disease. Now, in a COVID vaccine trial, were either of those two features true? Was there a rescue therapy? Certainly not at the beginning. We didn't have any therapy for coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 infection. And it was self-limiting in some cases, but we didn't know for whom. Mm-hmm. Young and healthy seemed to be better than old and unhealthy, but that wasn't always true in 100% of the cases. So there was a big debate across the globe. US, Europe, UK were sort of the leading voices about whether it would be acceptable to do intentional infection trials for COVID-19 vaccines. I argued in the US no. There were lots of voices in the US who said why not. And in the UK, we'll leave it at this comment, is going forward with intentional infection trials for COVID-19 vaccine development.
Their ethics review committees approved of the trial.
Absolutely.
So we had a difference in how this issue was treated.
Was rejected on ethics grounds in the US, approved on ethics grounds in the UK.
Sharon?
Yeah, I have a question. Since I'm lucky enough to be on stage with three brilliant bioethicists, and I know one of the issues that was raised in relation to these challenge trials was that, well, it's about my freedom, right? If I want to take this risk, and, you know, we all do extremely not all of us, but to a certain extent, we're allowed to take risks every day. And if I'm an adult, if I have weighed these risks, and if I really want to take it, why should I be stopped? What is the ethical argument to say, no, you can't do it because we don't think you've sort of weighed the risks appropriately for yourself?
So it goes back to what actually, I'd really like to hear what risky things you do every day. That would be really good. But because then it would help me place the context, but I'll ask you later. So the question would be, in a risky experiment, right, the first criteria is the science has to be good. Mm-hmm. We have to be positioned to be able to learn something from that experiment. And early on, the scientists weren't positioned early on. There wasn't the right model to use. So we knew COVID was widespread, but to be able to reliably infect someone with a virus that was, hopefully sometimes we attenuate, we make it less strong in these models so that we can learn about the vaccine. The scientists that we spoke to actually were not positioned. They weren't ready for that besides the ethics criteria. And there has to be social value. What I think is amazing about that energy, and there is, over 1 million people signed up to say, I want to be a volunteer. Well, that's different than our 60-40. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about the enthusiasm. And so I think it's a matter of engaging properly, educating people about why. In this case, it would not be faster. In this case, it would be better to take that energy and just sign up for one of the existing vaccine trials, because there was plenty of COVID around for us to test the vaccine.
Absolutely.
I would just say really quickly in answer to your question, the person in the U.S. who was really leading the charge around this enthusiasm is a guy named Josh Morrison, whose organization is called One Day Sooner, if you want to have a look on the web. His argument was he had given a kidney to a stranger just because he thought it was an important altruistic thing to do. Living person gave one of his kidneys to a stranger, and he did that knowing that the risk of dying from that was about 1 in 10,000. He made the argument that intentional infection with COVID, when the vaccine did not work, the risk of dying was about 1 in 10,000. How he knew that, I don't know. I mean, the data was really absent. But his argument was, if you let me give a kidney to somebody because I want to be altruistic, as Sharon is suggesting, why not let me accept this risk to help us get to a vaccine sooner for COVID-19? It's a very good question, and it leads to me, the question is informed consent enough to let people do what we take to be really risky things without sufficient offsetting benefit?
So you get a flavor of the kinds of conversations, right? And there's no very easy answer to some of those. But I'm wondering if we're going to close this segment and move on to our next question. Before we do that, is there any question Any burning question that anybody would like to ask from the audience? We'll take one question so we can, we've got more than one question.
Questions over here.
We have, should we start up top?
We need to get a microphone up there somehow.
Do we have another one down here first until we get the, where we can? Do you have time for two questions? I have two questions.
So let's run that microphone up to the top. Yeah, good. And we have somebody here at the bottom.
Right, perfect.
Good.
I have a simple question. How many participants were in this? Participated?
Oh, in the bar graph.
In the bar graph. Do we have that number?
What was the N?
Do you know how many people responded to the poll?
Okay.
It's classified. 6.
Classified?
No.
It's a lot. We didn't ask for the names.
More than 200.
Right, because
Sorry, just an
people
extension.
More than 200. Did you hear that?
Right.
More than 200.
More than.
Because people can answer online. Those who are watching us online can also answer the question.
Just very quickly, a follow-on from that, and I know you're not going to be able to disclose the information, but of the people that did participate, what was the what was the age profile?
Yeah. We can't answer that question
can't,
exactly.
I think that would be a really interesting one
but
to know.
But that's a fantastic study because that's what we wanted to do. We'll do that next as a research project.
We have survey researchers in the front row is what it amounts to.
I think so, yeah.
Hi, I'm a student from Thessaloniki. And my question is, in Greece, we have a lot of doctors and scientists that are against the vaccination of COVID-19, and they promote this to their patients. Is this a matter of bioethical attitude, and shouldn't this be not illegal, but criticized by others?
It's not a research ethics question, but it is a bioethics question, and it's a good question.
They put their patients in danger.
At risk, yeah.
By this way.
Should we ask the doctor here?
Sorry?
You want to start? And then
I've already had a crack at this in the first panel.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you get to go. I already got my shot at it.
So it's a really great question, and modern medicine is grounded in science. And the expectation when you go see someone who is practicing as a physician is that she or he is practicing with your best interest at heart. And we ground that medical practice traditionally. There are other forms of care that are given, of healthcare that are given, that are not really allopathic medicine. But allopathic medicine has been driven by science. And one of the expectations of the profession is that we try to stay as current as possible with emerging medicine and science, and we listen to new things and new trials, whether it's a vaccine, whether it's a new medication for a treatment or a disease. When I trained in medicine, all the things that we thought were true, not all the things, many of the things we thought were true, when they're subjected to science, they turn out not to be true, but we advance in our understanding of things. So many of the truths that I learned as a medical student aren't true now, but my medical practice has had to evolve as I learn more. Some of those things are very surprising findings, very different than what we expected. And I think it's the obligation of physicians to follow the science in that way. And so in that setting, when data are emerging, when there's contradictory information, when there aren't standards of care, there's leeway for nuance. But once there is a clear and established path, I would argue that it's the obligation of physicians to listen to the science and practice medicine responsibly, or explain to your patients that you're not following the science, that you're backing up and you're listening to some other belief system.
Okay, I have a question. We have one last question from right here in the front.
There was a guy over here. Poor guy's arm's going to fall off. We'll have to donate an arm.
One last question.
Just a comment. Yesterday in the New England Journal of Medicine, the first in my, as far as I know, human challenge study of a novel vaccine, the RSV vaccination, was presented. with 70 participants. All the authors were members of a big pharmaceutical company. And there is an editorial, accompanying editorial, saying the challenge of performing human challenge studies for vaccine purposes. And of course, there's some criteria that have been pre-specified by WHO. I don't know what your take is on that. I don't know if you saw the study. It was an efficacy phase 2 study that shows beyond doubt that the RSV vaccine is safe and effective. But it shows the way things are going now. Thank you.
I have not seen that article, but thank you for pointing it out. Maybe I'll ask you for the reference. But the point is, it's a very valuable tool, right? When it's done, when there's information to be yielded, and it can be done in an ethically acceptable way.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. We are going to move. No.
I was just going to say, I know there's some more questions.
Yes,
we'll be around afterwards if you want to come back, or if we have time at the end. We wanted to get to some of the other topics because all bioethics isn't vaccines.
No, and that you're going to see right now with the second question. Can we have the answer to the second question, please? The answer to the second. Yeah. Would you use a chatbot for mental health services? So here's a technology that looks very different, the yes and the no's. Well, not so. Let me see. No? So, same. Okay, no, same.
The bars look very funny. They should be closer to each other.
Yeah, same. All right, so most people here would not use a chatbot for mental health services.
But it's much closer. It's almost 50-50.
This is closer than the other one, but still there is, But the bars are very,
they're not proportional.
They're not proportional. Yeah. But we have a difference. Well, it's a slight one. So difference to the first technology. Now, again, this is a broad question, but I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that there are at least 20,000 apps, mental health apps, available in the app and Android stores, and there's similar numbers of chatbots that can support people through mental health, that can be used for mental health purposes. But maybe, Sharon, could you tell us a little bit, how do these things work? What is it that we're talking about before we get to the ethics?
Okay, so let me try. And I think perhaps one of the reasons why they're not quite perfect yet is actually up there, as Jeff indicated, because,
they don't do the math
should be much higher than 51, and if this actually is generated by a computer, I'd be a little bit worried. So chatbots are essentially exactly what they sound like. They are computer-generated programs that are meant to interact with people so that we can communicate with these computer-generated programs, and sometimes they can be hardware. So, for instance, Alexa is an actual thing that you can talk to, or they can be types of software. So when we talk to Siri on our phone, that's a sort of a chat bot that we talk. And the ultimate aim of one of these chat bots is to mimic unstructured human conversation. So actually the way we talk to each other is very, very complex, and we have different ways of saying things, different tones, different type of speech patterns, which robots or computer programs find very, very hard to understand and mimic and to capture all the nuances. So ultimately, that's what a chat box is meant to be, a computer-generated program that you can just chat with. And in the field of mental health, I think it's really proved to be quite effective in some of the general literature that's out there. And there are three main things that it's currently being used for, and it's seen to be quite useful. One is in terms of education, for just letting people know about the different types of mental health issues and the way that they sort of present themselves. Secondly, as sort of a help in terms of therapy, to provide people with resources, cognitive behavior therapy options, to remind people to take their medications or to go for a walk, or to even just ask people every day, how do you feel? And when you say, oh, I feel a bit sad, to respond to you in an empathetic way so that at least you feel that you've been spoken to. So that there's a therapeutic arm to it. And it's also it's been seen as being quite useful in actually identifying people who have mental health issues that perhaps need to be attended to by physicians. So by talking to you and depending on your answers, it can say, oh, it seems like you might be suffering from anxiety. Perhaps you should see somebody. Or if your symptoms escalate, that, you really need to go to a hospital now or see a doctor. And I think very interestingly, in terms of some of the research that's been done on American veterans coming back from the war, it's been seen as quite an effective tool in diagnosing PTSD, because vets appear to be more willing to be honest with a computer rather than with a person. And there are, you know, just again, very broadly speaking, two types of technologies that are working in this area. One is largely driven by the bots. So the bots themselves will ask you questions. They're algorithms or computer programs that are written, and so if you say a certain word a certain number of times, the bot will respond with a certain program. And typically, we push buttons. So it'll say, how are you feeling today? And you'll have different buttons: happy, sad, worried, horrible, terrible. And you press a button, and based on the button, so you can see it's quite a limited interaction, and the bot responds to what you say, and it's got a sort of algorithm as to what it should say. There's another type of chat bot that is obviously much more sophisticated and is being developed, which is based on natural language programming, which is, you just talk to the bot or you just write down sentences, and it can pick up and understand your conversation. And that's much harder, and it's based on more deep artificial intelligence programming. And for this, the bots have to learn how people talk and what sort of conversations are had and how to pick up on nuance. And so, how good these bots are really depends on how you train them, whether you let them watch a lot of TV, whether they read books, or you give them a lot of conversations from books, so you can actually train them on real-life conversations, or if you let them go through a billion Facebook or Twitter tweets, and they learn, okay, these are how humans talk, and when somebody says this is an appropriate response. And you can see how that can be a bit of a disaster if you're teaching them via Twitter or Facebook. And that's much more sophisticated, but also, again, a little bit more risky. So the way chatbots are used today are primarily bot-led. So they're the more simple programs where you just sort of key in specific words and the bots respond to you. There isn't a lot of research that's been done as to the effectiveness or the safety of these commercial programs, and thousands of them are just launched, so there's not very much that's known about their safety profiles. And they're very useful, or they seem to be very useful, particularly the potential in low and middle income countries and in countries where you have remote populations, or if you don't have enough doctors, and we've heard a lot about how there are just not enough healthcare professionals. So to be able to reach out to marginalized populations, remote populations, or just populations who don't have access to healthcare professionals. So there's a lot of promise, but maybe also a lot of concern.
So, first of all, we fixed the visual, so now it's closer to the truth here. Thank you, Sharon, for explaining how the chatbots work. But also looking at this, now that it's like closer to what people actually feel, what is the ethical challenge here? People, seem to think that whether you're talking to a healthcare professional or to a bot, it's kind of the same, maybe? Or is there something ethically challenging for people making that choice?
I think there are lots of challenges, and of course we can talk about them. Realize it's talking to an algorithm, a machine, not to a person. Does that matter? I think like a lot of these questions, and Jeremy sort of signaled this at the beginning, the way we've asked the question is very broad, and so the specifics matter an awful lot. And so for me, I would answer that question, it depends. I answered no bioethics. When I voted, I know, and bioethics is a lot about it depends. Yeah. It's a lot about gray. So I think for some kinds of issues that are not terribly serious, that this is a really good tool. And Sharon gave us a good summary of some of the kinds of things where the application seems to be useful. Somebody's very lonely and isolated. It feels like a relatively useful tool, but somebody who may be suicidal, who's may be thinking of harming themselves, I'm not sure we want to entrust artificial intelligence, an algorithm, to help guide them through that. So I think it depends. Mm-hmm. There's also, I think, a set of issues around privacy.
what happens to your responses, who is accessing them, and for what purposes. One answer is to help the bot learn to be better. But that's a problem of your information being collected by a technology company, a bot. Think of, Google takes lots of your information, Facebook, and that's obviously been recognized as an issue because they're turning it into something that's of value without returning that to the individual and often without their knowledge. I know we're running short on time, so I'll be short.
No, that's very important. And then the other question to that is, do people who actually use a bot know that the answers they give become part of the further training of the same bot, right?
It's being fed, right?
It's not they're using it perhaps most of the time thinking, okay, that's a service I'm getting, but I'm not part of the training my own information.
And the hope is, of course, that it will become so good and that process will be so precise that the bot becomes almost like human. There's been a lot of debate recently, I'm sure you've all seen this in the news, that Google's AI is becoming sentient or maybe becoming sentient, which has all sorts of interesting philosophical implications, maybe some ethics ones too. So anyway.
And it tells you how people think of the machines. But I was thinking of another question actually when we have this choice between a machine and a physician. And I wanted to ask Jeremy, we're talking often about the therapeutic relationship between a doctor, a healthcare provider, and the patient. What happens to the value of this relationship when we're shifting gears that way?
Come see me as a patient.
Okay, you'll ask Siri.
So here's the issue. You can get this, which you may not want. You can get this, which you may or may not want. But for some things, our human interactions are so important for eliciting concerns, right? We're accustomed to talking about things with an individual, someone you can see, someone you entrust with private information, someone who can move the conversation according to what's going on. But on the other hand, as Sharon pointed out in her opening comments on this section, some people feel a lot of stigma talking about things like mental health, sexual health, and talking to another individual in person may compromise that care. And so using devices or tools that can facilitate a conversation or an opening into that space, if they can be shown to be safe and effective, may be an important tool. I know we have had amazing success with adherence programs, so people filling prescriptions, reminding to take their pills. The nuance, though, of mental health and how difficult it is to understand it, categorize it, explain it, treat it, respond to it, poses some real technical challenges. So I think the nascent work in this area that we don't know exactly how well they work is of concern, and the privacy concerns are obviously critical to me as well.
Absolutely. And there is this one question that is kind of in between the ethics and the law, I think, because Jeff mentioned earlier that, if we have a person who is perhaps at suicidal risk or something else, do we want a bot to, advise that person or consult this person? We want a human. And another issue that we're seeing a discussion about is when a bot or any algorithm makes a decision, who's responsible? In medicine, we'll go to Jeremy and he'll be in trouble. But what about a scenario like this? And before you answer the question, I have an announcement to make, which is that they were just given a little bit more time because we want the discussion, we see interest in the discussion, so we're not going to have the break, and the next session will start normally at 12:30, so I better finish all that a few minutes before 12:30. But we have some more discussion, so we can go to the next section. So, Sharon, give me a quick legal ethical response to this.
Okay, and that's €2,000 for my quick.
Okay.
No, it's such a good question, and it really depends on how you develop these bots and how well we understand them and who's responsible for developing which part of them, which is how we get into this issue of this black box problem, where once you get into very sophisticated artificial intelligence, you're unable to track who's responsible and how certain decisions have been made, and then it becomes really difficult legally. But typically you just follow the causation. If someone's writing the program, and if it's the program that's actually made the error, then you would sue them. If it's a device issue and the device is not working as it should be, you would go for them. But eventually you just sue everybody and you just see what sticks.
Okay, great. So we'll come to you for the 2,000 per 5 minutes advice. Thank you, Sharon. We can take one question if there is one burning question before we move. I'll move to the next. One? You've shared one? Okay, we have. Do we have a question on mental health and chatbots from anyone here? No? I don't see one. You don't see one. Okay, well, that's fine. That allows us to move on to our third segment. Now, answers to the last question. If a DNA test could tell you that you will develop an incurable illness, would you want to know? All right, so first we had participation in the scientific enterprise. Second, we have use of technology. And third, we have another kind of benefit from scientific developments, information about what's going to happen in the future. And here we're seeing a change finally, right? We have more yeses here than no's. So more people who answer this question would like to know that they will develop a disease even if there is nothing to do about that disease. Now, Jeff, actually, can we do this? Could you tell us a little bit about how genetics can tell us that something as momentous as this could happen to somebody?
Sure. Let me do it quickly so we have an opportunity to discuss the issues. So you all may have heard of 23andMe and others of these direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies. All you need to do is swab your cheek or sometimes a sample of blood, and then that can be tested for DNA. And there are some diseases that are a mutation in that DNA that we know if you have that mutation, you will get the disease. Huntington's disease, which is a late onset, a degenerative neurological illness. There are some kidney illnesses, polycystic kidney disease. There are a few where we know if you have the mutation, you will absolutely get the disease. What's interesting about this question is it doesn't say that you'll die soon. It doesn't say you'll be identified for something that may not happen until you're 80 years old. And so part of the challenge in answering a question like this, for me, is it depends. It depends on the disease we're talking about.
You always answer it depends.
I'm a philosopher. Everything depends. So on one hand, if it was something that was going to potentially kill me in 2 weeks, I probably would want to know. But if it's something I wouldn't get for 40 years, maybe I don't want to know. And as you think about answering this question, and we'll get to some of the ethics, when you test somebody's DNA, you're testing not only that individual, but people who are related to that individual. And I don't want to say what the issues are, because I know we'll talk about that in a second. But those are the issues. The technology absolutely exists. There just are not that many diseases that have a feature that allow us to answer this question.
I'll ask Sharon about this, and actually following from your point, genetics connects us. We're connected to our, relatives in so many ways, and this information is not just mine in some way. It has implications for those other people. So what's the ethical challenge there? If I, get the answer to that question, how does this implicate my relatives?
Yeah, that's a great question, and whether or not I have any duties to my relatives to inform them they may carry this risk, and if I have something like Alzheimer's, whether I have a duty to not have kids or to have kids in a specific way via artificial reproductive technology to ensure that I don't pass these on to my kids or my grandkids. So it's really tough. And not recently, there was a case in the UK where a man had, it was in the UK, right? He had Huntington's disease, and he was in prison, and he had a very bad relationship with his family, and he was sick, and the doctors actually knew that he had Huntington's, but they didn't tell his daughter who wanted to have a kid, and then she sued the medical. I'm just, making it very short. And ultimately, the court in this case said actually the duty of confidentiality prevailed. That because he didn't want somebody to know, even though the doctors knew specifically that this woman was going to get married and was going to have a kid and now run the risk of having this child who might have definitely a disease that would kill her or her child in her 40s, but still the duty of confidentiality prevailed. So that's really very controversial.
And evolving as well, given that, it's more accessible. It's easier now to have more genetic information than it was a few years ago. So we'll be surrounded by these kinds of questions. But Jeremy, I was going to come to you with another question. If we are in the process of some genetic testing and we identify information that is important for somebody, right? Does it always matter what that person wants to know or not? Or you as a doctor, you have to tell them that, wow, look, there is something coming up that you should know about.
So I'm going to parrot Jeff. It depends, right?
Okay, everybody.
So one of the issues would be, before doing a genetic test, one of the things you want to go back to is something we talked about with the vaccine trials. It's informed consent. What is this test? What are we testing for? What are its risks? What are its benefits? What's the certainty of the information? What are we going to do with the results that we get? In the case that we started with Huntington's disease, we know a lot about that test. We know with near 100% certainty that the person who tests with that gene is going to get that disease. We don't know exactly when. But a lot of genetics and genomics is much more complicated than that. The certainty is not there. And the piece we didn't talk about is you learn a lot of things you didn't intend to learn about. Mm-hmm. So there are a lot of unanticipated findings. So the assumption that we made here at the beginning is that there are implications for someone's family. Well, there may be. It may be that it was mistaken paternity, that your father wasn't your father, right? Now, you may be happy about that or sad about that, but the instinct is there are all sorts of implications for those data that are unknown. So there are things that we don't know how to interpret. There are findings that could be scary. And we want to know in the informed consent process on the front end what people would like to know and what their intent is of testing.
Absolutely. All right. Now, this is obviously a huge topic and one that's going to keep us busy for the years to come because there's more genetics and genomics out there for us. But in the interest of wrapping up the session on time for you, I would like to ask you all and those online who are still around if you could answer the same questions again. Can we have the QR code again, please? So we just want to compare before and after, if it's possible. So here's the code. Please scan again. Please answer again. I know several people left, but maybe they're listening to us. So please answer again if you're out there.
We're not going to be able to interpret whether it's the people who left that are different than the people in the room.
It's going to be difficult. We're not going to publish this paper, Jeremy.
This would never make it through peer review.
We are not going to publish this paper for sure.
Uninterpretable results.
Yeah. No, it's going to be uninterpretable results, exactly. But let's see if we could possibly get a flavor. And there we're going to see the questions again. That's the code. While people are answering we need a few minutes for the results, right? Well, like quick minutes. It's going to be quick minutes. I was wondering if you, before we have to do the analysis, if you'd like to say in a tweet length answer, tweet length, that's like a very short one. If you could have a concluding remark, Sharon, and I'll change for each of our three topics. In terms of, engaging, how do you engage? All of these questions we discussed were difficult questions. Something about how do we engage the broader public in these kinds of difficult questions, not just how we, in our bioethics literature, are talking to one another and writing papers about it. So any suggestions from you three? We're starting with Sharon. How should we do that? Should we do that? And how? That was one of the attempts here to have a bigger dialogue about those issues. All right, that's until we get the results. Tweet length.
I'm breaking out into a sweat.
That's the heat outside.
Yeah, all right.
Don't worry.
Yeah, it's to together, if we understand and talk to each other, we can make a difference for everyone. Now I sound like a politician.
Okay, I hope somebody's tweeting this.
That was like a bumper sticker. That was better than Twitter.
And now, Jeremy, now please, another tweetable tweet.
Can I have 20 minutes? No.
You have a few characters.
So we actually do engage systematically using the tools of social sciences to elicit very systematic data as part of the process. In addition, when research or other issues are very ethically problematic, it's really critical to engage in explicit deliberation about those issues. And there are a set of tools that you can use to do that.
That was 2 tweets, but never mind.
Okay.
You know, there is. But great. All right, last tweet is from Jeff.
That was a Twitter thread. See,
it
shows
that
I know what Twitter is.
Can weave it together for us.
Yeah.
But I think that you're asking about a tweet length. The answer is using the tools like Twitter. I know you do. I do less than you, but I think it's not only something we should think about as something that's incumbent on us to do. We need to better engage the public, elicit their values, understand what they're thinking, what worries them, what doesn't, so that we can do our work better.
Thank you. That's also tweetable. And you can follow all of us on Twitter, of course. but of course, you know, these conversations take both parties, so we're very happy that people are here today, part of this conversation. Now, we have the results. Are these... now we're having the comparison, before and after. All right, look at this one, the first one.
We did well on the first one.
We had a bit of a change. Yay! Nobody changed their mind here. And we did not... Oh, let's see. Oops. Wow, we went the other way on that one. All right, but that's the thing. That's our conclusion, that through these conversations, it's fine to... We are changing our minds, or we change our decisions. You're telling half the sample this time. It's half the sample, so we cannot say much, but we're maybe going to try this game again in another occasion. Thank you all for participating, for staying late, and thank you to our panelists. And also thank you to this terrific team in the back that's doing fantastic work, trying to make this work and happen. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Just to let you know that the next session will start in 5 minutes here, so please stay around. We'll start in 5 minutes our next session. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. If you could please take your seats because the next panel is starting. Thank you so much. If you could please take your seat, the next panel is starting in a minute. Thank you very much.
The double helix that spirals and then has a hole and floats in space and so forth. Really, really amazing.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming to our afternoon panel, Kalispera. Our next panel discusses an increasingly dire issue: how wealth disparities lead to systemic inequalities in access to quality health care. Please help me welcome the moderator of today's discussion and Assistant Director of Chatham House's Global Health Program, Claire Munoz-Perry, Surgeon-in-Chief of the Surgical Clinic at the University Children's Hospital in Zurich, and full professor for pediatric surgery at the University of Zurich, Dr. Martin Moily, Senior Vice President of Prevent Epidemics, Resolve to Save Lives, and registered nurse, Amanda McClelland, Chief Executive Officer of Focus Orthopedic Hospital, Dr. Irene Wolf, and joining us via live connection from Ethiopia, Global Clinical Director of Lifebox, Dr. Tietina Negosi Mamo. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kalimera, Kalispera, depending on what time you woke up today. From the very interesting discussions that took place during the previous panel, where we heard about the bioethical dilemmas facing scientists, healthcare professionals, and citizens, we go on to hear from 4 experts on how wealth disparities lead to systemic inequalities in access to and quality of healthcare around the world. Access to healthcare is something we all care about. In January 2020, the United Nations launched a global consultation to mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. People from all walks of life were consulted about their hopes and fears for the future. Over 1 million respondents from all UN member states and observer states took part in consultations. The results showed that people from every continent considered access to healthcare as either their top or second priority. Health inequality refers to the uneven distribution of resources. However, it is inequity, the injustice of inequality, that the panel's presentations, and I hope the conference participants, will be keen to discuss and seek solutions for. Inequities are the result of unjust systems that negatively affect people's living conditions, access to healthcare, and overall health. Inequity is basically inequality that is not inevitable or natural, but the product of human behavior. Inequity is also not just a north-south, rich country, poor country divide. It also takes place within countries. For example, in the richest areas of Scotland, men experience nearly 24 more years of good health, and women experience nearly 23 more years of good health compared to the most deprived areas of the country. Health inequalities arise from the social conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age. Health inequalities are unfair and could be reduced by a mix of government policies. A chilling piece of data on health inequality, and I think there's a lot of more data that you can see in the room next door, is that every day 16,000 children die before their 5th birthday. They die of pneumonia, malaria, diarrhea, and other diseases. Most of these are preventable or curable diseases. In sub-Saharan Africa, children are 14 times more likely to die before the age of 5 than children in the rest of the world. Maternal mortality, for example, is a health indicator that shows the wide gaps between rich and poor countries. Developing countries account for 99% of annual maternal deaths in the world. Women in Chad have a lifetime risk of maternal death of 1 in 16, while a woman in Sweden has a risk of maternal death of less than 1 in 10,000. In low-income countries, the average life expectancy is 62 years, while in high-income countries, it is 81 years. A child born in Sierra Leone can expect to live for 50 years, while a child born in Japan can expect to live 84 years. Today's panelists come from different parts of the world, but all work to save lives. They have all experienced, without doubt, the inequities in access to healthcare. So without much ado, I will go on to introduce them, although our kind introductory colleague has done that already, and ask them some starting questions before discussing health inequities. However, first, we will listen from Dr. Tihitena Ngusi Mamo, Global Clinical Director of Lifebox, who works in Ethiopia to expand the access.
Thank you, Claire. Good afternoon, everyone. As Claire described it early, health inequality is basically improper or unfair distribution of health resources for the population which is living in the world. And unfortunately, this health inequality will result in a vicious cycle, because if someone is not getting the proper health care on time and in a safe way, it will result in ill people wandering around who are not productive, who are not functional, and that will automatically compromise the country's income because of low productivity, and that will continue on having low resource which will not be available for healthcare services. So basically, in any area, it can be within the country or globally, if there is a low resource and not available to the healthcare system, then the health service provision to the individuals who are in need will not be adequate and will not be safe. So I am a pediatric surgeon working in Ethiopia Black Line Hospital, which is one of the biggest institutions in the country, but I am the real witness of what inequality means while providing services. Surgery is part of the health care, which is part of saving lives through healthcare system. Unfortunately, if we don't have the proper gadgets, the proper resources, then the availing service which we are offering will not be to the standard. I say I can be a witness of this inequality because early in the morning, while I'm leaving my home, I can feel my gut that there is something buzzing in my brain, because while I'm going to give the service, be it in the operation theater or with patient department, will I face the challenge of not having bed not to admit patients? Or will I face the challenge of not having adequate equipment in the operation theater because of non-availability of water, non-functionality of autoclaves, non-availability of blood byproducts, or other non-consumable medical equipment, which will hinder my surgical service provision. So that will dramatically drain my brain, and it will stress me out. And even when I reach to the hospital, I might face that one of my colleagues might be sick, is not going to attend the OR, and that will also result in human resource deficiency. So all these factors will be a contributing factor not only to improve the access, but also to result in not giving the safe surgical service to the needy. So the root cause for all kinds of inequality service provision will be different, but it can be divided into three main groups. It can be inadequate and not well skilled and trained healthcare providers. It can be the absence of infrastructure. For example, when you go to the rural area, you might not get the proper institution which can avail the service which is needed for the individuals living there. Or it can be poor facilities. Even if the infrastructure is there, then the necessary equipment and resources will not be available, which will hinder you not to give the care which is good enough to be safe enough to be given to these patients who are needing that kind of services. So all in all, whenever resource is limited in a country, then all these factors can be alarmingly high, and to address that might not be easy thing to do. There are multiple partners, be it governmental or non-governmental partners, who are trying to fill up on this gap, but some of the strategies might not be good enough, or is not easy to result in the change they are advocating about or wanting to have. So as the Global Clinical Director of Lifebox is a non-governmental organization which is envisioning to provide safer surgical practices in saving lives. So as the director for that specific part, we are trying to work with specifically healthcare providers on the ground in this resource-limited area who can understand the gap, who can propose the solution, and who can be part of the solution creation unit which we are having. So, as I said, the providers are the important stakeholders. But in order to achieve that, we are trying to strategize and develop a plan as a year, and there are 3 important pillars that we are following to address our visions, and that those pillars are to make sure that safe surgery, safe anesthesia, and improved teamwork is available in the perioperative area, which means perioperative area is the area where patients are getting the first seen as a patient in the outpatient department, being operated in the operation theater, and discharged improved. So all those areas, they should get the proper care so that they are off their pain, improved from their illness, and discharged with happy faces. So, and as a healthcare provider, seeing your patient be happy is the happiest moment that you can easily advocate about it and feel it whenever you are in healthcare facility. So in order to address that, we are trying to provide different kinds of trainings, especially short-term trainings, to make sure that healthcare providers in this resource-limited area can have an updated version of the training which can help their skill and improve the safe practices they are going to provide. The other one is developing different kinds of tools, and those tools can be medtech innovative, and starting from the pulse oximetry, which is a relatively low cost, but to the good quality and can be used for saving patients in both in the operation theater or emergency surgical service areas, or wherever there is light outage as a problem. We are also trying to develop headlight, which is important enough to avoid cancellation of patient because of light outage. And there are simple tools, can be checklists or standard operation procedures, which can be used by the healthcare providers to avoid common errors in the perioperative area, so that the human factor as well as the system factor can be easily addressed. So with that checklist, including the WHO surgical safety checklist training workshops, or developing the decision tool making and using the pulse oximetry and others, will help systematically address the safety issue without incurring too much burden to the care providers. The last but not the least is a strong partnership creation with important stakeholders, including healthcare providers on the ground, stakeholders at the governmental institutions and other non-governmental institutions who are envisioning safe surgical practices, accessibility to the needy on the ground. So this is what I can say to address health inequality. So as far as we are trying to address with simple tools and simple steps, then this vicious cycle can be broken. Thank you so much. Back to you, Claire.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tahitena. Just one quick question to illustrate all that you've told us. What is needed, for example, for a woman who requires surgery to deliver a baby safely? What are the components? What do the health workers need to know? What equipment is necessary? And what other conditions need to be met?
So basically, whenever women want to access safe surgery to delivery, so women shouldn't have days for giving birth. So the basic equipments of surgical instruments should be available, light should be available, water should be available. And if there is a problem of accessing it in a routine way, then we have to have a system of creating our own storage of water, and also feeding up of the power outage by having proper headlight. And also the blood component should also be available. So for that blood component, a proper advocacy for the population should be made, because donating blood shouldn't be something we should push on. people should be volunteer, and that is not luxurious thing to get, but easy thing to get to save the life of women who are giving birth.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Dr. Tihitana. I will now move on to ask Professor Moily to talk to us about his experience of working in a very different setting with different conditions. A condition you could call maybe of privilege, and how that has contrasted with your experience of seeing how things are in other parts of the world.
Thank you, Claire. Kalispera says, when I came to this place, even though I had some knowledge about SNF, but not tight contact, I was totally amazed and enthused about the fabulously, profoundly holistic approach SNF cures and cares for at this very place, who is, thanks to the architect Renzo Piano, also a building that allows for these wonderful qualities to grow and to be transmitted to people, etc., etc. So, thank you very much indeed for having me here. It's a great privilege and honor to be here and speak. Now, I was born in Switzerland, and this is a country that accounts among the most privileged countries in the world, because it is one of the richest countries, one of the safest countries, one of the cleanest countries, and there are many more superlatives that are factual. What I'm telling you is not bluff. It is just facts. And the ensemble of all these facts create an enormous privilege for those who can stay there, who are born there, stay there, raised there, study there, work there, and die there. Switzerland has, among other advantages, certainly one of the best healthcare systems in the world. No doubt about this. And one of the very special features is that the entire country, and we're talking about 42,000 square kilometers, of which only 3/4 are inhabited. So there, the healthcare system works everywhere. So it is not possible to suffer from a myocardial infarction somewhere, even high in the Alps, and not being rescued within about half an hour's time, because there is a helicopter, which is a flying intensive care unit, that comes, sits down, out springs the doctor, who is an intensive care specialist, takes care of the patient, makes a resuscitation at 3,000 meters high, for example, with intravenous lines and all the things, defibrillation, etc., that it takes to bring the patient back to an okay life. Then the patient goes to the helicopter and is flown to the most appropriate center for his presumable diagnosis. And that is in the entire country. That is 24 hours a day. So super luxurious. It is possible because Switzerland is small, Switzerland is rich, and Switzerland has worked on these developmental issues to bring healthcare up. And, not astonishingly, if you look at the city of Zurich, where I have been working, people say every second building is a bank. This is true. I add, every other second building is a palace of a health insurance company. Do you know, if not, I tell you, that every single person in Switzerland is obligatorily health insured? There's no way around. So even a homeless person, even refugee persons, etc., if they fall ill or if they have a trauma or something, they go to the appropriate place, receive the care they need, irrespective of they are homeless or a member of government and the insurance pays. That is the situation. So, shortly summarized, I could say, yes, we are living, not maybe in paradise, but close to it. Which, if I close my eyes wide shut and look at the own situation back home, it is fantastic to be there, to work there, etc., etc. If I have my eyes wide shut, looking around in the world, there the situation is distinctly different. Because in the world, not in every country, but basically in a summarizing way, we could say that the world is a place where there is infinite demand and very finite resources. Parentheses, again, and that's the last time I'm talking about Switzerland, there's a good balance between demand and resources. Everybody gets what he or she needs in terms of healthcare. Now, a brief word to my own situation. You wanted me to quote this. I give you the most extreme thing I did in my life, and this is fetal surgery. That means surgery before birth. That means having a candidate where only the very earliest surgical procedure can help the patient, and that is prenatal surgery. And the candidate fetuses are those with an open back. If we fix those fetuses in utero, that means making the diagnosis, etc., obtain informed consent as we need, of course, but the operation is opening up the mother, exteriorizing a bit the uterus, open the uterus, exteriorize the fetus's back where the lesion is, fix the lesion, and when the skin is closed, the fetus is returned to the uterus is closed, the mom's belly is closed, and that is basically the operation. And then the pregnancy goes on for 3 months or 4, and then the baby is born at term or near term. And the point is, in the best case scenario, that particular baby is born with a very mild pattern of disabilities. If this baby, and that was one of your questions that I answered now, would not have had surgery before birth, this baby would come to see the light of day with a terrible set of lifelong, severe, incurable handicaps, starting with a hydrocephalus, a waterhead, then paraplegia, meaning the legs are not functional whatsoever, and dramatically also the bladder and anorectal control is not present. So these kids are incontinent. So this is a terrible set of handicaps that these kids have, and I didn't tell you everything. This is just the core problematic. So that is possible today in very few places in the world, including but not limited to Switzerland. The US are pioneers in that. And this is also valid for a number of other high-end medical surgical procedures when babies are born with potentially lethal or handicapping malformations. And we can today, with the given optimal circumstances, fix these problems in such a way that most of these kids are then allowed to lead productive, happy lives with a normal life expectancy. So that is a maximum that we as pediatric surgeons can achieve. The adult surgeons, sometimes they operate on old people, and then they live for 1 or 2 years longer. We operate on neonates, and they live then 70, 80, 90 years. So that is a fantastic thing. Now, the point is the privilege sort of just a privilege? The answer is no. When in lucid moments I think about the world, then I feel the privilege on one side, but also sort of a shame and sort of a profound obligation to also do things to help the world be better. Of course, this is a microscopical thing, but it is something that we can do and that we did in the past in our hospital and will be continuing to do, and that is invite people from underprivileged sites, such as, for example, Cambodia, Mozambique, Armenia, Afghanistan, to our place, train people in such a way that they can go back and do better, much better, than they were able to be doing before. Also, our teams go there to these sites to make an analysis with what amount of relatively modest money can we help them locally to do much better. Just one brief example, and that's going to be it. In Afghanistan, for example, we had exactly this ping-pong thing of people who came to us, our people went there, and we have managed to get the moderate amount of money of 50,000 euros from the Swiss government to build a burn center in Kabul in Afghanistan. Now, children up to 30–40% total body surface area burned survive on a regular basis. Before, children with 10–15% had a 50% chance to survive. And all those with larger burns, they were just brought to the hospital that was sort of a living cemetery. You know, they lived and then the light went away. And the kids were buried. A miserable, most miserable situation that has very significantly improved after our relatively small effort.
Yeah. Maybe we can get on to talking about how do we finance, who finances all the investment that is needed to reduce health inequity. But maybe that's for after we've asked our colleagues to speak. Dr. Wolf, would you, you're the CEO of Focus Orthopedic Hospital in Ghana. Yeah. Could you tell us how that hospital came to be and your role in it and how it serves the community and the country and what other countries can learn about how you did this?
Okay, so we are a 70-bed hospital, non-profit, and we are located in Accra in Ghana. And the need arose some years in 1998. We have a renowned, world-renowned spine surgeon who's a Ghanaian, but had lived in the US for over 30 years. He was the chief of scoliosis surgery in Hospital for Special Surgery in New York, which is one of the best orthopedic facilities in the world. So he came back and realized that when kids are born with spinal deformities, the culture says that these kids are a curse, and so they don't go to school. The few that manage to go to school, they have a stigma on them, and then the deformity gets worse, and so they are in pain, and then their activity levels are low because of cardiopulmonary insufficiency. So essentially, they drop out. So they never achieve their full potential in life. They are unproductive citizens. They have a very low social self-esteem, and you know what that does to mental health issues. So their only hope is if some benefactor picks them up and takes them to anywhere in the Western world to have the surgery done for them at a cost of over $100,000. Because we didn't have the skill at the time in our country, and we didn't have the logistics. We didn't have spinal cord monitoring equipment. We didn't have intraoperative cell salvage equipment. We didn't have equipment for total intravenous anesthesia, which you need for spinal cord monitoring, and then the skill was not there. So he came in with a group of volunteers. From 1998 till 2011, we had over 500 volunteers from all over the world to come and operate on these kits. They started coming once a year, then went up to twice a year. In 2011, they came 4 times in a year. And then also, so in the volunteers, we had surgeons, perioperative nurses, ICU nurses, orthopedic nurses, rehab specialists, physiotherapists, and they used to come down and they collaborated with the biggest hospital in the country, which it was a 2,000-bed hospital, and they did the surgeries in this hospital. In 2012, thanks to the benevolence of SNF and the Bloomberg Foundation, Wayne and Claire Hayland, a lot of donors came together and the Focus Orthopedic Hospital was built. So now we started operating in our own facilities. Some of us who were local, we joined them and we trained with them. And we started the Spine Fellowship. We were accredited for training, so we started the Spine Fellowship and training all categories of staff. Hospital for Special Surgery was fantastic. They let their staff come in and train our staff on the ground. And we had one neurophysiologist, Daniel. He came to stay with us for 6 months to train our spinal cord monitoring team. So all this training went until 2015, and then there was a problem. Ebola hit the West African sub-region, and so there were no volunteers. So we were on our own. But at the time, we had a strong staff of 150 people, all very well equipped to carry on. So we had trained 2 spine fellows in addition to Prof. Wachi, so there were 3. And we had 2 anesthetists, myself and another lady, and we continued as if nothing had happened. And we were doing virtual conferencing with HSS to, educational sessions and training sessions, and all of that continued. So we were sort of self-sufficient. And then in 2017, things calmed down, volunteers start coming, and then boom, 2020, COVID hits again, and there are no volunteers. And that taught us that, look, it is time for us to take care of our own issues and stop depending on volunteers. So what have we achieved all this time? In the 10 years we have been in existence, we have seen over 70,000 of these children in our clinics. We have operated on about 3,500 of them, given them a whole new lease on life. They have gone on to finish school, graduated from college. 3 of them are working in our facility. Yeah. And then we are doing a lot of research. We have a robust research department. We are publishing. We present abstracts at every SRS conference. We are published in the Spine Journal. And then we are also training. We have partnered with AO Alliance, a Swiss group which is passionate about the care of trauma patients in Africa. And so we are their training center in Africa, and they are training trauma teams so that wherever there's trauma anywhere in the country, there is a team that can help you. We are training their surgeons, and we are training their perioperative nurses. And we are still working with HSS. They still come down twice a year just to make sure that everything is okay. Our vision is to provide state-of-the-art, sustainable infrastructure for state-of-the-art orthopedic care and education. To remain state-of-the-art, you have to be in tune with what is going on in the world. So we are in touch with them all the time to keep this going. Financing is a huge, healthcare financing is a huge issue. We are 10 years old, equipment is obsolete, software has to be upgraded and all of that. And we are working with them and SNF and other donors to try and help with that. And also with other groups that are now ready to partner with health institutions to help finance them. So we are capacity building for not just for ourselves, but for the entire country and for the continent as a whole.
Great. Just one question, and you mentioned all the different institutions that help keep Focus running. What about the government of Ghana?
Oh yes, they did. They do help. They gave us a $2 million grant when we were building the hospital. They also give us a sort of rebate when we have to ship equipment in. Yes, they help with that. And then essentially, because we are private, they can't be seen to be doing too much because the public sector is also there. Yes, but they also helped us acquire our MRI, so they are helping as much as they can.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr.
You're welcome.
Amanda, last but not least, and with so much that we've discussed that we would like you to tell us about, and your experience of working in different countries, in different situations, from outbreaks to crises, how have you experienced the starkest forms of health inequity in your work? And how do you think we can address these going forward?
Wow, the huge questions of the world to answer in 4 minutes, but let me see what I can do.
Maybe we can run over a little bit. Just,
but I feel like I'm almost at the opposite end of our esteemed colleagues on the panel. I work mainly in public health and have spent the last 18, 19 years responding to natural disasters and epidemics. And there's an interesting quote that says, disasters seek out the poor and keep them poor. And I think, in my experience, that's exactly true. I think disasters and the Afghanistan earthquake that occurred yesterday, I think, is a great example. Extremely remote area, over 1,000 deaths, extremely difficult to get to. And the damage and the number of people killed is because of the quality of housing, the lack of access to care. But I think COVID has shown us that that's not just disasters, that epidemics in particular, communicable diseases in particular, seek out inequity and magnify those inequities. And I think, I started my career in a tertiary pediatric. I'm also a pediatric nurse by training, and I started in a tertiary institution, but saw the inequity in the patients that we were seeing and was drawn to infectious diseases and worked in Indigenous communities in Australia and saw the same children becoming sick all of the time with the pneumonias, with the diarrheas that you mentioned, and realised that it goes beyond access to healthcare, it goes beyond making sure that we have quality of service, but that there's political and social inequity that drive the health access issue. And so over the last 15 or 18 years, I think I'm getting old now, 18 years, I've worked with the Red Cross and a number of organisations to reach that last mile and to try to improve access and quality. But I think the key lesson to me during COVID was really the impact of other policies beyond health. I think I was based in the US during the beginning of the pandemic in New York, and I think seeing the lack of paid sick leave as a real equity issue that people were unable to isolate when we asked them to, that we were seeing, when we initially planned for a large-scale airborne pandemic, and we knew it was going to happen, we didn't know when, but we knew we were going to have an airborne pandemic, we thought it would be the big equalizer, that everyone would get sick, that it would be something that would affect everyone, potentially different age groups. But I think what we saw was a differentiation of risk. And that's really where the inequity has come out for me, both in disasters and epidemics, that the risk to disasters, the risk to malnutrition and famine, that we're seeing 40 million people across the Horn at the moment at risk of famine, the risk from earthquakes like Afghanistan, is because of inequity and risk. As much it is about inequity to access and to those issues. And so what are the government policies and social policies we can use to balance out that risk? Access to water, access to paid leave, access to vaccines and early diagnosis. So I think the big shift in my thinking from my early days as a pediatric nurse and treating inequity as an access issue has expanded very much. And I think now as we move forward, really thinking not only as healthcare professionals, how do we reach that last mile, how do we reach those patients that need the most help, but how do we also drive equity in policy beyond financing to be able to make sure that people's risks are reduced.
Great. So on that note, another difficult question. Bearing in mind all the different crises that the world is experiencing, from the conflicts, the earthquakes, the refugee crises, the food and energy crises, the cost of living increases, climate change, environmental degradation, political crises of all sorts, the ever-present idea that another pandemic might come at any time. Do you, and I'm addressing this to the whole panel, do you think inequity in global health will be reduced, or does the picture look increasingly bleak?
That's a depressing review of the news from this morning. I think the challenges that face us now are as great as they ever been, but the tools that we have to address them are also the greatest that we have ever had. I think our ability to bring a vaccine in development during COVID to market in 18 months is testament to this, but we can't science our way out of all of these crises. It needs political and social change. What I do think these crises bring to us is a lens on the diversity of the inequities that we need to address. I think as someone who focuses on disasters and epidemics, we often get whiplash. I went from the massive cholera outbreaks in Ghana and Sierra Leone to the Ebola outbreaks in West Africa to the yellow fever outbreaks in Angola to Zika in South America, to COVID. And I think we're at risk now of really trying to forget COVID and forget the lessons that the pandemic has brought us. But I think if we do take those lessons from the multitude of crises that we're currently facing, it does elevate and bring to the surface inequities that we perhaps have ignored in the past. And these aren't new lessons. The lessons that we're learning right now have been there since 1918. We knew what would happen during the pandemic. We know what happens during food insecurity. What we haven't done is acted on those lessons, and I think that's the challenge that faces us going forward.
Great. Would you like to give a positive, negative message to the question, or shall we let the public ask questions of the three of you?
I'm a person that sees the glass always half full.
I thought so.
Therefore, my optimism leads me to say, if it is manageable to put up a global effort against these crises situations, and I think that might be possible if you look at how Western countries, including the US, have been able to establish a help task force through Ukraine that is pretty comprehensive. And there are billions and billions and billions of dollars invested, pumped into that, which to my mind is perfectly justified. Mm-hmm. No critique to that. My point is, this kind of gathering of potent states to help those underprivileged should be replicated for other topics than, for example, the war in Ukraine. There's also the war against viruses, there is the war against hunger, and many other battlefields that would deserve such kind of an effort. And the Ukraine example serves, and that's my positivistic way of viewing it, as a template. In some places of the planet, such concerted action can be organized and implemented, and hopefully also it will be effective.
Great, thank you. Maybe we can discuss this later, because I've got my own views about the politics around why the response to Ukraine has been more positive than others. Can I take a few minutes now to see if any of the conference attendees would like to ask any questions of the panelists? No, maybe everybody's ready for lunch, and we've got 58 seconds left, so I think we'll... Oh, sorry, there's please, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the inequalities that we talked about, the health inequalities, they're very linked with the social and economic inequalities. So maybe the new war that has to be gauged is not like to give money to build hospitals, to give money to train more doctors, because these are they seem like they're short-term solutions. They're not fighting the core of the problem, which is the creation of inequalities, which it could be selfishness. Like, we can fight selfishness through education. Maybe that's where resources need to be. So we can have a better solution and the next discussion about this like 50 years later. Because now it doesn't seem there is a clear solution. Because we lack education, we lack solidarity spirit. We want to spend more. That's my thought on it.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? No? Well, in that case, I think it's lunchtime, and we finished on time, so good for us. And thank you, everybody, for listening. We finished on time.
The Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger, and the Central African Republic. You better not touch that dial, because we're here to amplify youth voices. Amplify youth voices. Voices. The Children's Radio Foundation.
My name is Purity Mafunga, and I'm a youth reporter from Kitwe, Zambia. Clever FM 87.7 on the Copperbelt, 96.9 in Lusaka, and 92.1 in Solwezi. Coppola's most loved radio station. You are listening to Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Hi everyone, my name is Russ, #Russ that guy. I am from Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. I'm a young reporter for Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices.
Hi everyone, this is Jobrin J. Makonelo Cheletesfai Nirenda of Zambia, Africa on the Children's Radio Foundation. Thank you very much for attending the conference, and I would like to welcome you right now, and we're going to talk about something very interesting. But before I talk about that, allow me to let my friend introduce himself.
Hi there. Most of you might have been here yesterday, and definitely you would have heard me if you were, and if you weren't, well, it's a good time as ever to introduce myself afresh. I am Skinner Andreas, your local knowledge. I am here from Athens, Greece, welcoming you as well to the SNFCC.
All right, Andreas, I'd like you to tell me, how has been your experience, since the day started, from the morning and up to this time?
Honestly, I think you need to look at it holistically, including yesterday. Yesterday was a wonderful day, a very interesting day with a lot of stuff going on, a lot of important topics being discussed, and I think today started just as well, just as strong. It's been quite a blast, really, watching all these wonderful people talk about these things. And it's definitely not an experience I'm going to regret. How about you?
I've been enjoying my day, especially this morning has been so great. It's not a morning to regret. Looking at what we had last night, we had a brilliant last night. After the Locomondo dance, we had the drone show. That was my favorite part. I really enjoyed that. Of course. And then having this beautiful morning, that is awesome for me.
That's the fun experience. We're here for the important stuff, but you saw how many people were at the Locomondo concert. It's very obvious that a lot of people enjoyed that too.
All right, awesome. So, like, Andreas, I want us to talk about something very interesting, okay?
Yeah.
So, like, we're going to have, we'll be having a conference on global health inequalities. And
Okay.
I'd like us to brainstorm one another on, like, what it is and some few things that we can cover under global health inequalities.
Yeah.
To start with, what do you think, or what is your general understanding on global health inequalities?
Well, it's a very obvious thing that not all the countries in the world are the same, and that means economically mostly and socially. So that means that the experiences that people of each country face are also not the same, and that includes various, sections of life, walks of life, including health. And what that means is that myself, from Athens, Greece, and you, not from Athens, Greece, probably have faced very different situations when it comes to healthcare.
All right, that's nice. Well, just like you, I understand like global health inequalities. I think for me what comes to my mind when I hear of that is simply the differences in the distribution of health resources between different people of different groupings.
Yeah.
That is what comes to my mind. That is why this is not so strange to me because I've met this in my life and I'd like to talk about a few things. But before that, let us just run through the factors that contribute to these global disparities. Okay, so I have education. You find that when somebody is not educated, they will have limited information, okay, to access their healthcare services, and they won't be aware of their rights, to health, okay. Then apart from education, I can also talk about unemployment. Okay, when somebody is not employed, of course, they'll have some difficult economic hurdles in life. You know, life is full of hurdles, but economic hurdles are way too much for someone to bear. And I don't know if you can, please come in on ethnicity.
Look, first of all, I want to say that you mentioning information as a resource is very important. Information is a resource. It's a very important resource because it's the one that gets you to the way for the other resources. My syntax there was wrong. Anyway, a couple of other things that are very important when it comes to inequalities in healthcare, and what you receive and what you live through. Of course, one cannot ignore gender. It's a fact of life that people with uteruses and people on the LGBTQ spectrum in general have higher needs when it comes to healthcare, like people with uteruses, as it was mentioned earlier on the Sexual Reproductive Health show, sanitary pads or other sanitary products, as well as, the occasional pregnancy test, etc., contraception, all these things are more expensive for, people with uteruses than they are for people, with not uterus. I screwed. That went a bit weird. Finding myself back on the right track. The other thing that one really needs to pay attention to is ethnicity, because you come from a multiracial country, so the situation might be different. But here in Greece, it's very different for a Greek person, and it's very different from your average, working class immigrant who's here, sort of outcast from the rest of society, to come into contact with the hospitals and get the care they need and the quality of care they need, because, the hospitals might look at them in a weird way, they might not speak the language, etc. And it comes to show. And then you get countries like the United States, where there are much deeper racial issues, right?
Yeah, okay, so, and I like the fact that you brought in, about sanitary towels, okay?
Yeah.
So, let me even share, some few words that I have on that sanitary towel thingy, okay? And I'd like you to bring out the announcements that we have for the day, just as I finish with what I'm about to say. So, sanitary towels, I feel like they're very important to every girl's life, okay? I mean, without sanitary towels, people lose confidence, you see? And there's need for it, for sanitary towels to be very accessible in all health care facilities. I mean, girls, when, they don't have sanitary towels, they resort to other means of trying to keep up with their menstrual period, okay? Some of them use clothes, okay? And that is very dangerous because those might develop some fungal infection. Yeah. And what will happen when you have some fungal infection? You might even die because some cancer might develop there. Yeah, so it is very important, things like sanitary towels to be made free, because without them, the girls will lose their confidence and the like. Please run us through the announcements.
Just before I go to the announcements, I just want to comment on that, because a thing you might face, it's very rare that, free sanitary products are just readily available for people with uteruses. I think Spain recently made a move in that direction. But the other problem is that certain countries treat them as luxury products, so they add extra tax on them, and that is just unacceptable in my opinion. Anyway, to go through the announcements, today for the second day of the SNF Nostos, we've got the SNF Dialogues taking place as part of the SNF Nostos Conference on health. We've got, essentially, it's an outreach initiative where talks with young people from around the globe about social media and the mental imprint it's leaving on their generation, the so-called Generation Social. The dialogue discussion will take place at 5 o'clock. I don't know if there's been a change in the schedule there, on the alternative stage of the Greek National Opera at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Centre. Of course, alongside all these things, we've got the parallel activities as we had yesterday. So we have a template for future hospitals, an exhibition from Renzo Piano, the architect for this building and a bunch of hospitals in Greece to be built across the whole at the National Library. We have the remote pulse and recorded assembly at the Canal, and we've also got the VR experience at the Dome. Anyway, we've also got the stuff tonight. We've got the concert with Georgia Smith, Good Job Nikki, and Masked Wolf. We've got another drone show, another DJ set, but before all that, we've got a quick break.
Wow, it was a quick break. I mean, I didn't even realize that it came to an end.
It's good to be back.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us, and I want you to say your name because I know you want to add those spices to your name.
You know, I have to. Hello, guys. My name is Sikelela Kholom. I'm from South Africa. I am the Black Beauty. I'm Miss SRBB. I feel so great to join you guys today.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Sikelela. So, to keep the conversation going, I mean, this is not when it is starting. It started sometime, and then you just popped in. So, I have a question for all of us, okay? I'll start with you, Sikelela, since you're just joining us.
Yeah.
Then, Andreas, you're going to tell me what you think about the question, and I'll come in. So, what is your bad health habit? Okay.
My bad health habit, I would say it is not sleeping. I really don't sleep. I procrastinate a lot, and I found out that it's very dangerous, not sleeping for long hours, and you should at least have 8 hours of sleep, and I've not been doing that, and I think it is affecting my mental health because when it comes to the following day, I don't have that much energy to be productive and do work. So I think I should work on that.
You know, I share that bad habit, but a bad habit that's really followed me along here to the conference is that despite the wonderful food that is currently being served here at the National Opera building, I've not been eating well. I've just carried on the same garbage eating stuff I've been doing for the rest of my life. So honestly, I should probably fix that by having a snack in a bit. What about you, Jobran?
Well, my bad health habit is actually, to start with, I experienced some bloat at some time. I mean, I have gases. So despite having gases, I don't really like staying to the restrictions and I'm not supposed to take any carbonated stuff. So that is my bad health habit. I go against what I'm advised by the doc. Okay, I shouldn't have carbonated drinks and stuff. And carbonated drinks just happen to be my favorite. So that is my bad health habit. And Sikelela, you went around to do some data collection on a certain thing, which is mask, COVID-19 and mask. Okay, and I believe you had gotten quite a number of them. We can actually have them played, and after them being played, we can have what you have to say. We talk about it and the like.
Closed spaces, for example, means of public transport, or when you're in a hospital, and when you're close to other people. When you're outdoors, it's okay if you keep a small distance. I think that we should be aware of the fact that COVID has not gone away. It's still with us. And in Europe, and I don't know about the rest of the world, but in Europe in particular, there are many, many cases. So COVID has not gone away, and putting a face mask on is good not only for us, but also for people who are close to us.
I think that it's a matter of personal responsibility, but if we respect certain rules, we will all be fine, respecting those who wish to wear a mask as well as those who wish not to wear a mask.
Okay, I agree with both ladies. They totally covered me. I agree that wearing masks is a social responsibility, and we should follow the rules because pandemic, the COVID is here.
That's a bunch of interesting opinions. I think I've changed my volume of voice. I think you'll find this a bit more comfortable now. So, masks. Tell me about the situation with masks in South Africa, etc.
Yes, so we recently got an announcement from the president or people in South Africa actually mentioning that we won't have to be wearing masks. And I was like, oh, finally, we're not wearing masks. But then when it comes to this situation, there are certain people who choose to still wear masks. So the conversation is, should you actually judge a person who still decides to wear a mask even now? Okay. So yeah, that's the conversation we were having with people outside, whether or not do they choose to still wear a mask or not, even though a majority of people have vaccinated. Yeah. But some people feel like, no, even if people have vaccinated, this COVID-19 virus is still out here. So I'm going to wear my mask no matter what.
What's your 2 cents on the subject, Jobran?
Well, wearing masks in Zambia, it is still there. I mean, there hasn't been any official address from the government to say we cannot wear masks right now. So COVID-19, we believe it's still around, and it hasn't really left us. So people still wear masks, though there are some people who don't really wear masks. And those who don't wear masks happen to look at those who wear masks as if, okay, those they think as if their health are working or the like. So that is the funny part. People start making fun of those who are wearing masks because them themselves are not wearing masks because they got the vaccination and the like. Yeah, you understand.
Yeah. Now here in Greece, we actually stopped the masks from the 1st of June, but that's only temporary. It's going to be reevaluated on the 1st of September. I don't know if that's suspicious because it's only the summer, but that's up to you. What are your experiences with masks? Like personal experiences, not so much, what the government has done.
I feel like masks make it a bit difficult for me to breathe, especially in closed spaces. So I struggled a lot with that. But sometimes, especially when it's cold, I didn't even mind wearing a mask. But yeah, that has been my experience with masks.
How about you?
Well, I've loved masks since day one when they were introduced. Okay, of course they were introduced a long time ago, but they came into force on a serious basis after the COVID-19 pandemic struck the world. Okay, so masks, I've really liked them because they kind of act like a covering to your emotions. It is very difficult for someone to predict your facial expression. Yeah. So you can be sad and then no one will even notice that you're sad. So that is what I love about masks.
Or you can be laughing at them and they will never know.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And also as a lady, for me, it's kind of not cool to have dry lips. So a mask hides that from people's eyes.
But also a joke that's been going around, for the past couple of years now, we've had the mandates, etc., is how you don't have to make up the lower half of your face. So I think the equivalent for me, of course, is not having to shave the lower half of my face, because you can see I, have an issue there. Personally, I find masks to be sort of a double-edged sword. They are useful socially, and then they are so harmful socially at the same time, because I understand you wanting to hide the emotion. But body language is such an essential part of communication, including the facial expression. So that kind of puts a problem there. So there's the other question about the trade-offs with masks, right? And masks save lives, that's a fact. And that's a thing that we need to keep into account. Vaccination means that if you get the virus, you're more likely to have a better time with it, not to go through heavy symptoms, hospitalization, etc. Doesn't mean you can't get the virus, right? So many people who are vaccinated have gotten the virus, but it's just gone like that, with a snap of the finger, through their body. So I think that's a very interesting thing about masks that we need to keep in mind. I think we should go to another break right now. Yeah?
Yeah. We can go to
All in, Sikalele?
Yes, all in. I'm here.
Okay, break time.
You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. We amplify youth voices. Youth voices.
Hi, my name is Joël. I am from Madagascar, Zambia, a youth reporter from Weatherton's Youth Link Hub radio show. You are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Hello, hi. My name is Piseleto Shot Ganchiani from Klopper Village in South Africa. I am a young reporter from Mute Community Radio Station under the short SWADA. You are listening to Children's Radio Foundation. # We Amplify Youth Voices.
Mulishani bonse inene bomlemba mlando nangola Miss Awesome ukufuma kukitwe Mozambia inene bone mpungwe fe batama recording fuma ku Flavor FM 87.7 umsumba wa Copper Belt mle mfwa kuli ba Children Radio Foundation fwe babonfya ama voices yabapungwe.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. And right now we're going to talk about health screening, okay? And it's very important to capture all angles of society. So we'll start by introducing our friend who has just joined us in replacement of Sikelela. So please tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Purity Lekwa Mafunga. I'm a youth reporter from Zambia and the Children's Radio Foundation.
All right, Purity, thank you very much. So we're going to have a listen to one of the views that because you went around collecting some data, and you collected data from older people and younger people. So let's try to listen to what the older people have to say.
Okay, so in my age, like about 40, I do have my husband, I have my children since married since 20 years. So it's like kind of everything is settled and it's not changing. So I don't have to worry about anything in this section. And then I do my yearly checkups at the women's doctor. And if anything would come up there, I would know and I would be able to look into it.
It's the same with me, and I also do the yearly checkups. And I think for women or girls, it's very important that they do these checkups. And for sexual health, for breast cancer, for any kind of diseases that women can have, so you can get treatment in an early stage. So I think that's very important, and that's what we do for our health.
I do an STI test, and I use protection with every partner I have.
Okay, and how often do you do STIs?
Once a year.
Αυτό που μπορώ να σκεφτώ είναι αφενός η προστασία που πρέπει να λαμβάνει κανείς σε σχέση με τη σεξουαλικότητά του. Το θέμα της αναπαραγωγής σχετίζεται με τη σεξουαλικότητα βεβαίως. Η καθυστέρηση που παρατηρείται στους νέους στο να γίνουν γονείς.
All right, Purity, we've had a listen to the beautiful views from different people out there, and I believe they're adults, okay? So what is your say on what they have to say?
All right. So, in as much as other people go for checkups when it comes to cervical cancer, breast cancer, and prostate cancer, not everybody utilizes these services in health facilities. And to make matters worse, other people don't even know that such services exist. But in other countries, they lack equipment, so people rarely go for checkups. And this is actually why we are having like issues with SRHR when it comes to women and men going for checkups. Then, when it comes to the younger generation, I think there's more. 1 to 10, there's a call out for a younger generation, because as young people, we don't even want to go for cervical cancer screening. Oh no, I'll go for cervical cancer when I'm 35, when it's actually affecting me now. So it's high time we started utilizing these services in health facilities. If I have issues, I don't have to find out later on to say, oh no, I have breast cancer right now, when there's even a checkup available for me. So I think it's an awakening call for us as young people, so that we go for these services frequently than we are doing right now. So yeah, that's my take on this.
All right, awesome, Purity. I like what you've said, and bearing the fact that you've brought in young people, I think it's best we had to listen to what the young people have to say.
Young people do not access their resources and services as much as they should, just simply because of the lack of education. I feel like a lot of young people aren't aware of the resources that they need to take advantage of and that's available to them. For example, a lot of women my age, for like young adults, 19 to like 24, I feel like a lot of them don't get like pap smears and like cervical screenings just because they're uneducated and they don't know the significance of these exams. And I think that, it's obviously important to make sure that young people do access these resources, because one, they're there for our availability. 9 times out of 10, they're free to some capacity, and they're there for our benefit.
Okay. In terms of the other countries, I can't really give on that perspective, but if we're going to talk about the United States, I would definitely say that breast screening and cervical screening is definitely chances out there for women to go and have, and it gives out more opportunities for women to go and get themselves checked in a health perspective. But yeah, that would be my general statement on the comment.
All right, that was awesome as well. I thought as if young people are going to share with bearing you said something like they're scared of taking screening, or so. What is your comment on this particular view of a young person?
Okay, so just as they said, we have equipments readily available in health facilities. Though other countries may face issues where they don't have these, but we don't want to do it. Most of the times, as young women, we visit the health facility. No, I have fungal, and that's when I go to the clinic. But in the actual sense, we can go for these checkups regularly so that we know how our bodies are faring. It's better to know now than to know later when it's in the late stages. So I need to go as a young person. I need to use these services because they are there available for us. So that it's like I said earlier on, it's an awakening call for us young people to start utilizing these services.
All right, Purity, thank you for that. I'm sure a young person has heard one or two things, and I think it's important we have a listen to one song, right?
To a song?
Just a song, yeah. And
I mean, if you want a song, let's have a song. No problem with a song.
Yeah, let's have a song, and we'll be back.
Greetings, everybody. Good afternoon, for wherever you're listening. My name is Zanele Mole, and I'll be your host for the afternoon segment. But I'm not riding alone. I'm sitting across the Black Beauty herself.
Yes, you can never be alone, girl. Igama lami ndinguSikelela Kholom. I'm the Black Beauty from South Africa. I'm so excited to be hosting with Uzanele for the first time.
As I've said, we're your host for our afternoon segment, and the theme for our segment is My Health Vision. So today we're speaking our vision of health and what we think could improve the future of health. So what is your health vision, Sikelela?
My health vision is whereby the youth can freely go to like clinics and hospitals and don't feel like the information that they share with the nurses or the doctors, we've heard Marianne's story, will be out there. So they should see those services should be available to them freely. And I'd like to see like girls getting sanitary pads for free. Those things, I'd like to see them happening. And yeah, those are just some of the things that I want to see change when it comes to health.
Of course. I mean, we're both from SA, and from where I am, stigma is a very big issue. So my health vision would be to break down stigma, with regards to mental or sexual health, because I believe that charity begins at home. If I can teach my family to respect health issues in every aspect, I feel like that would carry on to everybody else, because before you're a nurse, you're someone's mom. Before you're a nurse, you're someone's aunt. Before you're a nurse, you're someone's brother. So if you learn to respect mental health or health in general, if you're able to respect health issues at home, then you can carry that a very far distance.
I really love how you mentioned stereotypes, because that is also a contribution for a person to decide, you know what, I'm not going to go to the clinic because Zanele is going to see me and say, hey, you were at the clinic, what were you doing there in the clinic? So yeah, stereotypes down. Stereotypes must fall. Yeah.
With that being said, we went out in the streets of South Africa and we asked one of our youth reporters what they think their health vision is, and this is what they had to say.
My name is Mulemba Mulando, a youth reporter from Kitwe, Zambia. I have a dream, I have a vision, a broad vision of the many things that I would want to see change in Africa in terms of health, in the African health system. The first thing I'd want to see change is the practice of the female genital mutilation. Now, this practice involves the cutting of the clitoris and the labias and the stitching shut of the openings of the vagina, only leaving a small space. With the fight to end HIV and AIDS by 2030, these African traditions really have been doing more harm than good in that regard. This is because this practice increases women and girls communities. This is because of the unsterilized instruments that are used with this practice, and that the FGM, the female genital mutilation, is associated with chronic injuries. The other effects of this practice is that it increases on the infections that women could have, and it causes genital ulcers, gynecological complications, and also mental health issues on a female, because this practice is traumatizing and the trauma is left for the female to handle alone. This practice needs to stop. As a matter of fact, the World Health Organization estimates that about 100 to 140 million women in Africa have undergone female genital mutilation, and that about 2 million women in Africa will be added to that number every year. Now, these statistics are scary. This practice needs to stop so that it does not increase the risks of females to get HIV and AIDS, so that females do not have infections, so they do not have genital ulcers, and that they do not have gynecological complications, and that their mental health should remain sane. Furthermore, I would want to see a Zambia, to be specific, where girls do not contain or girls do not have HIV and AIDS. The news on the 18th of June 2022 stated that about 4,000 young people in Zambia are being affected or infected with the HIV and AIDS virus. And now this needs to stop. 4,000 is a huge number for one country to be having girls being infected every year. My vision is to see a Zambia and Africa which is free from the spread of HIV and AIDS. Thank you.
So for those who didn't hear the Vox Pop, that was our youth reporter, Mulemba Mulando from Zambia. So basically what she was saying was that female genital mutation is a very common practice in Zambia. It is where they mutate the genitals of a female so that she doesn't feel anything sexually, so that she cannot engage in sexual intercourse. I'm not going to say that this is sad or this is bad, but what I'm going to say is that this drastically affects the mental health of a young person in Zambia. I'm sorry, I had an error in the pronunciation. It's female genital mutilation. Thank you. So what I'm going to say is that it's not bad, it's not sad, it's not drastic, but then it generally affects the mental health of a young person in Zambia, because as a young person, you're still trying to figure yourself out. You're going through puberty. There's a lot that you still need to figure out. So to have your genitals mutilated, that's a lot. And it can also affect your sexual health because it exposes you to sexual transmitted infections, HIV and the rest. So what do you think, Puseleto?
Yes. Sikelela. But anyways, yes, I think it's actually a bad thing that should stop. And I think in most African countries, it takes place without people even giving permission that, okay, I allow for this to be done in my body. So yeah, it should stop. Like, we should not even talk about it being in Africa. And we've seen it even in movies and stuff like that. So yeah, that's like one of the issues that we have in our African countries. There's a lot of that needs to be changed when it comes to our health.
And not disregarding tradition, but we also need to understand that health goes hand in hand with consent. I have to give consent for what I need to be happen in my body to happen.
Yeah.
I can't just have someone come over and cut off my genitals. I mean, come on. That's just not it. So
and imagine you are experiencing an injury, as well as the instruments that might be used sometimes are dangerous or not cleaned enough. So there's also so much effects when it comes to this process.
I do agree. But with that being said, we're going to rush off to a quick ad break, and then we're going to finish this conversation when we come back.
Children's Radio Foundation, youth changing lives and communities through radio.
Mulishani bonse inene bomlemba mlando nangola Miss Awesome ukufuna kukitwe Mozambia inene bone mpungwe fe batama recording kuma ku Flavor FM 87.7 umsumba wa Copper Belt mle mfu wako ba Children Radio Foundation fe babonfyama voices yabapungwe.
Hey there, my name is Sia Mokwena, and I'm from Mpumalanga in the South Africa. I'm a young reporter from Emalahleni FM's What's Up Raise Your Voice, and you are listening to the Children's Radio Foundation #. We amplify youth voices.
So hello everybody, we are back at the SNF Nostos Health Conference, and I am here with an amazing guest, a vibrant young woman. Her name is Vanessa Bedford.
Thanks guys for having me.
Welcome, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We are great.
So as we've said, the theme for our segment is My Health Vision, and we just had an audio from a young woman explaining about gender mutilation in Zambia. What's your take on that?
I'm from Ghana, so gender mutilation is something that happens across the whole continent of Africa. My take on it is more so it's happened traditionally. It's been passed on within women for generations continuously, and it's obviously something that needs to be stopped, but it's a traditional norm. So my take on it is more so in order for it to be stopped, there has to be awareness on the effect it has on women's bodies.
Yeah, like what is the problem with it? Like, why can't it just be removed? Because we've seen it happening years and years, and I believe that there are people who advocate for it to end, but still it doesn't end.
It seems like much more related to like the issues we're having within the United States of Roe versus Wade, with the whole abortion laws going on. It's more so men are having control over women's bodies and having their voices over women's bodies, and I think it's the same problem we're having within Africa. So.
But then I guess for now, we can only do so much with traditional norms. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day, so we can only do so much. But then moving on, I'm interested on your bad health habits. I just want to know, what's that bad health habit that you just want to get rid of?
One bad health, it's more so I don't like vegetables. It's one of my little secrets I like to keep to myself, right? So in terms of, I guess that's one of the bad habits I would like to change, including more vegetables in my life. And also growing up, I always grew up with sickle cell anemia, and I always needed to take meds every day. My bad habit is forgetting those meds every day. So that's something I would like to implement into my daily life now.
You like sweet stuff.
Yes.
You don't want any veggies and fruit.
None of that.
Yeah.
Never.
But I get you, girl, because who doesn't love junk food? I mean, what the hell? But then, sticking to our theme, with all being said, I want to know that what is your health vision? Like your health vision for your future. It can be personally in your country, in your continent, or just in a global scale. I need to know, what is Vanessa Bedford thinking and her health vision, her future?
Okay, for me, my health vision is more so to bring more awareness, right, into the health department on just how to take care of black women, right? The mortality rate for black women when it gets to pregnancy and giving birth, it's very, very high in terms of black doctors in general know how to take care of white women's bodies in terms of they know exactly how a wound looks like, how everything is just burdened upon a body, but they do not know how to take care of a black woman's body. So that's more something I envision for the future, more reforms, more awareness in terms of just how to take care of black skin, black people in general.
I guess we learn something new every day.
Every
because
day.
I didn't know that was a thing. But then, with that being said, we have a lot to reflect on. But then we'll do that when we come back from the break. So for now, we're just going to take a quick breather, drink water, then we'll come back to you right now.
Okay.
day so far. Cultural exchange towards helping to heal humanity. In 1999, Daniel Barenboim and the Palestinian literary scholar Edward Said created a workshop for young musicians to promote coexistence and intercultural dialogue. They named the workshop Orchestra West Eastern Divan, and through its work and existence, the orchestra demonstrated that bridges can be built to encourage people to listen to the narrative of those they consider other. An equal number of Israeli and Arab musicians formed the base of the ensemble, together with members from Turkey, Iran, and Spain. So we are deeply honored to welcome on stage Mariam Said, the co-director of the Western Divan Orchestra and the board member of the Barenboim Sayed Academic. Mr. Tabare Perlas, general manager of the West Eastern Divan Orchestra and CEO of the Daniel Barenboim Foundation. And also musicians like Youssef Aissa, Samir Obaido, and Catherine Spiegel. Then later, the ensemble will perform the Mozart Clarinet Quintet in A major. You're welcome. The stage is yours.
It began as an experiment in listening to one another. It became a journey in finding equality through music. It is now a home for music, learning, and mutual respect. The West Eastern Divan Orchestra was established in Weimar in 1999 by the late Palestinian literary scholar Edward Said and renowned pianist and conductor Daniel Barenboim. The ensemble brings together young musicians from Israel, Palestine, and other countries in the Middle East, offering them a chance to listen to the narrative of the other and engage in transcultural dialogue by making music with each other. This dialogue comes alive in the orchestra's concerts. The United Nations named Daniel Barenboim Messenger of Peace in 2007 and recognized the West Eastern Divan as United Nations Global Advocate for Cultural Understanding in 2016, the first orchestra to receive this honor. A world-class ensemble, the Divan performs at prestigious venues like the BBC Proms, Carnegie Hall, the Lucerne and Salzburg festivals, and the Teatro Colón in Buenos Aires. Its concert in Ramallah in 2005 showed the world that the orchestra would not let itself be held back by political boundaries.
It is our belief that the destinies of these two people, of the Palestinian people and the Israeli people, are inextricably linked, and that it is our duty, all of us, to find a way to live together, because either we all kill each other or we learn to share what there is to share. It is with this message that we have come to you today.
Based on the principle of education through music, The Barenboim Said Academy opened in Berlin in 2016 as a continuation of the spirit and mission of the West Eastern Divan Orchestra. Named after the orchestra's founders, the Barenboim Said Academy regards music as an essential part of the society and is committed to educating a new generation of musicians from the Middle East and North Africa. A central part of the academy is the Pierre Boulez salle designed by Frank Gehry. Flexibility, openness, and musical curiosity are the essential programming ideas of this exquisite, architecturally distinct concert hall. It enriches the musical life of Berlin with its diverse program of more than 150 chamber music concerts each year, as well as lectures and seminars. The West Eastern Divan Orchestra and the Barenboim Said Academy have not only given a voice to the vision of these two men, but a home as well. They now offer young people from the Middle East the opportunity to overcome barriers that once seemed insurmountable.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're very pleased to be here. We're very grateful for the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to invite us today to try and share with you the experience of our work and to try and share with you. I hope you enjoyed this little movie about our workshop, about our orchestra, about our project, and about our academy, because the work that we all have been doing for now 22, 23 years is, we think, a very important one, and it is at the same time a very delicate one, and one that is in a way endangered in the world. So I hope that that you will enjoy our conversation. I hope you will learn of what we do, of what we are and what we possibly are not. So in order to manage expectations, I'm very pleased to be joined here as Joël, thank you very much for the introduction, to be joined here by Mariam Said, who is not only, as Joël said, the co-director of the orchestra, but has been here also from the beginning of this project in 1999. Edward Said and Daniel Barenboim created this project, and Mariam has kept his legacy on this orchestra, and we're very pleased that you're here. Yusuf Asa, our clarinet player for the quintet, Mozart quintet today, Katrin Spiegel, viola at the quintet, Samir Obaido, the second violin in the quintet, and of course we're missing two more musicians that will hopefully join us later for the quintet, and that is Semyon Gavrikov for the first violin and Sari Khalife in the cello. But to get started with the conversation, Mariam, we would like to share with us a little bit, what was the concept that Edward Said and Daniel Barenboim had right before 1999 to start this project that has developed into what it is now?
Thank you, Tabare, and thank you, everybody who...
A bit closer, just closer.
Closer. Good evening. Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you for inviting us to join this conversation. I just would like to say that both Edward Said and Daniel Barenboim are exceptional people. They met by chance. They became friends because they found they had more in common than not. And this friendship broke out all the barriers that divided them. They thought of extending this to their people, and it started with a workshop, as you saw in this movie. And from this workshop, Maestro Barenboim created the orchestra. It began as a youth orchestra, and a few years down the line, it became a first-class orchestra that played in the famous halls of the world. And from the orchestra, came the academy, and besides the academy, the foundation has a music school in Ramallah to train musicians from the West Bank. The secret of this orchestra is that knowing the idea is knowing the other. It's a humanistic idea. It's an educational project. And the musicians, when they meet each other and get to know each other, they become unsettled. And this feeling of unsettling is what propels them to play better, to think, to reflect, and develop. In the end, they all become really educated musicians. And the key is education. That is basically what I have to say, and now I give the floor to Yusuf.
No, please go ahead.
So I'm in the orchestra since 2009. So that's it was the 10-year anniversary of the orchestra, and I would say since then I've grown with the project, and I met many friends. And yeah, I profited in many ways, musically, also on a human level, and yeah, there's so much profit that I was able to get from.
May I ask, what do you mean by this, what you profit of the orchestra? We have called this session today Encounter Through Music, and we have said the Barenboim Said experiment in utopia. And it's indeed, we have been living in utopia for this 22 years. And the reality that I see, and I maybe just to introduce myself, yes, Stavros Perlas, I'm the CEO of the foundation, and I manage this orchestra all the time. I come originally from Uruguay, from South America, so I'm neither Israeli nor Arab. So that's why I still see myself as, I call myself the greatest fan of this orchestra, because I always admire the work of these young musicians every year, admire the courage. Many of you have been criticized at home, have been or are criticized at home when, every year when you come again to the orchestra every summer. Why are you going there? You're playing with the enemy, you're playing with terrorists, you're playing with the occupier. This is indeed not an easy situation for you to deal with. So if you can tell us a little bit how it is, how does it feel, what do you encounter at home, and what do you encounter in the orchestra? Maybe to you, Catherine, now.
I've been in the orchestra. Actually, I have joined the academy before I have joined the orchestra. And my experience was, I am coming from Israel. And obviously, we've been told a lot of things during the time we grew up. And so my idea was that the other, as we call it, is bad. And so when I came to the project, it was a revelation for me. It was something different, something new, very interesting. I could never say in a million years that my best friends would be from Iran or from Syria or from Lebanon, or actually from every country that this orchestra has people from. And so, of course, we are criticized back at home, but I feel like it's our duty to also shed kind of a light to explain to people that the situation can be different.
And in which way? In the orchestra, how does that work? When you came, of course, there was a certain openness, because otherwise you would have not decided to first join, but possibly the expectations were then different than what you found, or what was how does it work? What's the work in the orchestra, the dynamics with the other musicians? How did you meet them? And of course, you just said you first joined the academy. So just to make it clear, the orchestra as such, that has been getting together every year since '99, it gets together for only 1 month in the summer normally. Sometimes some short tour during the year, but it's still a project. It's still, we come together for a month, we live together, we experience this work of the orchestra, but everyone goes home. in the academy, that is a music college, and there you both have studied, Catherine and Samir, have studied 4 years, and you both graduated from the academy. So maybe you could tell us how it is. You know, when you first came, what did you encounter? How did it develop?
Well, I think that once you come to such a project, you first encounter the basic thing is to communicate with each other. That's the first step. The second step was the fact that we were always together. And so you don't have this moment where you say, well, maybe I believe something or not, but you just have the dialogue constantly. And I feel like that's a part of the progress, and that's what will make us ultimately also change people's minds back at home.
I could add something to that. I'm Palestinian. I was born in Jordan, but I don't have a citizenship in Jordan, so I'm technically stateless, and that is actually a direct consequence of the occupation in Palestine. And I did face a lot of backlash before coming to the academy, because there is a very important boycott movement that aims at not normalizing relations between Palestinians and Israelis. And I had to kind of cope with that somehow and come to terms with the fact that I am going to better myself as a musician and take this as an opportunity to also grow as a person and stop dehumanizing the other, which is basically Israelis. And I can actually describe my first encounter with an Israeli as humanizing them, in a sense, seeing them as people with their faults, as well as people with their beautiful qualities as human beings and potential music chamber partners, chamber music partners, not music chamber. And I felt also the fact that we did dwell in the same place for a very long time. It was very much a way of confronting all of your ideas about the other and also coming to terms with it. You were sort of forced to come to terms with it. And I feel most of our learning experiences, the most fruitful ones, are the ones that we have no choice in, almost. And as harsh as that sounds. And in another way, it's just very, very beautiful.
And may I ask, Catherine, you just said that now you are able to challenge sort of your friends or acquaintances at home. How does that work? And what do you tell them? And how much can you influence their opinions?
Well, I will not lie, it's kind of difficult. I feel like when you live in the situation that we live in, it's easier to dehumanize, like you said before, the other side. And so when I come and I confront my friends with all my experiences, they say, oh, really? Like, should I just come visit you in Berlin? Should I just get to know them? And I'm like, of course you have to do that. Because I think that the most important part is to never lose this sense of humanity. And I feel like a lot of the times, even today, and with all the things that are happening around the globe, it's our job to just be human in the end of the day.
Thank you. Mariam, would you want to add something?
I want to add, the three musicians. Mariam. Oh, sorry. the three musicians, each one expressed him and herself differently. And this turmoil within them is very obvious when they play in the orchestra. The music, the sound comes as one sound, and it's Maestro Barenboim's genius that brings out these feelings, and the audiences do resonate with that and understand what they are going through.
Thank you very much. No, you would like to add something?
Yeah, I would like to add that in a way, for us, it's although we struggle, but the orchestra is a place where we can express ourselves, and it's a safe place, basically. And doesn't mean that we agree on everything, but it's it shows that it's possible, and of course that we have the hope that people dare to confront each other and talk about the issues, talk about their perspective on the problem, on the political issues, also on their personal issues, because there's a lot of pain, a lot of fear and uncertainty about the future and where is it going, and yeah, this is what I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, this orchestra has been on tour sometimes when there was a war going on in Gaza, so direct situation where at the moment there was a war, or the Lebanon-Israel war in 2006. Was it especially difficult in those moments, especially challenging, and how, well, oh, sorry to ask, of course, two of them were not there. You were a bit too young for that, but maybe Yusuf, you were there in 2009 and also 2014 on the second Gaza war and so on. How did that feel, and then how did the orchestra deal with that?
I mean, the tension was really high. Everybody was really trying to express their emotions and their feelings, and it was hard to find a common ground also to be able to make music together. So we had a discussion, we talked about it, it was very heated, and in the end it shows that we have to talk to each other, and then we work with Maestro Barenboim, and then in the end we make music together as human beings, and we're not going to solve any problems, but as Katrin just said, that this meeting and making the experience and taking it to other places where we work, where we live, where our families are, and I think that's the important part.
Well, if I may say, of course, because this is what we say when we are, in a very flattering way, called an orchestra for peace. We say, of course, we know that an orchestra cannot create peace in the Middle East, but I do still think, and now I'm speaking again as someone from the outside, if I may, and so that the example that you give, and you know, by doing what you do, and by even coming together on those situations, you know, the majority of your friends, of people around, would not have come to the orchestra, would not have done that possibly, and then you have grown. And I have to say, we were now just on a tour in May, and also with difficult situations where even a journalist got killed, a Palestinian journalist, and how the orchestra dealt with the situations was, for me, you know, very admirable. And there was we had an orchestra conversation on that same day, and it was very open. It was about identity, it was about homeland, and how the musicians express. I think that's very admirable. And there was someone who said, for example, that even for them, even the gender identity, that person said, you know, for me, here is actually here in the place where it's supposed to be the place where do you come from, and where that should be important. It's not at all important. That's, you know, your identity is the person you are, and not where you come from, not what gender you have. No, this is just, you know, the human being inside you. So I think that is sort of my word on your work. Maybe just a few last words on, you're now about to play a quintet. How does that work? When you work, you know, we are now speaking, I'm speaking, everyone, you are listening. But in the quintet, you will all be playing simultaneously. Can you try to explain in very brief words how does that work?
Yeah, well, since it's called Clarinet and Quintet, we have an exchange. So the music makes us listen to each other and follow each other and be playful, and you know, it has all the different emotions. So it's something very special to work together and then perform for an audience and get a reaction after all the corona. It's good to have an audience, and we're really happy.
Mariam, any last word?
Well, I want to say that I think we have succeeded, and this project will continue to succeed. And whether the people change their minds in the future because they have learned to think in different ways, we are happy that we have done something for humanity and the well-being of the world.
Well then, thank you, and thank you everyone, and then... And now, of course, without further ado, we will just leave the stage in order to make space for the quintet. I hope you enjoy the concert.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the West Eastern Divan Orchestra for showing us all the power of music. My name is Thibaut Hirsch, and I'm a proud member of this year's Youth Advisory Committee, also a film student at Wesleyan University, and I'm based in LA. Now, today I have the honor and privilege of speaking to you all about mental health during these ever-changing and conflicted times. So I'll start at the beginning. At the end of my junior year, I tore my ACL. Now, alone as a circumstance, this is bearable, but unfortunately, a week later, COVID swept the nation and then swept the world. As a result, I spent the summer relatively immobile. And then when the school year started, online, so did the fire season. So now, not only was it a nuisance to see friends, but it was literally a nuisance to go outside. On top of this, there was the backdrop of the Trump-Biden election, so all of the chaos of the outside world began to seep in. I began to lose control of my mind. Thoughts that usually would fade away or float by began to stick. Anxiety began to have a grip on me. And then one day I watched a video that shook me to the core. I didn't know how to deal with it. I had an anxiety attack right after watching the video. Now, as my feelings progressed, things that used to be stressful or that used to be scary morphed into an all-consuming, impending sense of doom. I thought that the world was going down the drain and that I was going down with it. Now, the worst part of this whole process was having to deal with it alone. We were all in COVID isolation, which meant that there was no more, jeers in the hallway, no more making jokes between classes. It was 10 hours alone in your room. There were no checks and balances for your feelings anymore. There was no more school. There was no more functioning society as a frame of reference, which meant that the extremes got worse, the lows got lower. Now, I'll say that probably that feeling of aloneness could probably not have been further from the truth, because COVID was affecting everyone. People all around the world experience depression and anxiety. 1 in 7 kids report having some kind of mental health issue, and 13% of American youth report having gone through at least one major depressive episode. Now back to my story. As a result of these scary feelings, I reached out to everyone. I was crying in English class. I was calling friends, but I couldn't see them. I was talking to family. But nothing helped as much as seeing an actual therapist outside of school, Peter. Friends and family were great, but Peter was able to talk to me about thinking patterns, about circumstances, and most importantly, Peter was able to give me things that I could do, tools to employ in the short term and in the long term. Now, I'd like to acknowledge that my process was relatively ideal. I was fortunate enough to have a community that supported me, friends and family, and I was able to get access to mental health resources. Unfortunately, that reality is relevant to so few people around the world. 75% of people in developing countries are reported to not have access, or to go untreated rather, with mental health issues. And that's primarily a result of 2 reasons. Firstly, stigmatization. A Princeton article highlights how intertwined embarrassment and shame are with mental health. Now, if you're able to get past the stigmatization factor, then comes the socioeconomic factor. Will you be able to afford therapy? Will you be able to access these mental health resources? This has impacts on way more than the individual. It has impacts on communities and on generations. Now, to finish my story, as a result of my family and friends' support, my therapist's support, talking through my feelings, I eventually got better. I found myself laughing for the first time in months, smiling for the first time in months. And I felt ready to take back my place in the world again and lend my voice to progress. So that's why I'm here today. Anxiety and depression do not discriminate. So it's time that we all start getting real about creating systems that don't discriminate either. Thank you. We now have the opportunity to learn about the importance of soothing environments, nature, and design in the healing process. I would like to introduce our next guests, the New York Times architecture critic, Michael Kimmelman, the Assistant Medical Director at the Thomas Jefferson University Emergency Department, Dr. Morgan Hutchinson, and Senior Principal at Mass Design Group, David Saladik. Thank you.
Hi. It's wonderful to be here. Oops. And I immediately dropped something. Sorry. So for many people, the modern hospital is a giant, scary, antiseptic, insulated machine. As we saw in the 3 light-filled, forested hospitals that Renzo Piano is designing for SNF in Greece, we're beginning to realize that the model needs to change, and that a design like Alvar Aalto's famously airy, open Finnish sanitarium in the 1930s was not such a crazy niche concept. The modern hospital evolved out of new technologies, but also during the 20th century, out of ideas about the outside world as a place that needed to be cordoned off, a place where the air was polluted, cities were cesspools of disease, and nature was wild and unpredictable. In essence, we created fortresses of health with an explicit division between the realm of health and the rest of life, and in so doing, lost track of more than just the health benefits to patients of seeing trees through the windows and feeling connected to life outside the hospital. We also lost track of the upstream aspects of healthcare, the ways in which our streets and public spaces, our housing projects and neighborhoods are inextricably linked to the delivery of health and are every bit as much places whose design determines who ends up and doesn't in hospitals. Design, I know, can seem a vague, squishy topic to physicians. In the next few minutes, Morgan, David, and I will suggest a few concrete examples of the impact of design on health outcomes and public welfare, moving from the hospital into the world outside. And let me begin with the example of the University Medical Center in Princeton, New Jersey, in America, which redesigned its patient room in 2012. You see an image of the model here. The hospital began by designing a model room, a test room. The room was a single with space for visitors because hospital officials had discovered the presence of family and friends hastens recovery, and because patients in doubles don't share as much critical information with doctors, even less so if the other patient has guests. Equipment was installed, possible situations rehearsed, and then real patients were moved in from the surgical unit, hip and knee replacements mostly, to compare old and new rooms. And after months of testing, patients in the model room rated the food and nursing care higher than patients in the old rooms did, though the food and nursing care were exactly the same. But the real eye-opener was that patients asked for 30% less pain medication, with all of the ripple effects that that has. And when the new hospital opened with identical, not mirrored single rooms, so the equipment was always same facing direction, room to room, patient satisfaction rose to 99% from 61%. And interestingly, infection rates and the number of accidents dropped to the lowest levels the hospital had ever recorded. So, just as an example, the room, by the way, was not extremely beautiful, but you see it also made room for visitors and patients and had big windows looking outside onto a garden. So Morgan, you work in an ER, and you've thought a lot about how the design of ER works and how it relates to your work. Could you just explain a little bit about your situation in Philadelphia?
Absolutely. So I work in a busy emergency department in downtown Philadelphia. This is our department, and these are the different typologies of our rooms. We often have more than twice as many patients as we have rooms in our department. And if you've ever been a patient in an emergency department, you might have experienced how chaotic that sort of environment can be. It can be very difficult to navigate your care and to know what to expect. And that's something that we've seen a lot in the care that we provide for our patients. The environment that we work in really impacts every part of the healthcare that we deliver to our patients in this space. I also work as in a research group called the Health Design Lab, and in that research group, we think a lot about how we can reimagine some of these designed features in medicine, the spaces and services that we provide. And one thing that's been really helpful to us is to collaborate with experts in other industries, like architects. And in doing so, we developed these research studies to understand the way that we use our space and the way that that impacts the care that we deliver. And this is an example of one of our studies. This occupancy survey helped us look at how doctors, nurses, patients, and family members move through our department and interact with each other. And what we learned was that all of our rooms weren't actually created equally. A patient in one room may actually interact more with their nurse than a patient in a different room, regardless of how sick those two patients are. And this allowed us to reassess the way that we use our waiting room space, especially during COVID when we really needed to distance patients from each other. And it allowed me to reassess the way that we put our sickest patients in the rooms that might expect the most contact time. And these are conclusions that really benefited from that sort of collaboration with our nursing colleagues, and we're really excited to be doing that.
You were also talking to me earlier about the ways in which just very simple things affect the perception of the patient and also your ability to do your job. For instance, things like just line of sight. What could you talk about that for a moment?
Of course. So, when a department is so busy, people are really on top of each other. So we have beds in the hallway, we have waiting rooms that are in clinical spaces, and often it's really helpful to be able to see our patients from a workstation, but in a busy department where you're waiting for several hours, it can be challenging to see someone who appears to not be doing anything when really they're talking about another patient or documenting. And those are things that, that's really a design challenge that we experience in healthcare. How can we make sure we're monitoring our patients well without negatively impacting their experience?
I remember going once and talking to a physician who ran the Brigham and Women's ER, and which was one of the lowest rated ERs in America, and which had waiting times of over 75 minutes for patients. They were miserable, and they redesigned the ER, and one thing that they did was to eliminate the waiting room. And as he said, if you build a waiting room, people will wait. If you don't build it, people will be served sooner. And that was partly just a perception thing. Patients felt that they were being better treated because they were more quickly triaged and put in a room. I know that's not the only solution, but it was interesting as somebody who's focused on design to think about this idea that your sense of your care is very directly related to your ability to feel you have some control. When you're in a room separated from the physicians and nurses, you feel somehow helpless at your most vulnerable moment. And so just that sense of going someplace, being treated, the wait times went down to 12 minutes. Obviously had a huge effect. And there too, the ratings of the ER went really way up. I'm sure you've had that same sort of experience too.
We have, absolutely. This concept of patient experience is so reliant on a patient's perception of their own agency. I think a lot of us feel, and doctors included, feel that going into a hospital as a patient, you lose your autonomy and you lose a lot of that agency that you have in other settings of your life. And, you know, that is influenced by how long you're waiting, understanding what to expect, knowing how to communicate with healthcare providers. Yeah. And these are all things that we think about. How can we redesign the way we use our space in order to improve some of those outcomes?
So working with architects is crucial. David, that's your job. Maybe you could talk a little bit about how because you obviously have worked with lots of different healthcare providers. I know you have a couple of projects you wanted to focus on.
Sure, thanks, Michael. Yeah, so I am an architect and principal with Mass Design Group, and we're an organization that was started about 15 years ago, really to co-design and co-create along with clinicians to use architecture in the built environment to improve lives and health outcomes. And I think, as an architect working on some of the biggest global health problems around the world, we see on a daily basis the impact that design has on health and clinicians and outcomes. So I wanted to share two brief examples of that today. The first is a research study that we did in the United States that the idea was actually brought to us by clinicians and researchers at Ariadne Labs. It's a think tank started by Atul Gawande. And they came to us because they were looking at childbirth and maternal health. And in the United States, I think clinically about 15% of women require a C-section medically when they go into a hospital. But they were looking at labor and delivery departments across the United States and found that actually depending on what door you step foot in to give birth, the percentage of C-sections ranges from 7% to 70%, 70. And the hypothesis was that was actually based on the design of the facility itself. And so we looked at a range of departments across the country, looking at a number of different topics, from the capacity of the facility, the number of annual births they do, the number of operating theaters they have and labor and delivery rooms and the ratios of those things. We looked at things like workload and workflow, the type of rooms, the distance between rooms, locations of nurse stations. We looked at things like the ability to collaborate and communicate between clinicians and the culture of care there, the availability of alternative birth methods and tools. And I think what we found as a group was that these factors and the design of the facility had direct impacts on clinical decision-making and clinical outcomes. Because these things were working like levers or variables that created pressure points. So when these facilities were stressed and pressured, the rates of C-section skyrocketed, because you can get a woman through a facility quickly, in 3 to 4 hours with a C-section, where labor takes much longer. And so I'm showing a few slides from the report that we published, not that you're meant to read it. I know you can't read it, but this was open sourced. It's on our website. You can download it if you want to do a deeper dive. The goal was really to try to provide design solutions and design principles for clinicians and facilities to right size and to tackle this problem of too many C-sections, so that this amazing special moment in someone's life feels more like a human experience that you can be in control of than a medical procedure that's done to you. So please take a look if you're interested in going deeper. The next example I want to talk about is a tuberculosis hospital, specifically for multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, that we designed in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, in partnership with an organization there called Geskio. Now, their hospital had collapsed after the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti. And they came to us because they were housing patients in temporary tents. It was a really miserable experience in really harsh, hot climates. And they were having real difficulty getting patients to finish their drug regimen. They were having difficulty protecting the clinicians from co-infection. And so they came to us with this idea, this hypothesis that if we designed a hospital, a new hospital that could sort of break out of the sealed clinical box, really provide or use the landscape, use the climate to provide a safe, comfortable, beautiful space that intended to tackle some of those problems, so to reduce co-infection, to get patients to finish their drug regimen, which could take 3, 4, sometimes 6 months. It's a very long process. And to provide spaces of community and for connection with their families, so to safely bring families in and have access to the patients, that would improve some of those outcomes. So we designed this hospital kind of around this courtyard and landscape space, which you see here from above. Maybe you could jump ahead a slide. And we tried to really use this outdoor space as an extension of the clinical environment. So actually exams, we made spaces for exams for doctors and patients to meet outside of the room. We created community spaces for patients to be together, not just to pass the time, but actually to go through job training exercises or to take classes while they were here, and to just try to create a space where they were comfortable and happy. And I think, I'm showing this project because we've had nearly 10 years now to, I think, look back and see how well we did in terms of the design and trying to execute the plan that Jeskia came to us with. And I think we've had some really good outcomes, some of which we expected and some of which we didn't. One was just that the overall rate of MDR-TB in the country of Haiti has declined over the last decade, which is great. They have seen a decline in co-infection of staff and a significant increase in the completion of the regimen for patients, because they have gotten feedback in talking to them that this feels more like a hotel or a nice place to be than a hospital. And that has allowed them to better pass the time and stay there to finish their drugs. I think one thing that we learned that we did not expect was that the cocktail of drugs that you need to take to cure MDR-TB can cause psychotic episodes, and it can be very hard on the body. And we've heard that that actually leads to attempted suicide. But in part, not completely, but in part because of the environment that we were able to create, this kind of calming, comfortable, safe place, the rates of attempted suicide have declined after they moved the patients from these really harsh tents into this hospital. So that was a happy accident that we were very happy to learn about.
David, I went to see that facility in Port-au-Prince when you were just completing that project, and it came to my mind again during COVID because you mentioned it in passingly, but it's designed so that doctors can see patients in fresh air, not have to go into the rooms. And during COVID, I was thinking of this idea of how much we had come to associate hospitals with sort of disease during COVID, and how much we came to think of the outside, the world outside the hospital, as a safer place. And that made me think also of the extent to which, therefore, we need to think of these public spaces, these shared spaces, really as extensions of healthcare, and places where we can design healthy spaces or we can design unhealthy spaces. Some of you, probably very few, but some may recall that in 1995 there was a heat wave in Chicago. It killed over 700 people. And there was an interesting study done by a sociologist named Eric Kleinenberg about where people died and why they died. And it turned out that even in neighborhoods with the exact same demographics, generally deaths occurred in poor black neighborhoods, but that there were discrepancies between the neighborhoods, and that those neighborhoods where fewer people died even if they had the same demographics, had a much more robust social infrastructure, common spaces, public, lively streets, plazas, as well as safer places to go. That there was a direct correlation between the physical design of those public spaces and the safety of the people who lived in them. I'll skip over this, but I think this question about COVID is really obviously on people's minds. You moved literally outdoors, Morgan, when you began to treat people for COVID. Maybe you can talk a little bit about, mobile units and how you delivered, how that changed you and the neighborhoods you moved into.
It certainly changed us quite a bit. I think that this question of what a healthcare space is one that we had the opportunity to really challenge during the pandemic and think about what needs to happen in a hospital, in a clinical setting, and what really should be and could be happening in a shared space, in a community space. And so in Philadelphia, just like in Chicago and many other cities, there's this major disparity across different neighborhoods. And in certain neighborhoods, the life expectancy is 20 years less. It's only 66 years old. And so we think a lot about what factors lead to that lower life expectancy. Things like crime and access to food and jobs are all major problems. And in the pandemic, these spaces became testing and vaccine deserts. This is a map of our city, Philadelphia, and you can see that there are a couple of large areas where they didn't have access to a testing site, which are out the orange dots. And so our team decided to move what we'd already been working on, which is creative placemaking and mobile health, and to move that concept to create these testing sites in the neighborhoods that needed us most, and create a real concierge service for our patients that allowed people to come in, walk, drive in at any time and get multiple different testing types, but also to have access to community health workers who could help them with other social needs that may not always come up at a typical testing site. And so this is one of the sites that we created, these two sites for testing, that really gave us the opportunity to understand how we could take health outside of the hospital and provide a typical service. And then when vaccines began, we had some new challenges. The initial phase of vaccination, these mass vaccine sites came to many different cities, including Philadelphia, and they were effective in vaccinating about half of our city's population. But there were a lot of factors that would lead people not to feel comfortable going to one of these large, unfamiliar spaces, not necessarily close to their home. And what we found in our city was that access to insurance, health insurance, speaking English in our city, or having negative experiences in the past with healthcare or law enforcement. Those were all factors that would lead people not to want to go to get a vaccine. And so in order to deliver this service more equally across our city to people who needed it most, we started thinking about how just offering that service isn't enough. By collaborating with trusted members of the community, we were able to really make a much higher impact. We vaccinated over 10,000 patients, did over 100 pop-up events, and this is one of our collaborators, Christina Martinez. She runs the best taco shop in Philadelphia, if you've ever been there, but she just won the James Beard Award for her work at this shop, and she's also an advocate for immigrant and refugee restaurant workers, specifically in the Hispanic community. And she herself is an undocumented immigrant from Mexico. So she was able to not only, provide us a space to deliver this healthcare service, but to help us create this welcoming experience for patients that needed to get a vaccine, but also really needed us to address some of their concerns. She helped us create a user-centered experience of vaccination that really brought joy to that experience of getting vaccinated.
I remember in the opening talks here, there was a discussion of a mobile units that had gone to some of the islands, and that these sort of facilities became gathering places for the communities on those islands, that they weren't just places where people went to, get tested and go for exams, but also just became places that were sort of social gathering spots. It was a passing remark, but I was really struck by that because, you obviously were activating these spaces and redefining how they worked by having your presence there, but it also probably made getting healthcare more attractive to people who might be reluctant otherwise to make the effort to get a vaccine shot or something like this. Yeah?
Absolutely. So even the experience of going inside of a building for some people was a deterrent from getting vaccinated.
Right.
And I think that that's really a sign of success of a mobile vaccine program, that it becomes a gathering place, because it's a sign that it's not just a healthcare service, but it's more. It's a place where people are welcome, that people can feel at home, that they feel is really theirs. For us, we wanted to have as low of a profile as possible as a healthcare service, and as high of a profile as a community resource that was accessible to any member of the neighborhood. And so things like being outside and working with community partners and offering other services and bringing food and art into the experience really helped us to accomplish that.
Redesigning those spaces.
Yeah.
David, obviously, we're talking about reimagining spaces outside health facilities in terms of health. This is a senior housing project in Boston.
Yeah, exactly.
That you've done. Tell us about it.
Yeah, thanks. I want to build on this idea that health is not just in the hospital, and that the trend is to really be providing care in all different settings. And I think once a patient gets to the hospital, it's almost too late. You're treating or you're triaging that patient, and we really want to get upstream to look at preventative care. And so, that really is founded in the social determinants of health, like education and access to jobs. But housing is a really critical one that we have started to do a lot of work in. And so this is a senior living facility in Boston, where I'm based. And it's with an organization that I think is doing some really creative things. It's not just providing affordable housing. They've developed this model over the last few decades that they call aging in place and aging in community. So at the unit scale, they have designed units that evolve with you as you grow older. So they start... you can apply and enter into this housing at the age of 62. You're still pretty young, but their goal is to try to keep you in this housing as long as possible. So rather than moving you to another unit as you get older, the unit evolves with you. That's one idea, but I think that the bigger one for me is actually aging in community. And so this building, on the next slide we show kind of a diagram of it, is we're really trying to break down this big building into neighborhoods here, to get to know your neighbor, to build friendships, and really connect those with community space or social gathering space that you're talking about. And they invest so much effort into programming and curating these spaces with Friday night dances or art classes or all kinds of events. This has actually been a really important piece of their model, which, in addition to having healthcare on site, there's an all-inclusive clinic for the elderly. They've been able to have some really, I think, important health outcomes. One, they've been able to reduce the number of ER visits and calls by their patients significantly through this model. The second is they've been able to keep people out of nursing homes and kind of in their own home for more than a decade. So I think the average age used to be around 75 that people would move from living on their own or assisted living to a nursing home. They've extended that beyond 85. So I think that's a real success to this model. So yeah, I would totally concur that getting upstream, getting outside of the hospital, creating things like intergenerational parks like we see here, and creating that sort of community is really important to long-term health outcomes.
We wanted to end with an example from Philadelphia as well, which really sort of, I think, synopsizes a lot of this question of how much health is related to the world outside and how direct the connections can be made. So, Morgan, maybe you could describe this study that was done in Philadelphia.
This study is very interesting because as we're moving from variables that affect health in a clinical space to how we can create clinical services in a community, to what other variables really just lead to health outcomes or health disparities in different communities, this study really did a good job of trying to break those things down. So This is a vacant lot in Kensington, Philadelphia, which unfortunately is a community that suffers from a lot of problems, including drug use and violence. And this is a community with very low life expectancy in Philadelphia. And in University of Pennsylvania, there was a study that was co-designed between the Philadelphia Horticultural Society and researchers, academic researchers, and the emergency department at University of Pennsylvania to look at what would be the impact of cleaning these lots up. 15% of our space in Philadelphia and 15% of space in a lot of cities across the US and across the world are these vacant, blighted lots that are full of trash and clutter, and that can really impact health outcomes. So this study looked at, it was a first randomized controlled study to look at what would be the impact of greening these lots. And this research team took several hundred patients and several hundred lots, randomized them into different groups, and then created these low-budget parks that were between $1,000 and $3,000 each. And they measured different health outcomes if you were to live next to one of these vacant, blighted lots, or if you were to live next to a vacant lot that had been cleaned up, or if you were to live next to one of these revamped green spaces. And they found a lot of really cool findings. One of the impacts was that the heart rate would actually be decreased. So just being a member of the community who has a line of sight to one of these greened lots, that would decrease your average heart rate by up to 15 beats per minute. And they also found, in terms of other health outcomes, that it would decrease feelings of depression, it would improve overall mental health, it would reduce vandalism and violence, and it actually could prevent multiple shootings, which all of these things are really cool to find in Philadelphia, but if you think about them on the scale of a country or of the world, this could be a really impactful intervention.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Morgan, and thank you, David. Thanks. Good. Here we go.
Now, I'm not sure how many of you remember the 1990 movie Awakenings. In this film, Robbie Williams portrays a neurologist, Oliver Sacks, who discovers the beneficial effects of the drug L-Dopa. He administers it to catatonic patients who survived an epidemic of encephalitis lethargica, and after decades of being in a catatonic state, are awakened. You'll hear a similar story from our next speaker, Sander Marks, Director of Precision Psychiatry at Columbia University Medical Center. He will discuss what precision medicine is and how it could lead to major breakthroughs in mental health treatment. Without further ado, Professor Marks.
Hello, everybody. Well, how's that for an introduction? I wanted to thank Thibaut for the introduction earlier on. He was telling me backstage that he was going to introduce me like this, so I told him, like, you're setting me up for entire failure by coming on to this dramatic entrance, but thank you, Thibaut. All right. In all seriousness, though, what I would hope to achieve today is to tell you the story of two people that, in all honesty, have changed my life as a physician, as a human being. My hope is that by sharing their stories in a compact form, that maybe they'll touch your lives a little bit as well. Because their story is a story about precision psychiatry and the promise that it holds. So I'd like to share that story with you. Before getting started, I want to point out there was a study in the New York Times that was being referenced over 10 years ago. This was in 2010, early 2010. It was a study that focused on an experimental drug called PLX 4032, specifically used for melanoma, skin cancer. And they specifically included patients that had a genetically confirmed mutation in a gene called BRAF. What was unique at the time was that they were taking a precision medicine-based approach where the drug, the PLX drug they were using, was specifically tailored against the disease mechanism associated with this BRAF mutation. And what was so extraordinary was, and this was a study that, my mouth dropped to the floor, was that they enrolled patients that were atypical to all studies, usually recruiting patients for skin cancer studies. Normally, people recruit relatively healthy patients that have a chance to survive and beat the cancer. You give your drug, and your drug can look good if the drug works. In this case, they did the opposite. They took dying patients on death's doorstep that essentially had a big chance to die regardless of whether you gave the drug, which meant they took an enormous risk, and they gave their drug. So when I read this study, I was like, these people are insane, but this was a study in the New England Journal of Medicine. And what was so extraordinary was that they showed that a subset of patients that they treated who were essentially dying stopped dying and started to live again. And so I have this framed on my desk in my office in New York City at Columbia University next to my children, which sounds a little strange, but this is the image I look at when I try to look for inspiration that in psychiatry we can potentially turn things around as well. And so what it shows is here, in this image, the black circles are the cancer spread out through the person's body into the bones. And with 1 month of treatment with this PLX 4032 drug, the same exact patient a month later looked like that. And you don't have to be a physician trained in these kinds of images to see that this person was essentially cancer-free. So the question that followed from this, for me and for the medical community at large, was what if this is the rule rather than the exception? What if this is something we can achieve for many more patients? So this is what precision medicine is about. It proposes the customization of healthcare with medical decisions, practices, and/or products being tailored to the individual patient. It involves analysis of the cause of an individual patient's disease at the molecular level, and then involves utilization of targeted treatments. It involves clinical treatment in which interventions target a disease mechanism associated with a cause. And the question for me and for you and us together today is, can this be realized in psychiatry? Now, to get at this question, together with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, we just launched yesterday the creation of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health. And at this center, we're going to be doing the following. We're going to essentially create a precision medicine-based approach for psychiatry to see if we can create something similar to that drug study with the skin cancer. On the first level, we're going to be assessing patients and their phenotype meaning how a disease expresses itself in human beings. We're going to look at causes, genetic and autoimmune, and we're going to carry out biomarker studies. Following that, on the second level, we're going to be doing model system analyses where we look at animal models and stem cell models, and we specifically will look for that disease mechanism that is associated with a specific cause. Once we have identified that, we develop drug screening platforms where we could literally screen hundreds of thousands of drugs. And then on the third level of which we will be operating, we're going to do targeted clinical trials, very small trials, drugs essentially given to the original patients that we first met with to see if we can rescue those patients and bring them back from the psychiatric equivalent of being a terminally ill patient. Okay, so let's get to the patients that will tell the story. These are two case presentations involving different forms of neuronal autoimmunity against the brain or some component of the brain, presenting, however, as chronic mental illness. Both subjects that I'm going to be talking about presented with very severe treatment-refractory psychiatric conditions and essentially were so severely impaired that they required around-the-clock care with their activities of daily living. Both subjects were found to have neuronal autoimmunity at the core of their illness, driven by an autoantibody-mediated disease mechanism that we were able to target. And both these cases will illustrate that taking a precision medicine-based approach in psychiatry can work as long as you target a specific underlying disease mechanism. But then if you do, you can see an extraordinarily dramatic improvement, just like the pictures of the person with the cancer metastasized. So what I'm hoping to convey to you guys today by showing these videos and showing these stories is that there's hope out there, and that there's sometimes people that you think are far gone, psychiatrically speaking, who are in fact still very much alive in their minds, and with the right treatment you can bring them out. So this is the tale of two people. On the left, Mr. W, and on the right, Mrs. B. So we'll start with Mr. W. Mr. W at age 7 was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Occupational therapy was tried and behavioral interventions, and they led to some improvement, although not all that significantly. And general developmental motor milestones were fine and normal. However, social development was grossly delayed, and he had severe social deficits, leading to the autism spectrum disorder diagnosis. He also had what is referred to as sensory integration deficits, which include sensitivity abnormalities to touch and sound, which is not something that's atypical for individuals with autism. In his case, they presented and they never went away. During the transition from middle school to high school, Mr. M was bullied a lot. It was a very sad story. He was reportedly very severely withdrawn by the time we saw him, and at the time when he was a teenager, when he was in middle school transitioning, paranoid ideation arose and he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which is an essentially very different condition from autism, but showing the complexity of the presentation. He was treated with quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic, which did not lead to much improvement, although there was initially some partial improvement that went away over time, and he stayed very symptomatic. As a teenager, he also acutely developed obsessive-compulsive disorder, which maybe you know is a disease where you compulsively count numbers or you wash your hands incessantly. And in his case, it involved preoccupation with a red man that he saw. He couldn't articulate what that was or who that was, and he would knock on the car in a certain number of times, causing very significant impairment for him. Around age 13, and this is where sort of his declines sort of accelerated, he was taken out of school due to these behavioral, social, and cognitive impairments, and essentially was at home being taken care of by his family 24/7. Then the violence came. Violence against the aide that helped him, violence against his father, beating up a car completely, beating up his father completely. This was the heartbreaking phase where the parents did not recognize their son anymore. This continued until the age of 20. He's now 21. It was tried on many psychotropics, none of which at this point had any effect. Neurological workup that was done at the time was entirely negative. Paraneoplastic encephalitis panels were done. People thought maybe it's something autoimmune. General panels were negative. MRIs were normal. We assembled a multidisciplinary team at Columbia involving psychiatry, neurology with specific epilepsy experts, neuroimmunologists, autism experts, neuropsychologists, diagnostic experts, psychopharmacologists, neuroimaging experts, and so on. We carried our clinical assessments out over the first week that we saw him. We did additional assessments, including MRI, 24-hour EEG assessments, and a lumbar puncture where you take cerebral spinal fluid from the spine to look for autoimmune problems. And we did something that was very novel at the time and still is. We looked at synaptic connectivity through a combination of assessment involving PET imaging with two novel tracers, SV2A tracer, which specifically looks at synaptic density in a living human brain. It looks at the amount of synapses that you have as a living human being, as well as the TSPO tracer, where you look at astrocyte reactivity. Astrocytes are the cells in the brain that are immune cells that get activated when there's inflammation. And when you combine that with resting state connectivity MRI, another way to look at connectivity deficits in the brain, and EEG, ERP cortical assessments. The bottom line was that we had consensus, clinically speaking. This individual looked like he had autism, he had OCD, he had panic disorder, and depression. The lumbar puncture cerebral spinal fluid showed very clearly for the first time that he had extremely high levels of one autoantibody against the glutamic acid decarboxylase 65 enzyme, also known as anti-GAD65 autoantibodies. We likely assumed that the synthesis was happening in the brain because the concentration was so high, and the SV2A PET scan revealed, and this is interesting, a 25 to 30% loss of synaptic connections in the brain, specifically in the frontal and temporal areas of the cortical circuits. Further confirmed by MRI resting state connectivity, and then again by cortical EEG ERP assessment. So this was an individual who had lost a massive amount of synaptic connectivity. Connections between neurons were disrupted and gone in the areas of the brain that are critical for functioning. At this point, the diagnosis was made that he had anti-GAD65 autoantibody-mediated neuropsychiatric disease. So what's going on in the brain of Mr. W? Let me show you this schematically. In his brain, autoantibodies are targeting circuits in the frontal and temporal lobes. This is sort of schematically shown here, leading to synaptic loss. At the synaptic level, normally a chemical called GABA is transported by vesicles to the synaptic cleft, as is shown here. It then is dispersed into the synaptic cleft where it exerts its effect. However, for Mr. W, this process does not take place because the autoantibodies shown in green attack the GAD65 enzyme on the outer layer of the vesicle, stopping the vesicle from fusing and essentially preventing the GABA chemical from getting into the synaptic cleft, thereby leading to a disruption in the GABAergic and glutamatergic chemical balance in the brain of Mr. W, which results in a presentation of this autistic-like presentation. Mr. W was treated with immunotherapy involving plasmapheresis, where you take out the autoantibodies out of the blood and put the blood back into the body. You use a filter for that. And you alternate with intravenous IgG, which is a form of immunosuppression. 10 consecutive days he was treated, followed by 2 treatments 2 months later involving Rituxan, and then we reassessed his serum and CSF and clinical assessment overall. If he would need more, he would get more rounds of rituximab treatments every 6 months, was what the consensus was. And beyond that, we would reassess him at each step of the way, whether he would need more. Now, this is the video that I was allowed to show by him and his family. This is a very painful video to share for them because this shows how he was when he was ill. And following that will be a video of how he looked after the treatment was completed. So this is Mr. W when he was sick, talking to another autistic individual about numbers and dollars, and it's hard to follow, but this was him not making eye contact and essentially just droning on about things that people couldn't understand.
Yep.
What happens if you do this? What is that worth?
$50.
What is your worth?
$60.
No, you have to sit up a little better.
74.
What about the eyes?
80.
What happens to the eyes when you do $80?
They're
Are
perfect.
they on or off?
They're on.
And you're not looking over here or over here, are you? Who are you looking at?
You.
Where?
At you.
As you can see, he's saying he's looking at this other person who also suffers from an autistic condition, but he wasn't looking at him. So there was no eye contact, there was no meaningful conversation, there was no talking about emotion. After we completed the treatment, Mr. W looked something like this.
What would it be? What's the one thing about you that makes you you? What
I
makes
think
you...
I think really what makes me me is more like when I'm with somebody close and I'm negotiating conversation with them.
What do they like about you? What do people like about Tristan?
I think they like about me because I'm kind. I laugh. You know, I'm sensitive. I laugh a lot. You know, I smile.
So when we did this interview, his parents were crying, we were tearing up, because at this point we were seeing an individual who was essentially having a normal conversation, almost entirely normal, talking about a rich emotional life that went on inside him, which he was able to communicate and relay, and which we were able to reciprocate by giving him a hug and realizing this guy was always still there. So this was Mr. W's story. He's continuing his treatments. He's looking way better even than this now, but this was the video that they approved me to use. So I wanted to show you guys that for him, the journey for precision psychiatry has led him out of the woods and is leading him even further out of the woods. So we've been very privileged to be a part of that story with him. Then I would like to tell you the story of Mrs. B, which is arguably an even more dramatic story. Mrs. B is a woman who's 47-year-old African-American woman who was valedictorian of her high school class and was on the dean's list every single semester in college, which was the University of Maryland. She developed acute and florid psychosis at age 21, the most dramatic form of psychosis I had ever seen up until that point, and still was hospitalized continuously at Pilgrim Psychiatric Center, which is this lovely facility here at the bottom right. It's not a place where you want to spend too much time, a very difficult place to be. You're basically continuously inpatient. You don't come out of the hospital very much. And she had shown marked deterioration. When we had come across her, she'd been there for 25 years, was in a permanent catatonic state where your body is stiff and you basically barely can move. She had been hearing voices nonstop, was not aware who she was, where she was, what time it is, what date it is, and was at that point suffering from what looked like a dementia-like process. We all had assumed that she was beyond recovery, but we wanted to make sure because we were making assumptions that were invalid. She was at that point incontinent for stool and urine as well. We tried her on multiple medications, including antipsychotics and mood stabilizers, as well as electroconvulsive therapy, none of which led to improvement. In 2018, we transferred her to Columbia again for further diagnostic workup and treatment. We admitted her to psychiatry and neurology, and the extensive workup at the time included neuropsychological testing, labs for neuronal autoimmunity in the serum and CSF, video EEG again to monitor for seizures, MRI, and FDG PET scanning. And in her case, the story was different. The labs revealed positive titers dramatically high for a number of different things, including anti-nuclear autoantibodies, anti-thyroid peroxidase through the roof, 12,000 IU per milliliters is an extremely high titer, anti-double-strand DNA, anti-Sjögren, anti-histone, IgG autoantibodies. And when somebody has a combination of things like that, usually that means they have a condition called lupus. So we assembled a team specifically to get at that question. Does this woman have lupus that's exclusively manifesting in the brain, which is possible? We brought neurologists along, specific neuroimmunology experts, rheumatologists, endocrine, neuropsychologists. We brought neuropsych lupus experts from outside, specifically from the University of Leiden, which is one of the expert groups in the world. We brought neuroautoimmunity specialists from University of Pennsylvania in Barcelona. And the diagnosis and consensus was unequivocal. This woman had all the hallmarks of neuropsychiatric lupus that in her case had only manifested in her brain. She had no other symptomatic physical features of lupus, only her primary psychotic disorder, and that was missed because she had presented as a schizophrenic patient, she never responded to treatment, and basically people had assumed that she was gone. So in Mrs. B's brain, the following was going on. In her brain, autoantibodies were targeting circuits in the frontal and temporal lobes as well, leading to synaptic loss. But in her case, when you look at the synaptic level, a different chemical called glutamate, which normally is released into the synaptic cleft as shown here, and which then binds postsynaptically to the NMDA receptor, was not binding to the NMDA receptor in a normal way. Even though it was still binding to it, the autoantibodies were covering the NMDA receptors, leading to those becoming internalized into vesicles postsynaptically, as you see here. What that leads to is that those synaptic vesicles prevent the glutamate chemical from having its effect that it normally should have. So similar to the other patient, here too you get a disturbance in the chemistry between GABA and glutamate, although here it leads to a schizophrenia-like presentation. This was somebody who was hearing voices, thought people were after her all the time. So in her case, we had consensus. We were going to treat her with a minimum of 6 cycles of IV solumedrol, which is high-dose steroids, which is 5 consecutive days, combined with a single dose of cyclophosphamide. This is a heavy-duty immunotherapy drug. This would be followed again by the same drug, 2 treatments of Rituxan, and then we would reassess her again for additional immunotherapy. Now, this is to show you how I still can't believe this woman who I'm very fond of came back from an area where I thought you couldn't come back from. One of our assessments, we ask you to draw a clock. To draw a clock, your brain has to do a number of different things. It has to integrate visuospatial information, and you have to reconstruct something with instructions that are fairly challenging. So when we asked her to draw a clock, originally before she was treated, the clock looked something like this. Not really a clock. You see the arrow is pointing at something, but there's no real structure. We did a MoCA assessment, which is a clinical assessment to see if somebody's cognition is there. And if it's low, like 4 out of 30, that means you're typically a dementia patient. So she looked like a dementia patient on this. But this shows you in a very simple way what was going on in her mind. We then did 1 cycle of treatment, and then her clock looked like this. You're starting to see the emergence of a clock. Half a clock is there, half a clock is gone. The score of the MoCA goes up. Her cognition is improving. She's still not there. It's now looking like half her brain is there, half her brain is not. After the 3rd cycle of treatment, we see this. Essentially a clock that's not all that different from how you and I would draw it. Her MoCA is essentially normal, and she looked essentially now, at least from this perspective, like a normal patient. Now, when I have long days and I start to lose faith in my profession or think it's too hard to get to where I need to be, scientifically speaking, I look at this video of Mrs. B. On the left, and I have to warn you guys up front, is a bit difficult to watch, is Mrs. B when she was struggling before we treated her. As you can see, she's very sick. She doesn't blink her eyes very much. She's in a stiff position. She's going to do this thing with her finger where she's pushing a button that's not really there in this repetitive kind of way. And essentially, this is how she was for 25 years, standing at the nurse's desk, never coming outside, never talking about anything. And then after the treatment, the 3rd cycle, she'll look like this. Exactly. Baltimore? Do you remember what year it was when you were born?
Yes.
Essentially, she woke up. She woke up from a 25-year-long coma, and was able to tell us everything. She was able to remember grades from elementary school. She was able to remember the names of teachers from her childhood. She remembered the street name. Every memory that we thought was gone was there. She was able to laugh. She made jokes. She was super funny. She was witty. And it was at this moment that we realized she was still very much in there.
University of Maryland?
Now fast forward 2.5 years, so you would think, well, that's great, but somebody will sink away again, which we at the time were afraid of. We're now 2.5 years later, she's on no immunotherapy, and she's on no psychiatric drugs, and she looks like this.
Who am I? Who is this? So good, April. You always think. I'm sick of you cry.
That's her sister-in-law who's hugging her, who she hadn't recognized up until the improvement started.
This is Dad.
And then she says hi to her father, who hadn't seen her in 25 years because she was catatonic.
You see him? Yeah. You wear glasses? I do, but you don't have them. You see him? No, I don't have to have them all. It's like, hi. Hey, how you doing? They look good, right? Yeah. Doesn't she look good, Grandpa? Waiting for you to come see me. Yeah, she said she's waiting for you to come and see her.
So she looked great. And so April Burrell, which is her real name, which I was allowed to share, told me to tell you all to be hopeful that patients out there just like her are very much still in there and should be brought back, and we should make all efforts. So for this reason, we're founding the SNF Center for Precision Psychiatry and Mental Health, which will exist at Columbia University Medical Center, where we will work very closely with the Department of Psychiatry, which is housed in the New York State Psychiatric Institute building. We will work extremely close with the Department of Neuroscience at the ZMBBI building. We will work extremely close with our colleagues in neurology. And together with those, we will partner with the New York State public mental health system as well to look for the patients that need it the most, just like April did at the time when we first encountered her. And we will be working with the New York Genome Center to carry out large-scale genome studies to try to bring these treatments to all the people that need it out there in the world. Thank you very much. These are the folks I briefly want to thank. The SNF, Dr. Axel Kosameniadis. Thank you. Thank you. I want to specifically highlight my co-directors of the center, Drs. Kushner and Drs. Gogos. I want to thank Dr. Axel, who's also here, for his support, and everybody at Columbia and the SNF. And if there's any questions, I think we still have a few minutes. If there's no questions, that's fine too. All right. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Next up is a live experiment on stage with stem cells. 3 scientists will showcase how cutting-edge research could bring previously unavailable answers to modern medicine, and expect to see a robot. From the New York Stem Cell Foundation, we have the pleasure of hearing from CEO and founder Susan Solomon, Senior Vice President Daniel Paul, and Senior Research Investigator, Valentina Fossati. Please help me welcome our guests.
We start with a single cell, a stem cell. And when that cell enters our research network all over the world, it becomes the most powerful tool we have in medical research today. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the New York Stem Cell Foundation Research Institute Laboratory in Athens. I'm Susan Solomon, CEO and founder of NICEF, which is how we refer to ourselves. And my colleagues and I are absolutely delighted and honored to be here today and to show you in real time how we've developed the ability to harness the incredible power of stem cells. We combine it with AI, with biology, and the idea is really to understand why people are getting sick and figure out how to create better treatments and cures. So our bodies are made up of trillions of cells. We have red blood cells that carry the oxygen throughout our body that we need to survive. We have cells, heart cells that make our hearts beat. We have pancreatic cells that create the hormone insulin that we need to actually digest the food that we eat and turn it into energy and balance our blood sugar. All of these trillions of cells come from one type of cell, a stem cell. That's really the very beginning, the primordial cell. And at the earliest stages of human development, that cell uses the blueprint of our individual DNA to actually become all of these specialized cells in our body, because every one of these cells has a job to do, and they need a pack of instructions so that they can become the cells that actually can perform that job. So at the NICEF Research Institute, we can take a small amount of blood, a vial or two, or an apple seed bit of skin from anyone in this room. In fact, we can do it from anyone in the world, and we can make their stem cells. And once we've made your stem cells, we can then turn that stem cell into any of the stem cells that make up our bodies. Lung cells, heart cells, the different types of cells that make up our brains, and so forth. The reason that we can do this and that we need to do this is to get a living window into a human being, not a mouse, not a rodent, not an animal model. And these stem cells are our avatars. If we make a stem cell from someone who has a disease, that will show up in the dish. We will be able to see it. We make brain cells to study Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, neurodegenerative disease, and various forms of mental illness. We can make pancreas cells to study diabetes and figure out, hopefully, how to ultimately tackle that disease without just better insulin. And any disease that we want to study, we now can make in the laboratory. And we can make it from the human beings that are affected by the disease. I can't emphasize how important this is because for 50 plus years, we have been taking animals and giving them diseases that they don't get. So we give them kind of an ersatz, a facsimile of a disease, and then we try to cure a disease that they don't get in the first place, and then we wonder why the drugs don't work. So we don't have to do that anymore. And it also allows us to find this root cause in the human cells without literally going into somebody's brain or somebody's pancreas when we don't belong there in the first place and pulling out a few cells. So we made my stem cells, and we're going to show you this firsthand. Our scientists at the NICEF laboratory took a tiny bit of my skin and turned it into my stem cells, which we then turned into several different kinds of my cells. And this process took about 6 months. And once the cells were ready, so that was making the basic stem cell and then turning it into these different types of cells, we froze the cells. And a few weeks ago, we shipped it to colleagues in Athens at the Hellenic Pasteur Institute, where they thawed my cells and continued to grow them. And so now, NICEF scientists, Dr. Valentina Fossati and Dr. Daniel Paul, are actually preparing my cells right now to show you what they look like under the microscope. So I'm going to move out of the way. Valentina, why don't you take over?
And I'm prepping with the gloves. We are carrying the cells that we brought here with a portable incubator. This is the way that we can move them around for little times. And all right, here we have the cells that were made from Susan. So we brought a microscope, and you're going to see them live. And you're going to see the journey and the transformation from her skin cells into stem cells and then into their neurons. And then it's going to help me. So look at the screen. We're going to see what we usually see from this
Yeah, we're going to give you the vantage point that a scientist would typically have when they look down a microscope like this. So I'm just going to get things just set up here a moment. There we go.
Finding the focus. So the first cells that you're going to see are the skin cells. Those cells grew out of the tiny skin biopsy that Susan donated. Science requires a lot of time. We're actually going to stretch here. Everything that is happening here happens in about a few months, 4 to 5 months. But we're going to fast forward and show you all the different steps.
Okay, sorry about that. So.
And now, let's the magic happen.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
So if we look down the eyepiece now, you should be able to see these long-looking cells. Oh, do we not?
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, terrific.
All right,
Sorry.
I'm going to move it.
Change the brightness slightly. And the focus. And you'll see some cells beginning to faintly appear in the screen. A little bit more. Oh.
You want to look with the eyes?
Hold on 1 second. Sorry. I think it's just too bright. It's too bright. They wanted this live. I didn't know they wanted it live. I did not. It's just very hard to see.
You can find them?
Yeah, they're just very, very faint.
Oh,
That's the slight challenge with these cells. They're very, very, very faint. So
they're very faint because they are very elongated cells that stretch out and really attach to the plastic, like they are spreading around. That's why with the white light, they are harder to see.
Yeah.
But then we can see how they are changing completely as they become stem cells.
So you can kind of see the faint outline of them just in this dish now. It may be trickier to see. But we can maybe move on. Let's move on to the next cell type. So in here we should have now some stem cells. And these will grow quite differently. If we can just change the focus a little bit. You can see now this big sort of round, maybe the other way. There we go. These cells here, you can sort of just see them coming into view a little bit as I hold this here. Again, can be a little tricky to see, but I think you're getting an appreciation as well of sort of how long it takes us to look down the microscopes just to look at cells on a sort of everyday basis. It isn't as simple as it always seems. Hold on. There we go there.
Oh, yeah.
There are cells right in view now. Yeah, I think it's just projecting to the projectors a little slower than we had hoped. Let's try the last one. Let's try moving on to. Do you want to move on to the neurons? Yeah. We'll try this one. Phases up. Yeah. So here you see these round dots, hopefully. Oh, the screen is gone. If you look very carefully, you can maybe see some round dots in view. And those are the cell bodies of the neurons. And there's very tiny projections that are very hard to see under this normal type of microscopy. But this sort of gives you an appreciation again of sort of what we're looking at when we look down a microscope like this. Okay.
Yes. This is why we are coloring the cells, as you see in the other images, because it's much easier to then identify all the cell types. And we can make the neurons, we can make any other part of the cell. So the beauty when we have those stem cells, when I talk, still want to try to show them, we can try. So when we started with the skin cells, then with a process that is called reprogramming, we turn these cells into stem cells. And the beauty of these stem cells is that they are growing. They just keep growing, proliferating. We could fill the entire room in 2 weeks with the cells. And we can store them, we can freeze them and keep them forever. But then if we need to study Susan cell, any type of cell type, we can just take out one aliquot and we can turn it into any cell that we want. And we do that by using some liquid food that we are feeding the cells. And there are different recipes, each recipe for each cell type. And so, as you may see here, if you were looking exactly inside the eyes, you would see how the cells is becoming a neuron with these long processes that are used by the neurons to connect the different cells, to talk to each other and to connect with the whole body. You want to try with the organoids? Because we also learned, we can also put the
I have the organoid in view now.
We also learned how to grow all the brain cells together in miniaturized brains. They're really tiny, tiny balls, white balls they look like, but they're actually million. Like this one is probably a few 100,000 of cells all together, and they are organized, they're talking to each other the same way they are doing inside our brain.
It's just not focusing.
Good to fail. No?
Just won't focus.
Do you want to show it around to the people?
I apologize that it's not quite picking it up. Yeah, things that work in practice, not in real time.
It did. Should go to the room.
Sure.
Then it's going to go around and show you how tiny they are, but they actually are made of million cells. Let's say we want to make another cell type. For example, do we want to make the heart from Susan? And here we had a video because that was even harder to make.
White dots inside.
And there you are. It's a video because the heart is actually beating in a dish. And it's beating exactly at the rate of the heart that Susan has. And let's say that Susan had a genetic disease where it causes some arrhythmia, then we would be able to study it and exactly understand what is going on with her heart cells directly in the dish. But as a scientist at NSF, I'm not working on heart. I'm actually working with the brain cells. And as a patient myself, I really want to understand what happens in multiple sclerosis, which is a still incurable disease. We don't understand what is causing the death of a specific cell type that is in the brain. And it's been very hard, a challenge to understand why these cells are dying, because MS, like Alzheimer's, like Parkinson, are only affecting humans, so we cannot really study them well in mice or in other animals. But until a decade ago, we could not take the cells from the brain. Like, I don't think any of us would volunteer a piece of brain for research to just look at them. This is completely a new way of doing science now. We are now able to make those cells in the brain and actually looking, and you can see that when we color them so we can really appreciate the different shape, there you are the beautiful neurons. Each blue dot is one cell, so there you have 1,000 cells probably, and its elongated red fiber is the axon fibers. This is how the cells are connecting to each other, and this is how I'm telling my hands and all my movements and my thinking to happen. And you can see again here the nerve fibers in yellow, each dot is a cell. And this is one miniaturized brain. It's the section of the organoid that we took. So you can try to count the blue dots. You're probably going to see there are really, really a lot. And there are all the different types of the cells that we have, exactly how they are in the brain, and exactly talking to each other, how it happens in our brain. And so what we have been doing is basically using this as a window to our brain and mimicking the disease, MS, but also Alzheimer's, Parkinson, and see how it works in a dish and try to understand what goes wrong with this disease. And my study I've been a long-standing collaboration, and NSF had with Johns Hopkins University and their Precision Medicine Centers of Excellence, where NSF is making lines from people with MS, people with other diseases, and we are now understanding their cells in the dish. And our studies have led to a discovery of a new important mechanism that was unknown until a few years ago, where there is a brain cell that is called astrocyte that normally is there and is actually helping protecting the neurons, but in MS or in other neurodegenerative diseases, it turns bad, and it actually becomes a killer for the neurons. And so obviously what we are trying to do is understanding, looking at this in a dish, so that we can ultimately develop new treatments and new targets for blocking this process and making the neurons survive. This is another cell type that is in the brain, is the immune cells of the brain, the microglia, and their job is to clean around, keep the brain clean from any debris. We color the debris in green, again, because then in this way you can follow it. And this is the image that we were expecting to see from the microscope. This is a phase image where you can look at the cells. The gray shape is the cell, and you can see how the microglia are constantly moving around and are trying to find all this debris, and they're literally eating it. They are engulfing all the green and keeping the brain fine. In diseases, MS, Parkinson, Alzheimer's, this process is also going wrong, and there is accumulation of the debris, and that's why now it's extremely important and quite amazing that we can actually see it in our dish rather than inside the brain, and we can try to understand what goes wrong in these diseases. So I told you we have cells here, you can see them in the screen. We have shipped them to Greece. We can ship them everywhere in the world. We actually went beyond. We sent the cells in space. This is me waiting for SpaceX 19, the rocket launching. The rocket containing an incubator that had the cells inside. And this was, you can hear that, it's pretty loud. This is as close as you can get from the rocket. And this was the first ever experiment where human brain cells from a patient were shipped inside the International Space Station. And we kept those organoids there, alive, for 1 month. And then they came back, and we're doing the analysis. I think you are wondering, why would we send them to space? That's a very good question, probably. Well, you know, space is a completely different environment. There is microgravity, there is radiations, there are different stressors. We know that they impact our body. Actually, every single organ of our body is impacted by the microgravity. And there is evidence for accelerated neurodegeneration and accelerated aging in space. So we think that the International Space Station is actually a pretty cool environment to study these processes and to better understand what's going on there and how we can really be able to fix them and to find a cure for these terrible diseases. And if you like these cells and you want to keep a souvenir of this, our stem cells are amazing and cool. We printed out some of these images, so sorry that you couldn't see there, but you can bring them back with you. You can grab a picture out on the way going out. But this is not really over. We have really so much more to do, right, Susan?
So I think you now understand that if you haven't been in a lab and worked with cells or been in a lab and worked with anything, it's complicated. So I find it amazing that I'm here in Greece. My cells are a few inches away, even if you couldn't see them that well. My heart cells are also beating not only in my chest, thank God, but also in the lab in New York. And maybe next month, for the next launch, they'll go up in outer space. It's so exciting to be able to send these cells up to space, because a problem that you have when you're trying to understand a disease of aging is, how do you age the cells? And being able to send them up to in a microgravity environment, I think is going to go a long way to helping us do that. So our goal at NICEF is actually to figure out new treatments and cures, better medicines, and also cell therapies for cells that have been lost or damaged in disease. And doing this on a personalized basis, or what we call precision medicine, which doesn't necessarily mean one-to-one, because I'm sure a question you have is, how could we possibly afford that? But in fact, we've made tremendous advances combining genetics. You've all heard about gene editing, CRISPR, and so forth, advanced biology, robotics, which Dan will talk to you about. But connecting it all allows us to basically find therapies that work for groups of patients. So if you think about it almost like going into a shoe store, and if you go into a shoe store, can you imagine if you went into a shoe store and they simply said, well, here's your shoes, and they didn't ask you what size you were? Well, that's where we are today with medicine. There's two sizes, basically. You're a child, so you get a smaller dose, or you're an adult, you get a bigger dose, and that's it. They don't ask you if you want your shoes for dancing or hiking or anything. So the idea of being able to use techniques to create drugs and treatments that affect us according to our genetic makeup is essential, because drugs affect people differently, and a drug that might work for me or a treatment that might work for me might be a disaster for you. It might not. It might be just ineffective, or it might be harmful and not safe. So for over 10 years, we've been developing technology to finally allow us to probe these differences, group people, so it's going to be cost effective, into their kind of genetic baskets, if you will, and then look at disease and look at cells at an unprecedented scale, so that we really can reflect the diversity of the human population. That's what we have to do. So now we're going to talk to you about how we are combining the automation that we created with our stem cell expertise and artificial intelligence to really work at this large scale. And we've created a platform, the NICEF Discovery Platform, that Dan will tell you about. And that is right now, in real time, we're actually looking at a rare disease and a really broad disease, and creating and identifying new treatments. So Dan? Oh.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay.
So, as Susan mentioned, for the past 10 years, in New York, we've been building robots like you're seeing on the screen right now and programming them to work in a variety of different ways. Because it's great, you know, being able to study one person's cells. That's really interesting. We can get lots of insight from it. It can tell us a lot of things. But it can't tell us all those questions about how we're different and what the differences are that underlie us and underpin everything that makes us different. And so over the past 10 years, we've been building a multidisciplinary team to be able to do this. And it incorporates avenues such as hardware engineering. We have engineers that program robotics and do fabrication of parts so that we can add them to our system as we want to improve things. We have computer scientists who have built complex computer systems that track a cell's journey from its coming into our lab to maybe it leaving and everything that happens in between. And then on top of that, we have data scientists who are helping us to look at every single piece of data we generate to unlock things from that. Importantly, though, obviously at the heart of this is also biology, and so we have teams of biologists working across multiple different areas, but what really drives it is the intersection of all three. And it's the fact that we have all three areas working side by side in the lab is what's been amazing to enable us to do these things. And so these robots run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When we're sleeping, or when I'm sleeping and the scientists back in New York are sleeping, the robots are still running. And what they do overnight is they take pictures of every single cell that we have in culture. And so the next morning, we'll come back into the lab, and there might be 10,000 new images for us to look at. But 10,000 images is something that's incomprehensible for even a team of scientists at NICEF to be able to look at. And so we've been turning to lots of different technologies to be able to do this. We'll come on to that in just a second. One of the other things, though, about these robots is I don't have to be just in New York to be able to operate them. And so what I'm going to try and do now, and hopefully more successfully than looking at cells, is actually start up one of these robots. And we'll keep it up on the screen, and you'll be able to see it operating in real time. And we'll come back to it a little bit later during the talk. So I'm just going to start this up, and hopefully the video of the robot will appear on screen. So there is the robot. That's live in New York right now. And I'm going to start this, and we'll see the robot beginning to move. And so we'll keep that running, and you guys can keep an eye on it, and we'll see what it looks like in just a few minutes. So these cells, these robots, as I said, are doing incredible things for us. We can do everything that we do by hand, we can now do on these robots. We can feed the cells, we can grow the cells, everything that we want to be able to do. But it's really allowing us to change the way that we're doing science. And so for the longest time, these dishes that were giving us trouble earlier look like this, for those of you who didn't quite get to see it.
Yes.
And they have 6 different wells inside it. And these wells we would use by hand. And it would take me many hours over the course of a day to feed just this plate, to be moving liquid in and out of it and doing experiments. And so if I want to start looking at more and more people, I need a lot more dishes than this. I'm going to need a mountain of them. And that would take me an even longer amount of time. If I've had coffee in the morning, maybe I'm a little better than when I'm sleepy in the afternoon. And in the afternoon, maybe I make a mistake. And all these things that happen at different times of the day start to have an impact on the experiments that we're doing as well. So maybe I could switch plates, so maybe I could use this one that has, say, 12 wells in it. Or I could get even smaller and smaller, and on the left here I've got a 96-well plate, so I could put 96 different people inside this dish, or I could put 384 samples in this kind of dish. And we can get even smaller than these. But being able to use this by hand is very difficult. No one likes doing that by hand. And so that's where the robots have become so helpful. But of course, what it also allows us to do is, rather than look at the cells of just one person, like you can see in this picture here, instead what we can do is take photos of lots of people's cells at the same time. So rather than it being one person, 10 people, 20 people, it's 100 different people's cells that we're looking at all at the same time. And again, these are generating enormous amounts of data. So for us to stare at this is one thing right now, but imagine if we had 10 plates of this, it's just something I can't look at by eye. And there are so many features to look at inside these cells. There's the big blue centers, the nucleus of the cell. There's the cell cytoskeleton. There's the mitochondria. All these different parts of the cell that are having enormous contributions to health and disease. And there's also clues as to why we're all different inside these cells as well. So I needed a new way. I need a new way of being able to look at millions of images. One batch of experiments for us might be 1 million images. And so how am I going to possibly look at 1 million images? And then I'm doing multiple experiments a week as well. So what we do is we break these images down into numbers. And so images get fed into an artificial intelligence tool called a neural network. And what we do is we derive something called embeddings. And these embeddings are these numbers that you're seeing in front of you. They're just numerical representations of everything that you saw inside that cell a second ago. And that's great. You know, numbers may be a little bit easier to look at sometimes in a cell, but maybe not. And so we can instead use advanced data analysis on top of this, algorithms effectively, to be able to plot this data and poke at the data in lots of different ways with algorithms. So let me give you an example. What you're seeing right now is an algorithm running over those numbers I just showed you. And one of the first questions is, can we correctly identify, just by looking at the images, all the cells that came from the same people? And what you're going to see pop out in a second are all these different clusters of colors. And every cluster here is the same person. So every color here is the same person. So just by looking at the images and then those numbers, with these algorithms, we can immediately identify who is who just from the images. This is just done on a computer. This itself is fast. This blew my mind the day I saw something like this. This is quite incredible. But what if we want to go a step beyond this? What if we want to say, okay, so I've got all these images, I've got millions of images, and now I've got these numerical representations of them. Can I separate cells that came from, say, a healthy person from those from someone with a disease? Could I take cells from a Parkinson's person and be able to identify that they look different somehow from cells of a healthy person? So if I take those same numbers and I put them into a slightly different algorithm, you're seeing two clusters of cells appear here now. One on top, yellow, and two on the bottom, red and blue. And those cells on top are the healthy people, and the cells on blue are patients with Parkinson's disease. So Parkinson's disease is a terrible neurological disorder, causes motor and cognitive impacts. But with this, just by looking at those cells I just showed you, those pretty looking ones, and then taking the numbers and breaking them down into numbers, I've been able to separate the healthy people from those with Parkinson's disease. And you might be wondering why there's two buckets, where there's two groups in the Parkinson's, there's some red and some blue. And that's because we can even separate those that have a specific mutation that is driving or seeming to drive their Parkinson's disease diagnosis. This is mind-blowing. Like, the fact that we can do this just by imaging cells is remarkable. But what it did take was an enormous number of cells and an enormous number of donors that went into a study like this. And again, just something that we wouldn't have been able to do without using robotics and then machine learning on top of it. So pretty remarkable set of outcomes. And what we're doing now is going a step beyond this. We obviously want to look at all sorts of diseases. We think this can be applicable to maybe Alzheimer's or to diabetes, but also to mental health disorders like PTSD and schizophrenia, autism, things like that. But more importantly, rather than just being able to stratify who is healthy and who is sick, can we go a level beyond that as well? And can we start to screen drugs, like you just sort of heard about over the last talk, and look for drugs that then make these people in the bottom, maybe they shift back up and they become yellow again and healthy again. And that's what we're really looking for right now. And so these approaches are going to have remarkable, far-changing impacts on science. We're progressing more and more, and we do a lot of work already, but more and more into using these models on neurons as well. So here you can see a setup here with a large panel. Every square here is a different person's neurons inside this study here. And so just like in real life, if you've ever Googled something or you've got a cell phone in your pocket, you're already artificial intelligence is already having an enormous impact on your life. All these things are being powered by algorithms and sort of artificial intelligence. And so the impact that it's going to have on biology and human health is right around the corner. And what we've done here by setting up this discovery platform at NICEF is give ourselves a huge platform to be able to push this forward now. This is going to have impacts, like I said, in rare diseases. Infantile neuroaxonal dystrophy is a big one we're working on at the moment and doing drug screens on at the moment. But I mentioned Parkinson's and autism and PTSD. These approaches using robotics, using biology, using large-scale experiments in a way that just hasn't been done before really has the power, and NICEF will be powering this, to change human health. Susan.
So as you look at these incredible images of cells, one of the things that I don't think we talked about is we had this idea about 10 years ago of trying to create a library that would represent the human population. It was a modest goal. And I said, well, let's get some hardware to do this. Well, none existed. So everything that you're seeing, and you're welcome to come and visit us in New York, we had to build, we had to create, because this is a new idea. And when you want to do something new, just like when you want to try to understand disease not using animals, you're changing the paradigm of medical research, and you have to make your own tools, and there's a lot of resistance. So what we've been able to do is to create a huge library of cells from literally thousands of patients, and we and our partners around the world, because we work to accelerate the work that they're doing on a smaller academic scale, we use them to first study, then understand, and ultimately develop treatments for disease, because we are in the process of effecting a sea change. This really is a revolution, and what we refer to as the NICEF Global Stem Cell Array, or now the NICEF Discovery Platform, is changing medicine as we know it, which is something that we need. I know we need it. I'm a cancer survivor myself, so I know the limitations of the options. Valentina, as she mentioned, has been dealing for many years with MS. One of my sons has type 1 diabetes. I lost my parents, one to cancer, one to heart disease. But I'm telling you this because I think that my story is familiar to most of you, because probably a version of it is actually your story. It's the human condition. And that's why stem cell research at scale, bringing to bear the AI, all of these robotics that we've developed, the bioinformatics, this is the only way that we're going to be able to incorporate our differences, our genetic differences, and actually understand these diseases. The cancer that I've been dealing with comes in multiple varieties. Alzheimer's, we know, is at least, and we think it's more than this, at least 13 different kinds of diseases. So this really is the greatest opportunity that we have ever had to transform the way we basically intercept and repair human disease. So we're all different, and to have safe and effective treatments, we need to really respect those differences and be able to probe them. So while every day, at NICEF we're redefining what we thought was possible in science and medicine, and we work with our collaborators very closely to help give them the ability to accelerate the work that they are doing as well. It's really a revolution, and the revolution is enabling what we call precision medicine. So for my son, for our children, for my colleagues, for your parents, for all of us, we need better options, and we believe that in a world that isn't filled with a lot of bright spots, this unique platform is actually going to get us there. I've bet a lot of my own treatment on it, and I'm here. So I want to thank you so much for being with us, for bearing with us with the microscopes, but being here to share the excitement and the vision. And I want to thank Andreas Dracopoulos and everyone at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation for their role in helping us make this transformation possible, and for this truly remarkable Nostos Health Conference. I have just been so impressed by not only the highlight of the challenges, we all see the challenges, but also really highlighting the incredible organizations and people that are working so hard to make our world a better place. So thank you so much. We really appreciate this. Now, I see we have, I think it's 2 minutes and 8 seconds for some questions. Now 6 seconds. So do we have any questions? I can't really see, so if we do?
Yeah, there is one hand.
Okay.
I think you have to wait for the microphone.
Is somebody bringing a mic? Because now we're down to 1:50.
Hi there, thank you for the talk. I'll keep it quick because we don't have a lot of time. I have a question about sort of thinking about modeling diseases with like organoids and specifically kind of neuron diseases and diseases of the brain, especially because obviously the system is inherently limited in that a lot of sort of the way that neurons form connections are really dependent on sort of activity coming in from the peripheral nervous system to sort of shape those circuits and that sort of development of the brain. I guess because those obviously aren't present in the organoids, is there limitations to what type of disorders we can study with this approach, or can you still see those differences even without those peripheral inputs?
Yeah, I mean, the field is really evolving very fast, and the first cortical or brain organoid started 3 years ago, and now we are already talking about assembloids, so we are making all the different parts, including the periphery, the muscle, so it's really a puzzle. We are little by little connecting all the different parts. There are also microfluidics, which are these miniaturized channels that are bringing the fluid and the nutrients between the different organs, so you can actually have a chip where you have a piece of brain, a piece of heart, a piece of kidney. It's really it's unbelievable, and this really literally started a few years ago, not even, and we just came back from a conference, world conference, and the amount of different type of organoids that have been built, it's really impressive.
So for those people who are not clear, again, on what an organoid is, it basically is the group of cells that capture the conversation that make an organoid. So it makes a mini brain or a mini gut, and it's an incredible tool. Yeah. I'm afraid we are out of time, so we want to thank you so much again. We're really honored and privileged to be able to talk with you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a 10 minutes break. The SNF dialogues will begin at 5:30.